And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Ericalis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. Mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection. And browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters bring their modern rockabilly sound to Jurgles live on October 8th. Don't miss the acclaimed actor and his band that blend country, rock, and blues into a night of music you won't want to miss. Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters, October 8th, live at Jurgles. Advance tickets on sale now at jurgles.com. That's jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. September's Fan Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Brewing's Rescue Kolsch. The charity of the month is Humane Animal Rescue Pittsburgh, providing care, adoption, and education for pets and wildlife in the Pittsburgh region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show.
Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Man, it's tough, and I was trying to practice talking yesterday because I still haven't quite gotten my voice back. I'm still a little under the weather, but I'm pushing through. I'm here. But yeah, I mean, my voice is still a little raspy, and I guess talking in the shower when it's, you got steam breathing in, can kind of loosen the old pipes in there when I was showering at night before I went to bed. And then waking up and just trying to talk cold, it's two different scenarios. So bear with me. We're going to work through it this morning as best we can. So call in to give me some help, 412-928-9370. That's the line. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. If you want to type it out, talk to me on X. If you want to talk it out, give me a call on that line one more time, 412-928-9370. So we're pushing through this morning, and there's reasons to be excited this morning. One of those reasons is that the Cincinnati Bengals lost yesterday. 93.7 The Fan has all primetime games through Westwood One, so you can listen to those. And the Bengals were featured on Monday Night Football against the Washington Commanders, and they lost. It was quite an offensive battle, but they lost 38-33. So the Washington Commanders now 2-1. Promising start for them this season. The Bengals not so much. 0-3. 0-3 to start the season after losing to the Commanders. So here's just what I want to illustrate for everybody, because this is great. For the national perspective to say that the Steelers had a lot of question marks and may very well not play well this season. I mean, this is just where we're starting. This is 3 weeks into the season. The Steelers lead the division. 3 wins, 0 losses. The ever-consistent Baltimore Ravens, 1 win, 2 losses. The Cleveland Browns, who spent a whole lot of money and assets to get a quarterback, 1 win, 2 losses. And the Cincinnati Bengals, who now have a hair-dyed Joe Burrow as their quarterback, no wins, 3 losses. And this is a reason to celebrate. The Steelers are in their own type of pole position here. They have their own type of solid position in the division right now and in the playoff race, which it's still early, and collapses have happened. We've seen that plenty of times in sports where a team is high up and then, falls off. But the NFL's a whole different game. Excuse me. The NFL's a whole different game. And when you start 3-0 in the NFL and the rest of your division is under 500, you're in a pretty good position. The Steelers really, I'm not going to say can't mess this up, because they definitely could. But they put themselves in a great position. They won games, in these first 3 weeks of the season. Maybe you didn't think they'd win them all. I don't know. I mean, and I'm not going to say that they're going to win all of their games through this first half. I know the consensus goal for the Steelers was win more in the first half of the season because the second half is going to be a nightmare. But part of me is a little more relaxed as a fan. They shouldn't be relaxed as a team, but part of me is more relaxed as a fan because which other division team right now do you actually fear that much? I mean, that's kind of the big question I have is which team, the Ravens, Browns, Bengals, which team do you really fear when those division games come in the second half of the year? I don't really fear any of them. Maybe the Ravens. But the Browns, they're not playing well. Deshaun Watson isn't scary. And when this team is chanting for Jameis Winston to play in a game based on his reputation as a quarterback, I mean, what are we doing? The Bengals may be a team to fear, but also they don't have a win yet. They're not playing well. Of the three, I fear the Ravens the most. The other two don't really seem so scary. And I think that's going to factor into how they perform in the second half because that's a lot of what the scariness was. That was the consensus among fans was, when this second half of the year comes around, they're going to play most of their division games in the second half of the year. And, at least I thought the Ravens and the Bengals would be closer, if not better than them. Myself. None of the other three teams seem that scary to me right now. And I think that's a reason to celebrate this morning, just watching how there are players on the Steelers that are progressively getting better. The offense looks like a unit finally for the first time in 4 years. The defense is playing as threatening as it ever has. The other three teams are down right now. This is all the more reason to be excited as the season continues to move forward. I'm going into week 4 already now. I mean, that's how fast the season hits you. And again, I'm not saying things can't turn, and I do want to jinx my hype because sometimes I know, whenever I get too excited, whenever most of us get too excited, sometimes bad things happen. I want the Steelers to continue to stay focused through, but I am not nervous as much as I think I was when the season started. And it's great to see that Justin Fields can lead this offense, and the entire team just feels so much better, so much more fluid than it had in years past. 412-928-9370. I got a caller on the line that wants to talk, so go ahead. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, young man. This is Anthony.
All right, go ahead.
In Oakland. Temper the excitement from you guys down there because you guys are the kiss of death, similar to what happened with the Pirates. You guys got enthusiastic and went overboard, and you see where they're at.
That's why I stay cautious, right? Yes.
Yes, please. Let me say something about the Pirates before this will be the last call of the year for that motley crew. You see, Cincinnati was not happy with their manager, who had a better winning record than the manager we have. They canned him. Seattle was not happy in the middle of the season with the direction they were going. They canned their manager, and now they're still in the playoff hunt to the very end of the week here. But the Pirates sit in this malaise and keep this guy around after he's done absolutely nothing. This team will never progress when you have this type of management at the helm because their expectations are not where the fans are. The fans expect us to compete to win. They expect us to make money, and that's just not good enough.
Yeah, I hear you, Anthony. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Always happy to hear your perspective. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and just outright argue with you. I just, I've kind of checked out and moved on personally myself, which is fair enough. They're 73 and 83. I understand your perspective, though, and we've talked about, plenty of times on this station, I think, as a team of all the shows, where we stand on Derek Shelton, some in support, some not so much in support. So I get your perspective. I do personally understand your perspective, and I'd entertain the conversation again. But I mean, I feel like we've talked about this so much that I don't want to talk about it anymore. I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, despite what we talk about. So I feel like I've said my piece. I know Crowley's definitely said his piece, Doran as well, on where we feel about the Pirates and Derek Shelton and whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. But again, just know that your point is well taken. I understand where you're coming from personally, from my perspective, not to speak for anybody else. From my perspective, I get it. I get where your feelings are, and I get where your perspective is coming from. So just know that. Pirates 73 and 83, entering the final home series of the season, playing the team that has clinched the National League Central, the Milwaukee Brewers. So the Pirates still with a clear opportunity to get over 76 wins. They just have to win 3. So they've got to win a series, essentially, of the 2 that they have remaining. It's possible. 3 against Milwaukee, 3 against New York Yankees. So, of the 6 they have remaining, if they win 4, they will finish with a better record than they did last season, and maybe we can feel just that much better about this season as we go into the next. 412-928-9370. Getting back to the Steelers, though, and what Anthony said, yes, I personally don't like to be a jinx. That's why I look at everything from all perspectives, and I try to make sure that I am aware of a time where I may jinx the team. Collapses have happened. The Steelers even had a collapse in 2020 when they started 11-0 and then finished the season losing 5 of 6. So I understand. I get it. This could all fall apart, and which is why I'm staying reserved. Saying I understand. I'm just excited, and I am as a fan, in no relation to the Steelers, I as a fan, I'm just a little more relaxed about the second half of the season now, based on how the other teams in the division are performing. I mean, the Bengals have lost a team. I mean, the Bengals should not be completely defeated at this point in the season. They just shouldn't, based on who they've played. And the Browns, again, when Cleveland fans are chanting to get Deshaun Watson out for Jameis Winston, that's just terrible. Like, that's not good. So that's just how I feel about it. I feel more relaxed as a fan. Not trying to jinx it. I feel more relaxed just based on how they've all performed. I think that the Steelers could at least split the season series with each of those teams now. And that's all they'd have to do down the stretch of those division games is split the series. Go 1-1 against those other teams, other division teams. You do that, you're still plenty in it. You're still ahead. And you just can't go on too big of a losing streak. But, I mean, the Steelers' great position. And that's why I'm excited this morning. Just after the Week 3 games have finished up, after 3 weeks of the NFL season, Steelers 3-0, Ravens 1-2, Browns 1-2, Bengals 0-3. An interesting turn of events to start this 2024-25 NFL season. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Feel free to express your opinion this morning at any time. 412-928-9370. I'm taking calls all the way to the end. So, yeah, let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well. At Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. If you want to type out any message or comment or question or whatever. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. Be right back right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
Hi, I'm Mike Yam with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 3 wrapped up with a Monday night doubleheader. In the early window, Josh Allen tossed 4 first-half touchdowns, and the Bills remain undefeated after they blew past the Jags 47-10. In the second game, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, they upset the Bengals in Cincinnati 38-33, sending the Bengals to an 0-3 record for the first time in Joe Burrow's career. In Los Angeles, Chargers rookie right tackle Joe Alt suffered an MCL sprain on Sunday and is expected to miss some time, while Pro Bowl left tackle Rashawn Slater also likely to be out against the Chiefs because of a strained pectoral muscle. Over in the NFC, Sam Laporta is day-to-day after suffering an ankle injury in Sunday's win over the Cardinals. In Minnesota, Tom Pelissero is reporting that Sam Darnold is not expected to miss any time after an MRI revealed a knee bruise. No structural damage for the quarterback. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways, as well as Route 28 outbound Parkway West. Seeing a little bit of heavy traffic from I-79 out toward 2230. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway North, showing us that the HOV lanes are open. They'll remain open until 10 o'clock, and you can use them with 2 or more in your vehicle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Minio's Pizza House, 2684 Wildwood Road, Allison Park. Enjoy $4.50 Blue Moon drafts every Thursday all day. Don't miss Minio's Happy Hour. Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30. Saturday and Sunday, 3 to 5. $2 off all beer.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
William Shatner is back from space and live on stage Friday, September 27th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
William Shatner here, and I want you to join me as I share behind-the-scenes stories of the filming of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And I'll answer your questions. All this live on stage.
Don't miss William Shatner live following a screening of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan on Friday, September 27th. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, fighting through my voice, which is still lost. And so you may hear some cracks or some embarrassing moments from me as I continue to try to talk through this. Whatever's going on with my voice this week. But hopefully, I don't know. It's probably not going to get better. I have my friend's wedding this weekend. My friend Joe is getting married. I've known him forever, and I'm excited. We're going out to Gettysburg for a wedding. So I better heal because I'm not going to be doing any more resting this weekend going to a wedding. So we'll see how I do. I don't know. I am taking Friday off, so you won't hear me on Friday. It's like my first off day since last August. It wasn't a holiday. So here we go. We'll see. We'll see what happens this weekend. Hopefully I do get my voice back by next week at the latest. Okay, here we go. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. 412-928-9370. Steelers undefeated. The rest of the AFC North underwhelming. And really what I notice happening too a lot is, I'm gonna mention this as long as the Steelers are doing well because I love that this is the case. I love that they're winning. But man, there's less interaction with fans whenever the team's winning. Now Anthony and Oakland called in and exposed us all for being jinxes, I guess, which is kind of fair. I try to walk that avenue lightly because I don't want to be the jinx. I don't want to be the one to say that the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl. And that's not a hot take, to say that I have certain expectations of them. Realistic expectations, but if you've listened to this show long enough, you know that this is where I just kind of ease everyone into the sports talk day, so I'm not going to give you hot takes. I don't want to jinx the Steelers and say, okay, they're the greatest team ever, they're going to win the Super Bowl now, and whatever, because they're undefeated and because the division is less than what we expected. But I'm excited and looking forward to this, and I just noticed, hey, whenever they're doing well, there's not too much interaction going on. Everybody's just like, all right, they're doing well. Like, where are the people that are skeptical, that were skeptical before the season? Oh, this quarterback situation's blah, and this, Cam Hayward, they shouldn't sign him to that big of a deal. Cam Hayward's been great, by the way, too. I mean, where are those people that called him before and were all skeptical? What are you saying now? Now, again, that may be a jinx in itself, and it may come to bite me in the rear end, that they're going to perform poorly now because I have faith in this team, right? And so, who knows? Or maybe my arrogance coming out now because, I want you guys to call in and talk about how good this team is. Maybe that's going to eventually make them play poorly. And then you'll call in and say, hey, Callis, we told you so. We've been listening the whole time, even though we haven't talked to you. But, I mean, that's just, to me, I'm amused about that in sports. It's, the heavy interaction comes when people want to complain. The Steelers, maybe it took them a while to fix the issues that they had before, but they did indeed fire Canada midseason last year. They did indeed pluck off problems within the organization, within the team that, were clearly becoming problems. Players, one coach in particular, right? We get that. So they're doing the things that we've wanted them to do, and maybe you've had skepticism in the offseason about who they've acquired, but guess what? They've bargained themselves into a sustainable quarterback. They've bargained themselves into having a solid backup quarterback, and whoever it was going to be, right? It was supposed to be Fields, but circumstances have dictated now that Fields gets to start. They've made the receiving core work, despite how thin it's been. And despite some injuries, most of the young guys have come in, the draft picks, they've come in and they've played rather well. I think Broderick Jones had a nice bounce back in that game on Sunday. So, assessing all good things. With some little critiques here and there. The team's not perfect, but through 3 weeks, I don't know how you can't be super excited, especially with how the rest of the league is doing. Or not the rest of the league, I'm sorry. The rest of the division, right? The rest of the division, the way it's playing, I don't know how you can't be more excited about this team moving forward. They're in great position, and those three below the Steelers right now, the Ravens, Browns, and Bengals, they don't look so intimidating as they did before the season started. All right, that's it. That's all I got for you this morning. Let me give you a fan weather real quick, though. One more thing to give you here. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado, 1,500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 75, low of 64, a 65% chance of rain. And then tomorrow, high of 76, low of 65, a 45% chance of rain. The Fan Morning Show pre-show, that's coming up next with Crowley and Doran right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick Swartzen.
Yeah, if you want a relaxing experience, get a massage at the airport. What a treat. The guy's like, all right, just breathe.
Flight 403 to JFK! Leaving now, let's go!
Just breathe.
Gate 24, missing child!
You're in the rainforest.
Live on tour, Nick Swartzen, Toilet Head, November 24th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at librarymusichall.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller. Thanksgiving will be here before you know it, and I know from experience that it can be extra frustrating around the holidays if you aren't looking and feeling your best, if you're lethargic, your joints hurt, and you don't like what's looking back at you in the mirror. I've got a suggestion for this year, though. When you're counting those blessings, add a thankful 30 to the list. You could lose 30 pounds by Thanksgiving with Awaken 180. If you have the same results I did, you could lose even more, like 40 pounds. I lost my first 30 in 5 weeks, and then I lost 5 more in my final week just for good measure. Imagine it. While everyone else is arguing about football around the dinner table, you're going to feel lighter, more energetic, and just all around better. With Awaken 180, it's all laid out for you, and it doesn't involve a lifetime of medications. That's why I chose Awaken 180. Head to awaken180weightloss.com and reserve your consultation today. It's fast, proven, and as you know, the weight will stay off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters bring their modern rockabilly sound to Jurgles live on October 8th. Don't miss the acclaimed actor and his band that blend country, rock, and blues into a night of music you won't want to miss. Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters, October 8th, live at Jurgles. Advance tickets on sale now at jurgles.com. That's jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday Morning Rush off and running. This report brought to you by Indeed. Mostly steady traffic around the area. However, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us a little bit of heavier traffic on the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood-Twistvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Work in Monroeville. Watch for single lane each direction restrictions on Business Route 22 between Holiday Center and the Coles entrance roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Doran, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. How we doing, gents?
I'm doing great.
Great?
I feel like this week is already moving. I feel like yesterday's show went really fast. We're already into Tuesday. Got a nice packed show today, and watched some games last night, could break those down. So we got some stuff going on as the week is moving. The bye week for me with Pitt.
Don't you love that?
I love that. And I get to watch my oldest son, play in a football game because I haven't got to watch him at all this year. So I get to go to his game on Saturday. I'm excited.
You got to catch up with Craig, man. So Craig's son, Benny. He was telling me after the show yesterday they had their first tournament with the wooden bats.
Right.
And Benny's not the biggest kid. And was having some trouble with the wooden bat. He's a good contact hitter, but struck out the first game. Next game was okay. Hit a double and a triple with the wooden bat because he was getting in the cage between games.
Fantastic.
Craig was so proud. I can't wait for you to get to watch your son.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, it's his first year, and he's athletic, but he needs to toughen up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because he doesn't want to hurt guys, right? Isn't that what he said?
That was my middle one, but my middle one's actually like a dog out there. I mean, he's one of the smallest, but he's a dog. Like, he said he doesn't want to hurt kids whenever he was wrestling, but in football, he wants to take everybody out. It was like his whole mentality changed. Oh, absolute dog.
Yeah, I never had that.
They call him Debo. Like, they don't even call him Jet. They call him Debo Dickerson.
Debo Dickerson.
Every coach, every single parent, every player, Debo Dickerson.
They play both ways, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he like offense or defense?
Defense. Jet doesn't even want to play offense, though. Like, they can play both ways, but he's like, nah, I'm a corner or I'm a safety. Like, I want to hit people.
Oh, safety'd be fun.
Yeah.
Come downhill.
Yeah. Me, I'm offense. I didn't like defense.
No. Not even for a little bit?
No.
No?
No. I thought I did when I got moved there in college, but
That's because you have a good mindset.
Right.
I'm going to do what I can for the team.
Right.
You're going to get transfer.
But I knew I wasn't a linebacker.
Yeah.
No. I'm offense. I want to score.
Yeah.
I want to get the ball, man.
Yeah. You're not TFL Dickerson. No, you're scoring Doran.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Cows, how you doing?
It's been a little rough, and my voice is still not back.
Yeah, my voice is going a little bit this morning, too. I don't know that it's going to get better the entire season.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
We were talking about Travis Kelce right before we got on air, and I was basically like, man, like, you're going to be a Hall of Famer. You made all this money. You have multiple Super Bowls. You just signed a deal with your podcast. Getting $100 million to talk with your brother. You're dating one of the most powerful, well-known human beings in the world. You're probably going to marry that person. They are worth billions of dollars. Like, what is the point, one, of even playing? Like, I would have retired after the Super Bowl last year with my brother and just did what I'm doing now. And he looks disheveled. Like, he looks like, he doesn't really want to be involved. I mean, you could just tell on his face. But my question to you is, like, would you be a stay-at-home dad? Like, if your significant other was making that much money, like, could you just be like, hey, like, I'm just going to be a stay-at-home dad? Like,
Man, it's a good question.
Or would you want to still do your own thing? Yeah. I mean, because, you're not going to be able to call any shots at that point.
I like working.
Yeah.
Because it's this.
Yeah.
If I were
I mean,
digging
Kelsey's going to
ditches,
do a podcast.
Yeah, if he's doing a podcast, I could do something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, family time, I would get off social media. Yeah, I mean, I probably would. Probably would. Those 3 weeks for paternity leave when Fiona was born, it's the clearest my head has been in so long.
Really?
I just stopped. I got off of social media. I just hung out with the family, read some books. What?
Yeah.
And it was different. You feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Not that, again, love this job, thankful for this job, love what we do every day. Yeah, I think I would stay home.
Yeah.
If my wife was a pop star making bajillions of dollars.
Just travel. Dollars.
You would do it. You would stay home.
Yeah.
I was just guessing. I didn't know.
No, yeah, I would. I would just travel, go to concerts, hang out backstage.
Have a cocktail or two.
Have about 17, and I would just live and just watch and just be in awe all the time. I think it'd be pretty cool.
It would be cool. There's so much more to life than the grind.
Yes.
But you got to grind. You got to make that money. You got to provide for the family. But if that's all taken care of, you don't need to grind.
Hey.
I mean, I was even thinking the other day, because of our weird hours and our schedules, if we didn't have kids, I would have no excuse but to be yoked.
Yeah.
Or to try.
Right.
Meal prep and exercise and really take care of myself. Because I can't believe, how did I fill my time?
That's exactly
right.
I was like, I would have too much time. I would have too much time.
Yeah.
I'd probably go nuts.
So there is that quotient too. You love the kids, and you want to be with the kids as much as possible. You only got one life, but at the same time, you can't be 100% of the time.
No.
You got to, because they need their space, you need your space. My voice is going.
You guys going to be all right? No.
It's all you today.
Is it? All
the
right.
Score and Doran show.
All right. Well.
Texter, until Taylor gets tired of him and divorce in 2 to 3 years.
Well, doesn't he get some money out of that?
I mean, I'm sure that there'd be prenuptial, but even still, how much money has he made in his career?
I mean, he's made a lot. A lot. He just signed a $100 million deal with a podcast.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's crazy. Some of these guys, like Brady, because of the discounts that he took over the years, he's got to be making more money doing TV.
For sure. And
the endorsement stuff he's done, the endorsement stuff he's doing now.
Do you think that Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce would have signed that deal if Travis never dated Taylor? I feel like there's the stardom that he is at now is not all because of her. Like, he's going to go down as one of the best tight ends ever. But I don't know if you're signing a $100 million podcast deal. It's like you're bringing in such a different demographic to listen to your stuff because of Taylor.
I think that's spot on. I'm sure that they would have done a podcast, and I'm sure it would have done well, but it would have taken time to build.
Yeah.
And they started on third base. Yeah, that's not gonna hurt. I'm with you. They're not signing a $100 million deal.
No.
They're both of their popularity skyrocketed because of her.
Yes.
And they're both good talkers. Like, Jason was on the pregame show last night. I think he does a really good job.
Me too.
He takes himself just serious enough. And I saw someone tweet this out. I want to give them credit. I forget who it was. Like, when you get an offensive lineman in there as an analyst, as like a panelist, it just adds something. Like, a lot of these guys, former coaches, which the former coaches do a good job. Like, Belichick's breaking it down good.
Yeah, break it
down good. A lot of the quarterbacks do a good job, but it's going to be quarterback centric. When you get a big hog in there, just a different kind of analysis.
My best teammates ever have always been offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Like, I've always hung out with offensive linemen ever since high school, college, pro. I was always hanging out with the offensive line.
Well, the tight end allows you to do that, right? Because you kind of hang out with receivers.
I just thought that they were the best guys. Like, they're funny. They like to eat. Like, they like to joke around. They're big bears, and they're just a good time. Like, they're the best time as athletes.
That's who Ben hung out with.
Love offensive linemen.
Pouncey was on his podcast yesterday. Hasn't been watching the team, I don't think.
What has he been doing?
He said he met with Zach Frazier, and he's a big believer in Zach Frazier. But he was talking about how, well, Dan Moore got inserted into the starting lineup after the Troy Faltano injury. And, like, and Ben was like, well, no, he's been the left out. Oh, yeah.
He's just like, screw football.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Which I get, and he looks like a different person.
Yeah, he's skinnier than me, probably. He probably weighs less than I do.
He might.
He looks skinny.
He looks skinny.
And doesn't his brother look skinny too? Like they both are like, hey, we're twins. We're just going to lose the same weight. Like they probably were walking around at 305 and now they're both like 241.
Yeah, they look. I mean, he looks good.
Yeah.
But he definitely lost the weight. I'll tell you who really got thin was Alan Faneca.
He's real thin.
And Casey Hampton, he's a big guy, but he looks svelte.
Yep.
All those big dudes. And then you see it kind of go the opposite way. Not you, but a lot of the skilled guys, they'll gain some weight.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're probably just doing cardio so much, running routes. Yep. And, by the way, Travis Kelce's net worth $90 million. So,
wonder what it was 3 years ago.
Good question. What's Taylor Swift's net worth?
That's got to be like $3 billion.
1.3 billion.
1.3.
That's pretty good. That's pretty going up. That ain't gonna stay at 1.3. It's just going up.
Jeez, oh man.
So, yeah, you'd like to not get divorced in 2 to 3 years if they get married. Travis will be fine with the $90 million, and then now on top of that, the $100 million podcast deal. But, yeah, it'd be nice to have Taylor's money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Right?
If I'm Taylor Swift, I stop. I mean, you love it, and you express yourself, and you have a voice.
I would probably just cut it in half.
Yes.
I would be very selective, and, like, whenever I do, like, put on a concert, it'd be like that. It'd be so big because I wouldn't show my face that much that, like, it's like, oh, like every 6 months, it's like, oh, Taylor's coming here and that's it. Like, you would make the money that you would make probably if you just toured all the time.
Well, football's hard. Football's hard. That's hard, too, is every night. I'm going from this European town to that European town to this American town to that American town. Let's swing up to Canada every night or every other night. Now you got to do this and you got to travel and, hey, listen, private planes and all that. I mean, it's not like regular people travel, but still, that's a grind.
Oh, my gosh.
I really don't understand it how, like, the Rolling Stones will be like, oh, we're doing another one.
Right.
When everyone's in their 70s, 80s, like, that can't be.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
We think that this is a lot sometimes. I get drained after the week of doing this.
I know.
Could imagine traveling.
Think about McAfee.
Yeah.
Doing his show every day and not sober sometimes, like in Ireland, and then you got to do college game day. And he'll do a show Friday on one college game. WWE. That's tough.
That's a lot.
The voice.
Can't afford it. Like you have a lot. You have to have a lot of trust in everybody too, like in people, like low key. Like you don't like those people don't trust that many people, but you have to trust like your pilot. You have to trust your driver. You have to trust. Your chef. You have to trust all these people to make sure that you are at the tip-top form and you get to places all the time. Like, think about how many times she has to get into a bus, how many times she has to get into a plane. Like, and you have to just trust people to, like, do the right thing by you.
You can't even think.
No.
Like, you wouldn't even want to think, right? Like, just, all right, what's next? Like, you don't even want to know. I don't even want to know where I'm going.
Right.
Just get me. I'm going to get on. I'm off stage, into the bus. We're going. I remember we went to an Ed Sheeran concert at PNC Park. And he got done with the concert, jogs around the warning track, off the field, through where the players leave on the right field side by the Clemente Bridge, gets in a car, drives away.
Done.
Police escort, hit security, walk him off, like, done. Encore, done, see ya.
See ya. On to Cincinnati or somewhere.
Right. We're on to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
I mean, because you got to sleep.
Yep.
And then I watch, not that we're dealing with, but Kenny Chesney, he'll be up on stage, he'll rip his shirt off. He's all like shredded. I'm like, when do you have time to work out? Like, how do you're in shape. If I was torn, the shape would be pear.
Yes.
That's what shape I would be in. I mean, they
also have the best of like their trainers with them, their chef is with them. Like, they're probably working out on the private plane.
That's true. I should get my squats in.
Yeah.
I think T Swift's been doing the squats.
Her backside.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Different.
Mm-hmm. She used to look like one of the Bugs Life characters, and now not so much. And I think there's been some squats that have happened there. Mm-hmm.
Do you think she's nice, like in person, for real?
I do.
Me too.
I do believe that.
I feel like she's like down to earth.
Yeah, I hope so.
I feel like she wants to be one of the people, one of the guys, one of the women.
Yes.
Whenever it's time.
Yes.
Then she can turn it on.
Yeah. Like I do get that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I don't know. There's some celebrities that I just want to be nice.
Yeah.
I just want them to be nice.
And they're not. A lot.
Probably not. That's tough, man. Like, I mean, it's all relative, but the attention, like, she can't go anywhere.
Nope.
I mean, anywhere. A lot of people can't. Like, I'm sure Joe Burrow has a tough time getting around.
Like, think about if you just wanted like a Big Mac, and you were like, all right, I got to go to McDonald's. You can't do that.
No. You can't walk down the street and get a Big Mac.
No.
Like Matt Rule, the Nebraska coach, for those uninitiated, he was on SportsCenter Friday night before they lost to Illinois, and he said his routine, he loves Lincoln, Nebraska. He'll wake up game day and go walk down the street and get himself a Starbucks. People will be like, Coach, what are you doing out? Like, that's different. Taylor Swift can't do that.
Can't do that.
She can't. She can't be in Pittsburgh for a weekend and run down and get a Permani sandwich. Nope. Like, she's getting mobbed. Like, there's just no chance that could happen.
Oh, man. What a life.
What a life. Callis, what is this? You put this in the folder. Here, pot the thing up. Sorry. We got that coming up next. First, though, it's... Excuse me. First, though, cigarettes, wedding. Okay. I just saw basically Crowley flub here, and I wonder where that came from. Voice is going to be tough today. Not as tough these next 4 hours as it was for Bengals fans last night and for Jags fans, few of them that there are. Jags season done. Is the Bengals season done? Are they cooked? Kaput? Finished? Finito? I'm out. Is their season down the tubes before it really even started? What do you say we start there?
I like it.
And how the Steelers fit into that whole deal. I'm going to have to drink warm liquids all show.
Warm water or like warm?
I'm going to warm up some.
You drink tea?
No, I hate tea.
What?
Yeah.
You like iced tea?
Brown, nasty. What? I do like iced tea. I do not like warm, unsweetened tea. Get the frig out of here.
Yeah, that's not great.
I like honey.
Yeah.
Tea, I don't. No. But like Turner's? Yeah. Dig some Turners. Oh!
Can I share a quick story?
Please.
So I
don't. Just kidding.
Why are you wasting time?
No, there was room for comedy. Go ahead.
So I was trying to practice talking yesterday because I knew my voice was going rough, and I was talking in the shower. And talking in the shower is way different than talking when you're fresh. Just giving like cold speech at 5 a.m. So yeah, early morning show was rough.
That's the story you needed to tell?
Mm-hmm.
You had to get that one out.
You really had to.
I really wanted to get us to 6 o'clock because it makes my job easier just from a, behind-the-scenes standpoint.
Oh, well, guess what? You've done just that. You filibustered.
Good job.
You knelt down on the ball at the 1-yard line, a la the Steelers on Sunday afternoon.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating them. They're eating the dogs.
All right.
Bang.
Yeah, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
They're down in 7. This one is launched from McLaurin. He's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Terry McLaurin.
Wish that guy was a Pittsburgh Steeler. Jaden Daniels happy he's not. As the Washington Commanders, a 7-point dog, walk up in that trap, walk up into the jungle and say, hey, Bengals, you're 0-3. Eat that. To quote Pat Bostic, Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Bengals are 0-3. My division champion pick, the Bengals, winless through 3 weeks. First time under Joe Burrow that they're 0-3. They have been 0-2 3 consecutive seasons because they just don't like to play their guys in the preseason. And I do think you wind up playing with fire, and their defense is abhorrent. And the last 103 teams to start 0-3, only 2 of them have made the playoffs. So it's possible. Of course it's possible. Mathematically, very unlikely. And so an easy question, I think, to start the show, how are we feeling about the Steelers' division championship situation? The Steelers' division championship odds here, Dorn. We think they got a good shot?
I think we talked about hit on a little bit yesterday, just looking at the Steelers situation and not really what the Steelers are absolutely doing, but what's going on around them in the AFC, and not even just the division, not just the North, but the AFC, to make me feel and to make us feel pretty good about their situation. You got the Ravens, and they lost to the Raiders at home. They go down to Dallas. They beat Dallas, but that game ended up being somewhat close at the end because the Ravens almost gave it away. You got the Brown situation that we talked about for a segment yesterday, and Deshaun Watson, that whole thing that's going on there. They're probably going to, at some point, go to Jameis Winston. You kind of have to if you want to salvage your season. And then you saw what happened last night with the Bengals, and the Steelers sitting there at 3-0. A lot of people, not a lot of people, I would say a portion of people still not excited about the Steelers, still don't think that they're a good football team, but they're doing the thing that you have to do, and that is win. And you just read off the stat. I mean, being 0-3, the chances of you making the playoffs are very slim. If you are the Bengals, if you're the Ravens, and if you're the Browns, you're looking up at the Steelers right now. I mean, it is what it is. They've taken care of business when they needed to.
That right there is why, even if you're not a believer in the Steelers all of a sudden being a true contender to win a playoff game or a threat in the AFC, they have taken care of business. You go on the road, you beat a rookie quarterback. This week, we heard a little bit of this yesterday, and I heard some of the PM teams, some of the calls they were getting. Maybe the 4 best players on the Chargers wound up dinged up at some point in the game. Okay. So you bullied them in the fourth quarter. Bullied them.
Football.
Yeah, that's a reality. Part of it is you're playing, I think, the most physical team in the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so if you come in and you're not feeling close to 100%, you're walking out, you're feeling a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
So the Steelers deserve some credit for knocking those guys around. Broderick Jones to Joey Bosa at the beginning of the game. And we saw Landon Roberts say, hey, Justin Herbert, you're starting this thing. You ain't finishing this thing. That should be a point of pride. Not that you're trying to hurt guys. Not that you're trying to end careers or anything like that. But if you knock a starting quarterback out of the game on a clean play, oh, come on, baby. You put that pelt on the wall.
Yep.
The Steelers took advantage of a beleaguered and battered team on Sunday. They kind of did the same thing to a not 100% yet Kirk Cousins in week 1. They've taken care of business. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Baltimore, they lose at home to Las Vegas. Cannot happen. Did. Cincinnati Bengals, they lose to Washington and New England at home. So the Steelers get 2 road wins early. The Bengals lose 2 in games that they're favored at Paul Brown Stadium. And then the Browns are just a disaster. The Cowboys have looked like poo-poo the last 2 weeks. They throttled Cleveland again at home, and then Cleveland again at home loses to the New York Football Giants. Say what you will about the Steelers, prognosticators. Oh, they're not going to. They've taken care of business. The division teams have all lost games that they were favored to win, and in some cases, with the Browns and the Bengals, too. So today's the day I think Steelers fans should wake up. You should have a little spring in your step.
A little bit, right?
Yes.
You should. And then even watching the other game, watching the Jaguars game, another AFC team where, in the beginning of the season, it's like, okay, can Trevor Lawrence do this? Can Trevor Lawrence make them a contender? And they're 0-3. They're probably going to end up firing their coaching staff at some point. You're not going to fire Trevor Lawrence. You just paid him a bunch of money. Buffalo looks good.
Yep.
I think it's a little bit of both there. I don't think it's the Jaguars being so bad that it made Buffalo look good. I think Buffalo is pretty good.
Yeah.
And, they kind of, figured out their situation as everybody kind of called them out in the beginning of the season, or in the beginning of the offseason, saying, what are you guys doing? You guys are losing everybody. You're not even going to draft a receiver till later. You skipped over Worthy. You gave him to Kansas City. You lost Stephon Diggs. And then, they look like they're the Buffalo Bills that we've seen in the past couple of years. If you're a Steelers fan, how could you not feel good right now? How could you not?
I don't want to do the thing because I get yelled at. Oh, the Pirates are going to make the playoffs. Last season, I changed my Steelers prediction in season 8 times. So I'm not going to sit here today and decree that the Steelers are going to win the AFC North. But they've got a really darn good chance to do that. They have a really good chance. So the Bengals 0-3, we just gave the stat. 2 out of the last 103 teams to start 0-3 made the playoffs. So mathematically, but they're probably not winning the division. The Browns stink. Throw them out. Their offensive line stinks. The defense hasn't been anywhere near as good as expectation level. Myles Garrett is day to day. And a weird quote from Stefanski yesterday saying, we feel like Myles is going to give it his all. Shouldn't that be a given? We feel like Myles Garrett's going to give it his all. He's day to day. Okay.
That sounds like a Herbert situation.
It does sound weird. So, they're done. That team stinks. So then you start thinking about the Ravens and the Steelers and what could be a 2-horse race in the AFC North. And the Steelers, you're already up 2 games on Baltimore. And I said this many times over on this show. People talk about Lamar Jackson around here like the guy stinks. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a 2-time MVP. He beats everybody else a lot. 73% of his games, he wins. Against the Steelers, though, not so much. And because the Steelers have a lead right now in the division, if you can keep expanding that, they've beat the Ravens 7 out of 8 times. So if you've got this lead and you're going to split with them, Ravens aren't sweeping you. It's not going to happen.
No.
You've got a really good chance to win the division. And one more stat here. 75.5% of all teams that start 3-0 make the playoffs. So mathematically, the Steelers have a really good shot to make it. They've owned Baltimore. The Bengals have a mathematically very minuscule chance of making the playoffs, and the Browns stink. Yeah, man, I think the Steelers, I'm not saying they're winning the division. I think they got a really good chance.
Whenever you are losing games, you're clearly not playing even, competent football because you're losing football games. Whenever you're winning games, you usually are like, okay, this team is humming. The thing about the Steelers is whenever you look around outside and you have the teams that are around you that are losing, they're clearly not at a point where they can grab some momentum to try to start winning football games. They're not playing good football. The Steelers haven't even come close to playing their best football, and they're winning games. That's exactly where you want to be, especially in the early portion of the season.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do that. It's very hard to get wins on the road while you're not playing your best football. It's hard to play your best football in the beginning of the season because you're trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
So if you look at the situation like this, and you got a team that is, 3-0 right now, and then you're on the road again for the third time in 4 weeks, and you're going to play an Indianapolis Colts team that has a young quarterback, you haven't even scratched the surface yet of playing your best football, and you're winning football games. If you can go on the road again and win in Indianapolis while still developing and getting a little bit better, it's not going to be astronomical, as we said last week about the game against the Chargers. But if you can get a little bit better and you win that game, it's going to be hard for people to keep up. It's just people they're going to close the gap, but it's going to be hard to keep up because of the head start that you already have.
And don't look now. Ravens next game, Bills.
Yeah.
Buffalo looking pretty good. The Ravens defense suspect, particularly late in games. They haven't been able to close teams out. They figured it out with Derrick Henry last week, but if they lose that game to Buffalo, they're a slight favorite at home. I don't think that shocks anybody. The Bengals are on the road at Carolina, but all of a sudden that doesn't feel like a gimme, even though Carolina's not a good team. They just put up 36 points with Andy Dalton. You don't think Andy Dalton wants to shove it to Cincinnati?
Of course.
And you look at the Browns, and they're going to take on Vegas on the road. They're a slight underdog in the game. You beat Indianapolis at 4-0. I know the back half of the schedule, tough, but, man.
You really set yourself up in a good spot.
You do. You're a snowball rolling downhill. and not to look too far ahead, but then you got Dallas at home. Mike Tomlin at home against NFC opponents, really good. Mike Tomlin at home in primetime, very good. And then you're on the road at Vegas, and they're pesky. I get it. They can beat pretty much anybody. They can lose to pretty much anybody, but you are favored against Indy. They should be favored against Dallas. They should be favored against Las Vegas. And then you got 2 more primetime games at home. I'm just like, hey, you start 7-2 or something like that, you probably are winning the division.
Yeah.
So Steelers fans, you should feel as good today about your football team as you have really in a very long time. In a very long time. Because here's the other thing, and we'll get into Justin Fields more, full form later on in the show. They couldn't run the ball in that first half. Justin Fields kept them where they wanted to be in that football game. When's the last time a quarterback we could say, hey, he was a principal reason why we won the game? Not just he didn't lose us the game, but the quarterback was one of the pieces that helped you win the football game.
30 years.
Been a long time. Been a long time. 412-928-9370. Is this a 2-team race in the AFC North? Do you give the Steelers a legit chance, a legit shot to win the division? That's also the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Are you sipping on that sauce right now? Are you buying into the Steelers as potential AFC North Division champions? We'd love you to call in, 412-928-9370. Also, some injury news from the Steelers we found out yesterday. We'll run that by you when we come back. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Washington Commanders yesterday on Monday Night Football. So to end Week 3, the Steelers 3-0, the Ravens and Browns 1-2, and the Bengals 0-3. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus 2 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Cloudy with showers today, the high 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. That kid has poise, said veteran Washington wideout Terry McLaurin about rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels, adding, I think he grew up tonight. The former Heisman Trophy winner from LSU completed a rookie record 91.3% of his passes, 21 of 23, for 254 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also ran for a touchdown as the Commanders stunned the Bengals 38-33. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More vehicles joining the parade. This report brought to you by Train. The Parkway East heavy at Edgewood, Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam eyeing up the Parkway West, getting a little heavier now approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28 is up to speed. So is the Parkway North main line with the HOV lanes now open. Route 65 with traffic light delays to McKees Rocks Bridge. Route 51, same story, heading in from Route 88 to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, one more time with this.
They're down at 7. This one is launched from McLaurin. He's got it. Touchdown! Touchdown, Terry McLaurin.
Full disclosure, didn't watch the entire game, fell asleep. But it looks like Joe Burrow did his part. And that Bengals defense just...
Yeah.
Can't stop him.
Nope. I mean, Jamar Chase had over 100 yards receiving. You know, it's not like that connection wasn't on par. You're right, their defense just bleeding.
It was bad last year.
Yep.
Looks bad again. And the Bengals are 0-3, and that was the team I picked to win the division because they had the easiest schedule by a country mile in the AFC North. Their strength of schedule was like 15th in the league, and the Browns, Steelers, and Ravens were all top 3, top 4. Doesn't matter if you lose a game or a 7-point favorite at home, and that's what they just did. Now, we're only 3 games in. Looks like Washington might be a pretty good football team. They lost at home to New England. Your schedule is only easy if you beat up on the teams you're supposed to beat up on, and they didn't. And you've kind of had it all off season saying, like, I don't know if I buy the Bengals. And, Dorn, you've also said Washington could be nice. Just keep an eye on Washington. I should just take notes. I'm going to sit over here. I got my dunce hat on, just sitting here, take notes in the corner. Moleskin little, what do you call that, diary?
I think the Bengals have reached their peak, through the Joe Burrow era. I just, last year, he's so injury prone. Like, every time he gets hit, too, even now, he's one of those players where I'm like, oh, is he going to get up? Like, is it? Okay. Like, you never know with Joe Burrow. And then
you do not.
I mean, if you want to just talk NFL, like the Commanders, it's kind of hard to not see them being okay with Jaden Daniels. You got the former Heisman Trophy winner at the quarterback spot, and you got all kinds of receivers. You got McLaurin, you got some guys, some role players as well. And then Dan Quinn, I always thought that was a really good coach.
You have said that.
I mean, he keeps things together. Like, he's a no-nonsense. He's a defensive-minded head coach, and I thought he did well in Atlanta, and I just thought that was a perfect fit. They needed cleaned up. Like, they needed that organization to get cleaned up. They have new ownership. They needed somebody like Dan Quinn to come in there and do that. So I think that they're going to be serious contender this year.
I think Cliff Kingsbury
as well. Yep.
He's a good OC.
Yes.
We saw Kyler Murray play good football under him, but they would always fade down the stretch because that guy's just not head coach material. He lost 6 games with Patrick Mahomes in college. Mm-hmm. Like, his offenses were always elite in college. His defenses were always abhorrent. Well, you don't got to worry about defense. You got Dan Quinn. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good team. And as you look ahead in the Steelers' schedule, Washington looks more warm to the task for a game like that than I had that one in the win column for the Steelers. But here's the other thing. Jaden Daniels ain't going to be going up against the Bengals defense in that game.
Nope.
And the Steelers defense looks as good as it's been in a long time. I heard Starkey yesterday say he thinks the Steelers defense is the best since 2010. I heard Pony say it's the best Steelers since 2008. I don't want to get sucked into that, but through 3 games, it's as good as it's been in a while.
Yeah, I think the depth makes them the question of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think because, like, if you look around. I mean, I know Highsmith is hurt, but, like, look at that position. Look at the depth there. Look at the depth of middle linebacker. You're going to get Cole Holcomb back at some point. Look at the depth in the back end, and you're going to get Cam Sutton back at some point. Like, the depth is insane. Like, if you rotate, like, you still have high-quality players. Like, and that's hard to keep up with if you're an offense, whenever you have fresh players that can rotate in and out and not have the production drop off.
Yes, and I heard a friend of mine who's a former scout, say yesterday, you think about 2017, and the Steelers geared up that entire offseason to beat the New England Patriots, and they wanted to play a lot of man coverage, and they were going to play a lot of nickel defense, a lot of dime defense. Okay, great. You feel like you match up well with the Patriots. They took them down to the wire in the Jesse James game. But then what happens? You play Jacksonville in the playoffs, and they get big, and they get nasty, and they run it right up your butt. Phrasing. If you want to play that game against the Steelers now, we just saw it. They're going to shut you down.
Mm-hmm.
Can't run the ball on the Steelers.
No.
If you want to play, we're going to throw the ball all over the yard, I think the Steelers got 2 good corners. They got a great safety tandem. You got elite edge rushers, 3 of them. You've got Cam Hayward, who looks like he's 26, not 36. Larry Ogunjobi's healthy. You want to play that game? You want to go for a track meet? Feel like the Steelers probably got a quarterback, but their personnel, and you touched on this yesterday, they can mix and match. Oh, okay, we want to play coverage? We'll just throw Peyton Wilson on the field.
Mm-hmm.
We can run around with you guys.
You got a good tight end. We got Peyton Wilson.
Yep. We got Minka Fitzpatrick. We got Deshaun Elliott. Deshaun Elliott can play any game you want. You want to put him in a box? He'll come down the box. You want to play center field? He'll play center field. They are multiple on defense in a way that they haven't been in a very long time in a changing league. And we've seen the Steelers' defense in the last few years. They beat up on some bad teams, and it does inflate their statistics. I think the Steelers' defense, Bengals ain't scoring 33 on them.
No.
I don't think that's happening. Dallas ain't walking in here, I don't think, and putting up 25 or more points. I just feel so much better about the defense. And there is an injury. We know that already. Alex Highsmith hurt. Mike Tomlin touched on it after the game. Well, Alex Highsmith said yesterday he got an MRI, and just listening to him, Doran, it sounds like he'll be out a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Which means your guy, Mr. Pin Your Ears Back Herbig, he's going to be playing.
Yep.
He's going to make it hard to take him off the field, I think.
Yes, he is.
Like you said yesterday, you would start Herbig. If he plays 2 or 3 games, he's going to put up numbers. He's going to look good. He's going to make impact plays. It's going to be hard to take him off the field.
I think he's also proven that he can be, that edge, the stop the run. It's a very hard thing to do. You got to be stout. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I think that if you do watch some of the games that he has been in, and there are running plays, like he has done a decent job, a good enough job. I mean, like honestly, it's not rocket science. Like either you can keep your outside arm free and not let anything get to the edge and kind of force things inside, or you can't. Like, I think that he can. Like, it's not like he's new to the position. He knows how to play the position.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big he is. He understands leverage. He understands how to use his body the right way. He can win matchups, whether it's the run game or the pass game. You're right, Kraut. Like, this guy going in here and getting this opportunity, he's going to make it very, very hard for the Steelers to have to give it back or have to give full – the full reins to Alex Highsmith whenever he does come back, because he's gonna light it up. Just this week, he's going to light it up.
I agree, and I think he's going to get a very good dose of Jonathan Taylor running right at him, so you're going to find out.
Yep.
But slant your line, things like that. If you even need to help him, you might not need to, because you're right. He just, again, you're you, I'm me, but he just has that tactician kind of look about him.
Right.
Like, you just watch, he just is a smart guy.
Yes. I mean, think about it. Like,
you don't got to be James Harrison is what I'm saying.
Like, would you, okay, so you have a 6'6", 330-pound tackle. Would you engage, or would you be like, oh, I'm smaller, I'm quicker, would I just do, make a quick move so they get off their feet, and then I could get to the outside? Like, don't engage. Like, maybe a little bit, but use your talent to stay outside in the run game so nothing gets outside of you and force things inside. That's what he's going to do. It's not going to look like a normal, hey, set the edge. Like, oh, man, I got to be stout. Like, no, don't do that.
Play your game.
Yeah. Like, get around him.
A what now?
Whoop, whoop.
A whoop, whoop, whoop.
Get around him.
I remember talking to Joey Porter back at my old place. I forget who the Steelers drafted. It was an outside backer. It might have been one of those tweener guys. And I asked him, I said, how do you feel about him coming in, setting the edge? And he laughed. He goes, you think we're drafting an outside linebacker who's not going to set the edge? We ain't drafting an outside linebacker who's not going to set the edge. He basically laughed in my face. Will the Steelers win the AFC North? That question's out there on the Twitter poll. Brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. We already got a few texts today, Doran, saying, oh, my God, you morning guys talking about winning the division already. Okay, we asked the question. 63% of Steelers fans voting this morning already say, yeah, they'll win the AFC North. So it's not just us who are optimistic. It's you out there, the general you seem to be optimistic, and you should, and it's about the Steelers, but it's also not about the Steelers. I'll explain that when we come back, because there's a good text I want to read. Also, Bill Belichick with some praise heaped on the Steelers yesterday. It's a great day to be a Steelers fan. Sometimes you just got to be happy. Be happy today. And your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened today. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Sports. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play in their final home series of the season this week, and it starts tonight. Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers playing. Game time 6:40. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have devices that track all kinds of things in our lives. Devices that tell us how many steps we take and monitor our health. Apps where we can track our nutrition, exercise, and sleep. And websites that rate restaurants, venues, shows, and movies. But did you know that you can also track and see your voting record? Your voting record is public. So when you skip an election and don't vote, your voter score goes down. And when you do vote, it goes up. Simple as that. Who you vote for is always private, but if you voted, it's public. So go to votehq.org to find out how to make sure that voter score doesn't drop this election. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. That's votehq.org for more info on how to cast your ballot this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease. Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Well, it's finally here. College. Imagine the water gushing from this hose is you spending money to get ready for it. Feels awful, right? Well, what if you could slow the spending by up to 80%? That would feel better. But welcome to Mac.bid, where you decide the price of your dorm and college apartment essentials. Your bidding can save up to 80% off retail. So, which flow of money is less stressful? This or this? College prep starts at Mac.bid and on the free app.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's a text at 412-928-9370. If Cincinnati and Baltimore were undefeated, would we feel as optimistic about the Steelers right now? Are they just the best house on a bad block right now? That's Nicole from Bethel. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think we'd feel as good.
No.
I mean, my opinion on the Steelers wouldn't change. Like, I think they've been impressive through 3 games. But if Baltimore and Cincinnati were sitting here at 3-0, I wouldn't be as optimistic about their division chances. Of course not.
No, but I would say that they still have a chance if they were 3-0 as well. Like, okay, they're doing it a different way. Like, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be any less.
You're going to play those teams 4 times.
Right.
You're going to control your fate there, if you will. But they're 0-3 and 1-2. Yeah, of course you feel better. And both have 2 AFC losses, which from a tiebreaker perspective, things are setting up good early. You can give us a ring in the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Adam Schefter yesterday brought up a topic that we discussed last week.
There are 3 quarterbacks in my mind that make sense. Now, I'm not telling you that they have or will reach out to any of these quarterbacks, but I think I'd call Denver and I'd say, what would you want for Zach Wilson? I would call Pittsburgh, and I would say, what would you want for Russell Wilson?
First rounder.
And I would call Cleveland and say, what do you want for Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Because they have to save their season here.
So that was Schefter talking about the Miami quarterback situation, a team that's got a lot of money tied up in some star players, so they don't want to just punt on their year, and you really don't know what's going to happen with Tua Tagovailoa. Doran, could I interest you in a very used Russell Wilson or a slightly used Zach Wilson or Dorian Thompson-Robinson? I mean, come on. Out of those 3, I think the choice is obvious.
Yes.
You're going after Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Should the Steelers consider doing that?
Unless it's absolutely what they want in return. They have the upper hand. You get what you feel like you need in that return, nothing less. Because, as you said multiple times, like, you're probably going to need Russ at some point.
Yeah.
So, you got to weigh your options. Like, hey, is Justin Fields going to put himself in harm's way? Is he going to get dinged up? He has in the past. That's his track record. But he also has done things in the past that he isn't doing this year, so he may be a different quarterback. But it's the NFL. Like, starting quarterbacks get hurt. They get dinged up at every point in the season. So does that outweigh maybe a first-round pick, a second-round pick, or a receiver? That's the question you have to ask. And that's where you should draw the line. Like, there's nothing below that. First, second, or a wide receiver in return, because we need a wide receiver. Jalen Waddle. That's what first thing I would say. Like, if they called, first thing I would say, I want Jalen Waddle. Because Jalen Waddle has maybe the same contract that Ayuk has, so you kind of have the money, right? I mean, you are preparing to pay Ayuk. I think he's like 3 years, $90 million, something like that. I want Jalen Waddle.
No. Okay, hang up the phone.
All right, hang up the phone.
We want a first-round pick? No. All right, hang up the phone. You want to lose? Go lose.
Go ahead.
Go lose.
It's good for us.
To your point about Justin Fields, yeah, he has missed time throughout his career. He hasn't missed extended time. He missed 2 games his first year. He missed 2 games his second year. He missed 4 games his third year. So, I mean, you're probably going to need a backup quarterback at some point. But you also said, change the stripes a little bit. He was scrambling 16% of the time through the first 2 games. His career average is 12. So actually scrambling more than any point in his career. Last game, lowest scramble percentage in his entire career for a game. So he stood in there, and he takes some shots, but he wasn't running around. So we'll see. Bill Belichick gave his thoughts on the Steelers quarterback situation.
Everybody's worried about the Pittsburgh quarterback situation. They might have the best one in the league. You have an experienced guy coming behind Fields if you need him. They're playing well as a team. But, again, a long way to go.
Again, give me exactly what I want, or I've got Russell Wilson who can come in with his white cape and save the day if and when Justin Fields is unable to go. The Steelers want to, bare minimum, it's been said a million times by people in the front office, they want to win a playoff game this year. Russell Wilson's going to help you do that, I think. So give me a first-round pick. Give me a second-round pick. Give me a wide receiver. And if not, screw it. And Russell Wilson, I think, is going to be a good soldier here, Dorn, because he's got an awful lot to lose. Unless he pounds the table and pulls a James Harrison, LeGarrette Blount, something like that, Melvin Ingram, and behind the scenes is saying, I need to get out of here, I'm probably just holding on to him. Because I know when the Steelers won the Super Bowl in 2005, Charlie Batch goes on the road and beats Brett Favre.
Yep.
You lose that game, you don't make the playoffs. In 2008, you need backup quarterbacks to help you get to the Super Bowl. Byron Leftwich against the Baltimore Ravens. More. You had Charlie Batch go down to Tampa and win a game down there. That might have been 2010. 2010, first 4 games, Ben was suspended. You go 3-1 with backup quarterbacks. When the Steelers have been a Super Bowl contender, backups have come in and helped win football games.
Yeah.
So it's really important. Backup quarterback is important. So unless he causes a stink or unless you get exactly what you want.
Do you think he will? You think at some point he gets frustrated?
He's got to be frustrated now.
I mean, lashes out frustrated.
No, he's too smart.
I think so. I think he knows he's at a point in his career where he has to walk the tightrope.
Yeah.
He has to. I don't think you'll hear a peep from him.
I don't think it would be any frustration publicly. I don't think you would see him emote or anything on the sideline. I think if anything, he'd walk into Omar Khan's office and be like, hey, look, man, I'm not trying to cause a scene, but if you do have something for me to go someplace else and play, I would love to do that. I could see him doing that, but I don't think he's going to be a bad soldier. He can't afford that.
No.
His reputation, fair or unfair, has been, okay, he's kind of a phony.
Right.
He doesn't want that to get advanced any further by pushing his way out of a place where they're in a good spot at 3-0. One of the few undefeated teams in the NFL. Like, you're not healthy yet, which also might put a thorn in the side of any trade discussions. No, I don't think he'll act out. I'd be pissed as hell though.
Well,
my calf goes out.
Yeah, because of doing a drill, but I still don't know if he's the one who elected to do the drill.
Right.
I have to find that out. Because if he did it, then you got to be mad at yourself.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know. So,
and we can see it that way too. We talked about that. Like, I could see him being like, "Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Look at my workout videos. I'll do it.
I'm working out with the guys.
Super eager. I want to show my worth to my new teammates. Like, I'm coming in training camp. I'm just one of you guys. I could absolutely see that too. Which, if that's the case, you got no reason to gripe.
Nope.
No reason to gripe. All right, coming up next, one of the real feel-good stories going in the NFL right now. This is really cool stuff. And the Steelers made an addition to their team yesterday. And wait until you hear this guy's resume. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cincinnati Bengals, they lost to the Washington Commanders last night on Monday Night Football. That puts the Bengals at 0-3 after 3 weeks in the NFL season. The Steelers 3-0 at the top of the division. The Baltimore Ravens and Cleveland Browns both 1-2. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by Indeed. Crews on the scene of an accident now off to the side. This is right around I-79 on the outbound side. Traffic is heavy, getting by, although no travel lanes currently affected. Just watch for those delays. Inbound, you are jammed at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg. In Baldwin Borough, watch for delays around an accident at the intersection of Glass Run and Cathal Roads. Crews are on the scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers Exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Now that Baird and Hathorn Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just a wonderful moment. Going to have to be a Bills fan to appreciate this. Many of the folks with 3 fingers in the air, and Damar Hamlin not letting go of that football. Can you imagine a first career interception feeling any sweeter than that?
Damar Hamlin had a pick yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What a moment. And the universe is goofy, man. I mean, Buffalo's playing on Monday Night Football. Cincinnati playing on Monday Night Football. Joe Buck was talking about it on that game, that they were sitting right there in the press box at Paul Brown Stadium, which is now Paycor Stadium. And just weird. Damar Hamlin takes a helmet to the chest when Tua got hurt, which is also weird. But, man, awesome stuff for Damar Hamlin there.
Absolutely. I mean, to really, to even have the thought to play again, we talked about this, I think, last week, it's something in itself, but then to, work your way back and to be a backup and then, for them to move on, Buffalo to move on from their safeties, Poyer, and have the trust in Damar Hamlin to be the starter. Then he becomes a starter, and then now, 3 games into the season, he has an interception. That's crazy stuff, man. That is unbelievable.
Good for him.
Unbelievable.
Really good for him.
Jeez.
And he has done a lot since what happened to him in terms of CPR awareness, training people on how to do CPR because it saved his life. So a really cool story there. Couldn't be happier for Damar Hamlin, who joined us for an interview, I don't know what, right before the season last year.
Mm-hmm.
And super impressed by the guy.
Yep.
Super impressed. Like, he wants to give back. He was always that kind of dude, wants to give back. So couldn't be happier for him. A 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And so then the Steelers, they sign a guy yesterday, Calvin Anderson. Have you done any reading on this dude?
No, I actually haven't.
Okay. So he's a tackle.
Yep.
They need tackles. And he has started 14 games in the NFL. He's played in about 40, 50 games in the NFL. So this is a guy with experience. Last season was on the non-football IL because he got malaria doing philanthropic work in Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
So you want to talk about someone who gives their time for the well-being of other people, winds up getting malaria, almost dies, has to miss a bunch of the season for that. Then was placed on IR. Again, everything coming full circle. He suffered a heart contusion in practice with the New England Patriots. So he goes on IR. So last season, probably not the favorite of his life. But Anderson can solve a Rubik's Cube behind his back or blindfolded. His rookie season was named a brand ambassador for Rubik's Cube. He is a mathematical economic analysis major, was at Rice University. And at one point, Anderson made a PowerPoint presentation for his parents to get them to invest in Nintendo prior to the revolutionary creation of Pokemon Go.
Smart guy.
And, well, again, you want more?
Yes.
I got more.
Yes.
During the 2022 offseason, Anderson enrolled in and completed a graduate course at Harvard Business School. Ever heard of it?
Wow.
Also in a long-term relationship with Dutch-Nigerian model who is also a lawyer and real estate mogul. So
this is a serious guy.
Very serious guy. Don't think he needs football, but excited to have him around. We haven't had a genius up in that locker room since Josh Dobbs.
Yes.
A rocket scientist.
Since Antonio Brown.
Ronald.
Expert Tizzleism.
That's one of the all-time. That's one. Oh man, I got to find a way to tell this story on the air. I got two Antonio Brown stories. One safe for air, one not. So the Steelers, a couple of years ago during the Killer Bees era, they had this on the scoreboard at Heinz Field, like a PSA for fire safety. So the Steelers would wear a fireman's helmet, and they would get up on the big screen, and they would say things about fire safety and how important volunteer fire departments are, which we know all about with the 5-alarm marathon we did this year. Well, all the Steelers have to come into the TV studio and read off a teleprompter. Took Antonio Brown like 40 takes. So AB's sitting there, and he'd go through the whole thing. And finally, at the end on the teleprompter, it said, italicized, with stars on either side of it, tap the helmet. So at the end, fire safety, you smack your helmet, right? Antonio finally does a clean read, goes all the way through, nails the thing, and instead of tapping his helmet, he goes, tap the helmet.
Tap the helmet.
Like Ron Burgundy, tap the helmet. The other one I can't tell you on the air. I'll have to tell you off the air.
All right.
Yeah, I'll tell you off the air. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn going to join us. There's something that kind of struck me as weird at Mike Tomlin's post-game press conference. I wonder if Jeff felt the same. We'll start right there. There's many things to talk to Jeff about when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado, 1,500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Scattered showers are working their way through our area right now, just ahead of a warm front. It's also going to set us up for a couple of stormy hours this afternoon as the trailing cold front works its way through. The best chance for seeing storms will be south of I-70. Morning temperatures are in the mid to low 60s in most places. I have Pittsburgh seeing a high of 80 with noon temperatures in the upper 70s. Winds will be out of the south at about 10 miles an hour. First alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrilla here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
The clock is ticking. Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is almost over. Until September 30th, you can get 5 years of 0% financing on any purchase. It's the perfect chance for worry-free shopping with no interest and monthly payments customized for you. And now open Sunday, September 29th. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity. From luxury timepieces to engagement rings and more. Don't wait. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only until September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a bit dangerous. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Inbound on Route 28, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us traffic getting heavy now, approaching the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. Meanwhile, an earlier accident on the outbound Parkway West has been cleared near Carnegie. Inbound delays, though, before I-79 down past Roslyn Farms. Then again at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Earlier accident being cleared in Baldwin Borough at the intersection of Glass Run and Cathell Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
One more thing on the Bengals' loss last night, Doran. They gave up more points in that game than the Steelers have all season, defensively. Bengals have given up 80 points in 3 games. Whew. Tough to win that way, even with a good quarterback, even with Joe Burrow. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And we are joined right now by Odyssey Sports Director and tremendous human being, Jeff Hathorn. He's brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 8885-HELMET. And Jeff, to you, we say good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. Man, I loved it when Jalen Warren threw that pass to McLaurin. It was like, damn, they went for the kill shot, and man, Bengals are in trouble.
Big trouble. Only 2 of the last 103 teams to start 0-3 have made the playoffs, so mathematically very tough for them. And I'm happy you asked, people out there driving around in your cars. 3-0 teams, 75.5% chance. I'll round it up. 76% chance to make the playoffs. Jeff, I wonder if you heard the same thing in the Mike Tomlin press conference that I heard. We'll start here with you. After the game, I didn't feel like he was effusive in his praise for Justin Fields. Is that weird? What do you make of it?
Leaving that door open just in case. That's how I read what he said. He was going to be just, foot off the gas as far as the big compliments. He's not one to, other than Watt and some of the veterans, to give huge praise. But, yeah, I kind of read into it. It was about a sentence, I think, was his response to a Fields game that was, I thought, really representative.
Jeff, I mean, it has to be you would think that it wouldn't be difficult, but it might be a difficult decision. Like, if Justin Fields goes out there and has a performance against the Colts like he did this past week, and say Russell Wilson is healthy the following week, you can't go to Wilson, can you? Like, you can't even entertain that, right?
I don't know how you could if Russ comes out Wednesday and says, "I'm ready to go. Let's go." I mean, you've been in stadiums with this team. You're 3-0. You could see the obvious progression. Guys, let me tell you. I mean, the guys from the beginning have really liked Justin and the way he handles himself. And I mean, when you ask guys about Justin, there's this look, and it's nothing. Listen, none of this is against Russ. It's not that they don't like Russ or any, but they're starting to feel it with this guy, and they're 3-0. Like, that's just a tough. None of it's personal; it's business. And unfortunate for Russ when the injury happened, but I don't know at this point, if he were healthy, how you could make that move. Now, as we've seen at other positions, unfortunately, things can change, and you need depth. But as of right now, we'll see what Tomlin says. But how do you not say today? Listen, moving forward, Justin Fields is our starting quarterback.
Jeff, how do you think Russ is going to handle that if and when it happens? You've been around the team pretty much every single day. It seems like Russ puts on the good face. I can't imagine he's happy, though, with the way things have played out. How do you think he handles it if Justin Fields is named the guy?
Publicly, very well. And I think with his teammates, he'll handle it well. He's been around the block. He knows how to deal with this. And listen, this isn't a competition where he's been fully healthy type thing. I think he just goes to work and, is probably really upset and probably understands to an extent. But, yeah, I think he'll just go to work. I don't think he'll pout. And I think he'll wait for an opportunity that may come and make sure he's ready for it. But I don't see some kind of discourse or him like having some kind of moping time. I don't see that. I think he'll still work.
Jeff, allegedly Najee Harris was in a sling yesterday, right or left arm, but don't know which one. Jaylen Warren didn't finish the game with an apparent knee injury on Sunday. Are you worried or concerned about this running back position heading into the Colts week?
Yeah, very much. I mean, glad you have, Cordero Patterson, but I don't know if he's a guy that you want to run 25 times in a game. Yeah, I mean, there are concerns. They've got a couple of guys on the practice squad that they like, but this team needs to run the ball. And you're talking about not one running back, but two. I mean, we'll see kind of this week how this plays out. As Tomlin said at the end of the game, Jaylen Warren wasn't running the way that he wanted it to. It was a smooth enough. I forget exactly the wordage he used, but listen, that's a big blow. Najee's been running the ball well. I mean, he's been running hard. He's made some nice cuts. He seems to be progressing as the year goes on. Because listen, of the three defenses, this is the toughest, and this was their best performance. So I think that you can almost grade it on a curve that it's even gotten better. But man, you lose both running backs for Sunday. I don't know if you can radically change this offense to look like something different if you don't have the running backs that you want.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Sense I got from Alex Highsmith yesterday, Jeff, is that he's not going to play in this game. At least that's just how I took it. Did you hear it the same way?
Same. And we saw him after when he came out of that tent, and he was ticked. And I think it goes back to what he was saying yesterday. This is the same injury he was dealing with in camp. So he thought he played it smart in camp and made it through the first couple of games. And then you get in that third game, you think you're kind of in the clear, and then all of a sudden the same injury pops up. This could be a couple of weeks, and we'll kind of see how it plays out. But yeah, it's kind of a resignation in his voice of like, he's going to go to work, but it was something he thought he had fixed, and now he's got to go back and rehab it again. I don't know if it's much that dissimilar to what Russ is dealing with. Russ thought he had it beat, then all of a sudden something happens, and now you got to go back to work with the same injury.
Jeff, I'm willing to bet that Broderick Jones didn't expect to be thrusted back into the lineup or get another opportunity as quick as he did with a Troy Faltano knee injury. Do you think that he responded? Do you think that he showed that he could put the Broncos game in the rearview mirror and really attack this thing at right tackle?
I thought he had a good week of practice, but I agree with you. I think the lineup was going to stay the same if it wasn't for the Faltano injury. I think now there's some clarity for Broderick. Like, okay, I'm going to be the right tackle. And now he can go attack it. I think because they're at this point in the season and he's put that bad series on tape, there's some motivation for him on that side of the ball. Plus, lines start to bond, and you've got some injuries there, and he knows he needs to step up. So I think he's gonna handle this well, and I think in a way, because of the injury, now he could just focus on one position.
Real quick, Jeff, any word on Sam Malo or Roman Wilson for this week?
I thought Roman Wilson was really close last week, so I think there's a good chance for Roman Wilson. Sam Malo, he's got to go through a practice. Now, he doesn't have to practice all week. He's a veteran. But let's see him out there in a full practice. Once that happens, I think Sam Malo will be in.
Jeff, do you have one loud cat or a series of sort of loud cats?
No, the one cat, the dog's downstairs, so harassing the cat up here. So she's hiding up here, and she wants me to go take care of the dog so she can get to her food. So that's why she's just loud as hell.
We have two cats, and they are big-time loud meowers, and there's nothing worse, man, than when we just get the 8-month-old baby to sleep, and you just hear the loud meowing, and we realize we've locked the cat in a room, and it's going to be a whole deal because you're going to go get the cat out, or the cat's either going to wake her up, or your door's going to wake the whole thing. Jeff, thank you for the time.
And I'm sure they don't understand your sleep schedule.
Right.
No, the cats don't. The kids don't. Wife doesn't. It's just no good. I'm not sleeping. Jeff, thank you for your time as always, buddy. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
All right, good luck with that one.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn, get that cat some food. Yeah. Jeff, our sports director, and there's a lot of really good stuff from the game, from Pitt 2 on 93.7thefan.com. You asked about Sayamalo, you asked about Roman Wilson. Let's talk about those guys when we get back. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up at the bottom of the hour, and as always, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cincinnati Bengals lost on Monday Night Football last night, and that makes them 0-3. The Ravens and the Browns both 1-2. The Steelers, at the top of the division, at 3-0. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Breaking news on this one. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. Online, ZeroResPGH.com. Take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it forward or backward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa full synthetic engine oil. Following Buffalo's 47-10 thrashing of Jacksonville last night, the Bills are again for real. While the Jaguars appear to be in real trouble, the 0-3 Jags may soon face the wrath of Khan. In the offseason, owner Rashad Khan basically demanded a playoff appearance. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic situation still interesting. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 888-5 Helmet. Inbound on the Parkway West, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam spotting some very heavy delays now. Approaching Carnegie and back to I-79. We had an earlier accident reported in that area. In Moon Township, crews checking reports of an accident now on Cargo Road that's just off Business 376. Also an accident being cleared in Baldwin Borough at the intersection of Glass Run and Cathell Roads. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Quality conversation with Jeff Hathorn at the top of this hour. And you asked him about Sayamalu. You asked him about Roman Wilson. Who do the Steelers need more? Who needs to come back? I mean, they need them both, and they both might play this week. We'll find out more today, but who do you think they need more?
Sayamalu. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you talked about how well Zach Frazier played. And the grades came out, PFF grades came out yesterday, and he has done a fantastic job. But can you imagine how much better he'll play when he has a veteran on both sides of him? I think that Sayamalu will absolutely help the play of Zach Frazier, even though it's been great. He will, revitalize the run game even more. He's just, he's the veteran of that offensive line that is going to be missed. You have a young guy. You had two young guys that played there on Sunday. You had Spencer Anderson, who got his second start, and then you had McCormick, who kind of rotated in there. So, Sayamalu, I mean, you got production out of Scotty Miller. You got production out of Calvin Austin. I don't know how much production Roman Wilson's going to be able to give you, knowing that he's barely practiced. He's a rookie. It's going to take him a while to get up to speed to things. So, Sayamalu, no doubt, they need him more.
I'm with you. I thought Justin Fields elevated his receivers. I thought Justin Fields was so pinpoint accurate. Anticipation was off the charts. Things that we were told he didn't have. Accuracy, throwing guys open, all that fun stuff. Oh, he can't do that. He's a one read and run. No. He lifted Scotty Miller, who also made a good play himself on that third down. That's a great throw to Calvin Austin III. Had another great throw to Pat Freiermuth. Point is, you've got guys who aren't great, but good enough when your quarterback plays well. So you want Roman Wilson. You would like to see what he can do, and I think he's a fit for this offense, and he's going to block and do all those things too. But this running game that has rushed for over 100 yards in each of the first 3 games still isn't running at a great yards per carry clip. You get Sayamalu in there, moving bodies next to Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
I think that takes them to a different level running the football and then should make play action more effective. He's their best lineman, or at least he's supposed to be. Zach Frazier's been great. Did you see Baldy's breakdown?
Yes.
Oh, God, just light some candles, dim the lights. I'll put that thing on my TV. What do you mean?
You wanted to say something probably that you weren't supposed to say.
What do you mean?
Watching Zach Frazier and watching Baldy break it down, you probably...
What, you were going to say, like, get the Vaseline or something like that? No, I wouldn't say that. That's not what I'm talking.
That's what you wanted to say.
It's just a romantic setting while I can watch and just salivate over my guy, Zach Frazier. I'm buying a jersey, too. I'm going to get a Zach Frazier jersey.
Are you?
Represent my guy.
Nice.
My polar bear. My Fairmont senior polar bear.
I mean, it's the only thing you can really, hang on to right now that has any connection to your school.
What are you talking
You
about?
guys stink.
1-0 in the Big 12. You really think we stink?
No, you're not that good.
Lost by 4. We were up by 10 against Pitt. What are you talking about?
You lost.
I know,
you were
but
up by 10 and you lost.
I know.
You were up by 10 and you lost with how many minutes to go? There was a 2nd and 30 and you lost.
3:15 left in the game.
You lost that game. Nobody loses a game like that.
Pitt, Kansas did this week. Pitt can't be that good if West Virginia's bad. You were down by 10 with 3 minutes to go. You shouldn't have won the game. If we didn't suck, you'd have lost.
I said you're not that good.
See, the way I framed it now, not to get totally off track, we'll get back to the Steelers in like 1 second here. West Virginia lost to the Big Ten champ and the ACC champ. It can't be that bad.
ACC champ?
Yeah, Pitt's going to win the ACC. Penn State's going to win the Big Ten. So, okay, you lose 2 games to the best teams in those conference. You're still fine. You're okay. You're good. Mm-hmm. I think they're missing both of these guys. Back to the point, the Steelers are, with Roman Wilson and Isaac Seumalo. But Seumalo, you know what he is. He's a known commodity. He's a mauler. Zach Frazier's a mauler. James Daniels, I think, has been playing really good.
Yes.
And they are going to be committed to the run, but we didn't see the best of their running game, really, I don't think, in any point in these 3 games until the 4th quarter of the last game. I want to see them get to a point where it looks like that more often than not. And I think they can because Arthur Smith's a good schemer of the run. And I think from a pedigree standpoint, the offensive line's better than it's been in years. Doesn't mean it's going to be a finished product or anything like that, but you're right, man. You get that veteran presence, a Super Bowl champ. You get, did he win one? At least went to one.
Went to one.
You get a winner in there who is a tough customer to play against next to Zach Frazier, and all of a sudden start running that thing up the gut. And look, say what you will about Najee Harris. Someone texted, Najee hasn't been that good. Look at his yards per carry. Okay, running behind Spencer Anderson, for God's sakes. That's a lot of man meat coming your way.
Yeah.
When you got Frazier, Seumalo, Najee, and then, Najee, you're tired? Okay, how about Cordero Patterson, who's 6'2", and runs like Adrian Peterson, is going to knee you in the face? Like, that's who they want to be. And with Seumalo, you can finally be that again. So I'm excited to see him. I hope he's ready to go this week.
Me too.
I feel like the way Tomlin operates, if Seumalo is good to go practice Wednesday, he's playing this week. Whereas Roman Wilson was healthy enough to play, was cleared to play, but he's a rookie, so you just need to see a little bit more to fold him into the lineup.
And mentally too.
Right.
I mean, who knows how up to speed he is with the plays. You can't just throw him in there and him mess up and then Justin Fields throws an interception because they're not on the same page. They don't need him. If he was a first round bona fide, Malik Neighbors, he would have been in there already. But you're gonna slow play him and make sure that he gets his feet underneath him before you want to infuse him a little bit in the offense.
We've seen it from Steelers rookie wide receivers in the past, too. We didn't see Martavis Bryant really start playing until 6 games in. I mean, he wasn't even getting a helmet. And then he came in, and all of a sudden things took off. These are not similar players. Roman Wilson is not Martavis Bryant. Hey, Martavis, go run fast, and we'll give you a couple end-arounds. But we've seen Steelers rookie wide receivers start slow out of the gate, not get helmets, or just not get the ball a lot, and then as the season goes on, we see it turn around a little bit. So we'll see with Roman Wilson, but get Seumalo back and start mashing people.
Yeah.
Because this Colts run defense stinks.
Yep.
DeForest Buckner, gone.
I feel like Najee's going to play. I feel like he's okay. I think it was more precaution. That's just me, though. We'll find out today.
I have never been a believer in Najee should have been a first-round pick. But I will never question his toughness.
Mm-hmm.
He had a steel shoe a couple of years ago. Liz Frank, which that sucks. Late in seasons, we see in December, that's when he has all his 100-yard rushing games. He's a tough customer, and he's perfect for this offense. We haven't seen Jalen Warren. That's the other thing. We're talking about Seumalo, who's one of their best offensive linemen, if not their best. We're talking about Jalen Warren, who's their most explosive running back. You haven't seen Seumalo. You've barely seen Warren. And yet this week they played their best offensive game of this season. They should only be scratching the surface offensively here. All right, coming up next, we switch gears. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? We didn't know if we'd have Southside Jake today. He said he was going to be on the job, perhaps. I wonder if he was able to prepare, because you, in particular, kicked his ass last week.
Yep.
We're going to get him again next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates are playing in their final home series of this season, and it starts tonight. Series against the Milwaukee Brewers. First game is at 6:40 tonight. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster!
I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 2024 Silverado Crew Cabs up to $12,000 off. Hot new 2024 Malibus up to $3,500 off. And new 2024 Equinox all-wheel drives up to $4,000 off. Plus, receive a free Level 2 charger with any new EV lease. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments.
Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late, you can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. It is time for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber with Southside Jake of some Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, we didn't know if we'd have you today. We are happy to see your bright and not smiling face. How you doing?
It's Tuesday morning. It's raining. I don't know there's not too much to be happy about right now.
Well, less so in a minute here when we whoop your butt in a trivia contest. What do you got for us today, big guy?
I don't know, man. I'm pulling the clues back a little bit. I'm not going so heavy on the clues this week.
Okay.
I think I'm just being too easy on you guys, maybe. Okay. I don't know.
We're just hitting our stride.
We'll see.
I know. All right, here we got first one. All right, 4-time first-team All-Pro tight end. Okay. Next clue. 8-time Pro Bowl tight end. Final clue. Most touchdown receptions ever by a tight end all time. With 116.
I mean, we narrow it down to the Tony Gonzalez's, Kelsey's, Gronk's. It's one of those three.
Yep.
But which one? 8-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, you say. 116 touchdowns.
So,
yeah,
you got to figure Kelsey and Gronk probably weren't Pro Bowlers because they were playing in a lot of Super Bowls.
I think if you get named, you still count.
Still count?
Yeah, even if you don't get to play.
Okay.
I mean, we're just taking a guess here.
I would say Gonzalez.
I'm gonna. That's where I would be leaning as well.
Tony Gonzalez.
Final answer.
He's too happy.
Antonio Gates.
Oh my gosh. I can't lose that one. That's bad. That's bad on me.
Score one for the good guy.
I did have Gates pop into my mind, but for whatever reason, I thought all three of those guys had more touchdowns than Gates.
So did I.
What a player he was.
I did too.
Basketball
Tony
guy.
Gonzalez has 111.
Kent State. Tony Gonzalez. So
Tony
Gonzalez is number 2?
Yes.
Not partial credit.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. No.
That's okay. We'll take 2 out of 3. We're fine. Meatloaf.
All right. Here we go. This wide receiver played for 5 different teams in his NFL tenure. Played in 2 Super Bowls. 2007 Comeback Player of the Year.
Played in 2 Super Bowls.
Comeback Player of the Year in 2007. So obviously wasn't great. How many? What was the first clue?
Yeah, what was the first clue?
5 teams.
5 different teams in his tenure.
Played in 2 Super Bowls. This sucks. This sucks, Ron.
Yeah, it's not easy when I'm giving you all the big clues there, huh?
I mean, T.O. played in the Super Bowl for the Eagles. Did play for a few teams. Did he play in another Super Bowl? I want to say...
Did Randy Moss play in another Super Bowl? Because he played for a bunch of teams.
Oh! Randy Moss played in the Super Bowl for the Patriots. I don't think he played in the Super Bowl for anybody else. I want to go off the board. No, I don't. I don't know. Dang it.
Can we get one more clue?
You got one more clue? Are you out of clues? I guess you're not out of clues. You know the answer. You can always come up with a clue.
All right. Next clue. I'll give you 3 of the teams.
Oh,
okay.
That he played for. San Francisco.
Okay.
Tennessee. Minnesota.
Randy Moss.
Yes.
I guess, did he play? I guess he would have played in.
Did he play for the Raiders?
Yes, he did.
Is that where he went to the Super Bowl?
Played for the Raiders, too. I think his second Super Bowl appearance might have been the San Francisco 49ers
in 13.
2012.
Yeah, 12,
Yeah.
13. Okay. Yeah, we got it.
Man.
There we go. I was going to guess that anyways, but okay, we got that one.
I think we'll get passed on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, get out of here.
I was going to guess that.
All right, 1-1. Here we go. Moneyball. Hey, go!
Right.
Go!
This player is best known for playing for the San Francisco 49ers. 3-time Super Bowl champion. Super Bowl MVP in Super Bowl 23.
Super Bowl 23.
What's Super Bowl 23? Huh. Super Bowl 23. What year was that? You know?
Heck no. I don't know.
Super Bowl 23.
Hell no.
Steve Young.
Final? Tick, 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 tick.
No, because Montana.
What year was Super Bowl 23?
I don't know. 1989. 1989.
Something right. Yeah, I'd say from the 80s, late 80s to early 90s.
Jerry Rice.
Final answer.
Jerry Rice.
Final answer, Jerry Rice. You are correct. You got it.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a bystander over here. I'm the fluffer, just sitting over there in the corner, just doing nothing. Why did I say that? First of all, I should have said that.
Great poll. Oh my God.
I've been on it.
I can't beat this. It's not going to happen.
Nope, it's not. It's never going to happen.
Gonna have to get back to the old game. So I don't feel like a loser every week.
Man, I just love my teammate here, man. Just love my teammate.
Man, good poll. Good poll.
All right, Southside Jake. So you had a job you could have been working at 7:30. Does this mean you're going off now to go do a job? Is that how that's going?
Yeah. I'm gonna head off now, meet some people. But,
you're the boss, right? Just send your best guys. You can kick your feet up. You don't got to do it.
No. It's a team effort down here, bud. We all pull our weight. We all pull our weight. And just like you two, with those questions, you're both pulling your weight.
Yeah.
You're a great man. Goodbye.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Jake.
Have a good weekend.
Good stuff. Yeah, Steve Young, 3-time Super Bowl champion. I didn't want to be wrong on that, but good job with Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Really good job with Jerry Rice.
You got to figure the year, too. That's all I needed was the year.
1989.
You help with that.
Yeah. I did have Gates run through my head, but I would never have guessed him.
Never.
Even if I would have mentioned him, I would never would have guessed him.
Nope.
All right.
Yep.
Coming up next, got to look at the old notes here. Oh, a little comparative analysis, AFC North quarterbacks. I think Steelers fans should be feeling really good today for a number of different reasons, some of which we've covered earlier. And then at 8 o'clock, we got to dive headfirst into just the Steelers quarterback situation. Before we get to all that, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football last night. Makes the Bengals 0-3, and the Steelers are in first place after Week 3 in the NFL. The Steelers 3-0, the Ravens and the Browns 1-2, and the Bengals again completely defeated at 0-3. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. It's fall time. We've actually got some rain the last few days. The leaves are changing. The leaves are falling, and that means you're going to have to rake. But worse yet, your gutters could get clogged. They probably will get clogged. You don't want to get up on a ladder. You don't want to fix it yourself. You don't want to cause more water damage. Water damage, very costly. So why don't you hire the experts at Leaf Filter? Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's leaffilter.com/KDKA. There's some stuff you got to do. You want to rake? Fine. You're on the ground. You don't want to get up on a ladder? Get your hands dirty that way? No. And again, water damage, real costly. So how about this? Protect your home Never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection. Get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents galore. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Accident on the outbound Parkway East, just past the Bates Street on-ramp in the Bend. And that's causing delays back to the Bates interchange and causing delays as well inbound past the accident scene. Also an accident on the inbound Parkway West approaching Carnegie, causing heavy traffic back to I-79. Once you're past it, you're in line again at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East, you're jammed at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In 10 minutes, we hear what the former franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers has to say about the current, maybe, franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Justin Fields. I can't do the high voice today. Maybe.
What do you think happened?
Wedding.
You're still using that as an excuse? You used that yesterday. I mean,
I haven't recovered yet. I think alcohol constricts the vocal cords, so I had some alcohol early in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Cigarettes can't be good for the old pipe there.
Mm-mm.
And then the shouting and the screaming and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Plus football, yelling at the TV.
What's Callus's problem?
I mean, I think there's something going around, too. Like, Starkey lost his voice. Was that last week or the week before? One of them deals. I'm okay. I just can't hit the high notes. When I try to go falsetto, it comes out like that, which is probably good.
Did you do chorus in high school?
You think I played an instrument? We had to do music, so I couldn't.
Chorus is not an instrument.
I know. Well, we had to do music. We had to do something music related.
Oh.
And I couldn't. I tried the clarinet, but we'd go to like the concerts and I'd fake it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we'd be standing up there and I'd be just, just get those fingers going. Yeah. Had general music, it was called, in middle school, where they would teach you like how to play like hot cross buns on the recorder.
Yes.
And then you'd learn some like rudimentary songs on the piano,
Man,
things
reading
like
music
that.
is so hard.
That's the thing.
Like, I have no idea.
That's an unbelievable talent.
Yes.
Reading.
I
Just
feel like you
just
have to
the
be born with
reading
it.
of music.
You have to be born with that.
And I tried to do the thing. I tried to play guitar. Got a Fender back in my day. You know, a little ditty about Jack and Diane. That kind of deal.
Ditty?
Yeah, a little ditty.
You ever watch
Better
how
watch
you
it, the ditty. Yeah.
Ditty?
I could teach you the basics of piano if you want.
No, I don't want to learn the basics of piano. I don't have big enough hands for piano either. I have long fingers, but that's just because
You
my
have to
hands
have
are
big
small.
hands to play piano?
That makes it easier.
Really?
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm not
like the width of your hands, I guess.
I want, like Brett Favre probably could have been a good piano player if he weren't ripping people off welfare wise and things of that nature and sending pee-pee pics to Jen Sturgis. Yeah, and playing quarterback in the NFL.
No.
Did you play an instrument?
No, I was in chorus though.
You sang.
Yep. Bass. I was a bass.
Me too.
Yeah, you were a tenor.
Actually, I had a very high voice in high school, and then then college happened.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Tobacco and other things.
All the good stuff.
All the stuff's not good for you. Kids, if you're listening, if on the way to school, it's bad. Yeah, so I sang. Did a little chorus. A little choir. Did choir at St. Bernard's. Church songs. Doesn't it sound like me?
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Not.
Yeah. All right. We're going to talk about quarterbacks. We'll talk more about quarterbacks coming up in the next segment. Although one thing, the Bengals are getting pretty good quarterback play out of Joe Burrow. 5 touchdowns, no picks, completion percentage over 70, quarterback rating of 127.5 yesterday. 103.7 in game 2. Obviously had a bad game against New England. So you've got really good quarterback play out of Joe Burrow in the last 2 games. 2 touchdowns, no picks against Kansas City, lose. 3 touchdowns, no picks against Washington, lose. Is it weird that I kind of feel worse about them than the Browns? The Browns, maybe not. The Browns stink.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bengals just got A-plus QB games out of Joe Burrow 2 weeks in a row and have no win to show for it. That, to me, that points out they got a lot of flaws.
Yeah, but that can still keep you alive.
Yeah.
If you have good quarterback play, it's like, okay, we can figure everything else out.
It's
we
getting
can
late
try
early.
to. It is, but that at least gives you a chance. If you have bad quarterback play, or your quarterback's hurt like Miami, you're screwed.
That's why the thing I was about to say was dumb. Yeah. Not a good spot for either of those teams, which incidentally has the Steelers in a very good spot. This quarterback conversation on The Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Up next, Big Ben on Justin Fields. How's he feeling about the Steelers signal caller? We'll let you hear it. We'll react. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75, 65% chance of rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidate's committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
The clock is ticking. Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is almost over. Until September 30th, you can get 5 years of 0% financing on any purchase. It's the perfect chance for worry-free shopping with no interest and monthly payments customized for you. And now open Sunday, September 29th. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity. From luxury timepieces to engagement rings and more. Don't wait. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only until September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle-up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Many accidents making this a miserable morning rush. This report brought to you by Indeed. Accident on the outbound Parkway East near the Bates Street on-ramp, and it's causing delays now. Pretty much just heavy traffic back before the Bates interchange. However, inbound, you are jammed from Greensburg Pike all the way through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and heavy past the scene. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway West, earlier accident cleared approaching Carnegie. You have delays again between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Ford Pitt tunnels, and an accident on Banksville Road approaching Crane Avenue causing delays to Potomac. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I got to talk to the Guardian people, Dorn. I need them to fix me with something to put on my head or some sort of sensor so that I know where you are at all times. I thought I had a beat on you this morning. I saw when I pulled in that your truck was already here, and I look up into the studio and the lights are on, and I just see your big, brooding back. This big, strong guy sitting there. See the silhouette of one Doran Dickerson. I'm like, okay, he's not going to scare me today. Come up here, pop the head in the studio. I go,
gone.
I go, Doranson? I come over, I look under your side of the desk over there. Okay, we're good. Whole time I'm walking down the hallway, I'm like, okay, is he going to pop up behind me? If he pops up behind me, I got him. Then I turn the corner. I can usually see if you're trying to hide in the vending machine. I got you on that one time. Oh, he's right. I could see him in the vending machine. The reflection right there. And bang, you pop out of a crevice.
Yep.
And I think the sound I made was, oh. You got me.
I contorted my body into a little crevice in the wall. And I know exactly, because I know your trend. I know what you do. And I heard you go into the studio. I heard the door open. I heard it shut. Then I heard it open again. I'm like, okay, he's going to walk down to the coffee area. And I kind of contorted my body into the little crevice of the wall. And I scared the you-know-what out of you.
It's even worse when I know it's coming, but then I thought I had the read. No. I thought I knew. I thought you were going to come up behind me. And then I didn't hear anything. And, man, I got fox ears, man.
Wait till about 7 days when I start dressing up.
I know.
And scaring you.
I know. Next Tuesday, 1 week from today.
Yes.
It's October.
Yes, it is.
And I am preparing for a long month.
It's going to be
scary.
Bad. It's bad. I have so many plans for you.
I know you do. It's terrifying to me. Give us a ring in the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh Plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Don't you love Mike Tomlin's press conference on Tuesdays? And it used to be Ben Roethlisberger on this very radio station would get out ahead of his head coach. Well, he's still doing that. He's doing it on Sunday nights with his guy Spence. And this week, special guest Marquise Pouncey. And, of course, Ben had thoughts on Justin Fields.
Like we had talked about, so in the first couple weeks, we saw him get out of the pocket. And there was a guy running deep, and he kind of took the underneath throw, which is nothing wrong. Yeah. Today, it's like he had Pat on the shallow, and he fit in the seam behind it. Like, this is the guy that we're going to get.
You're cool with it.
If this is the guy that we're a little bit.
Okay.
And I thought today was like, okay, if this is the guy that we're going to get.
You're cool with it.
This might be the guy of the future.
That's a big endorsement.
Huge.
And people have rightfully pointed out on social media that Ben was complimentary of Kenny Pickett, but it's different. He just said Justin Fields could be the guy. What he said about Kenny was, he's better than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two totally different things. He must not have had high expectations for Kenny Pickett. And then when Kenny Pickett was leading comeback drives against the Raiders, against the Ravens, when I was really enamored by him, and really the whole city was, Ben said, oh, yeah, he's better than I think. Now he's saying Fields could be the guy. So, Doran, on a scale of 1 to franchise quarterback, where were you before the season on if Fields could be the guy, and where are you now after this 3-game sample size?
I was like a 4 or 5 if Fields could be the guy, because I didn't know if I was going to be able to see enough out of him this year. And the way that it obviously rolled out, I was like, okay, we're going to see a decent portion of if he could be the guy. But before, I'm like, yeah, I've seen what he could do in Chicago whenever, his offensive line held up. And I would love to see what he can do under a good offensive coordinator that can get him some structure. But I was like, when am I going to actually see that?
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna put any stock in a preseason. I'm not gonna do that. So when in the season am I going to see that? Could it be in the middle of the season when Russ gets hurt? Could it be not at all? Could it be in the beginning? And it happened to be right off the bat of the start of training camp because Russ got hurt. I didn't know whenever that was going to happen and didn't want, obviously, Russ to get hurt. But right now, I think that he's in the perfect situation. I think it's a match made in heaven between Arthur Smith and Justin Fields. Arthur Smith obviously has a chip on his shoulder because of what happened whenever he was a head coach. And the reason why he became a head coach was because he was a high-quality offensive coordinator. He is fixing Justin Fields, but at the same time, not taking away Justin Fields' strong characteristics. Those will be shown at some point. I don't know when. But what he has done with Justin Fields has totally transformed his game into playing quarterback. And that's exactly what Justin Fields needed. Now, I think that there's still a lot to be desired. His ceiling is still very high. But where I was at before was a 4. Now I'm at a 7.5.
Yeah.
And I think as the season goes on, it's going to grow. And even if he has bad games, I don't know if that's going to deter me or push me backwards of thinking he could be the guy. I think if I had to pick right now, if you put me, I was like, you have to pick, this guy could be the next 4 years of the starter of the Pittsburgh Steelers, or you have to, or not. I'm saying yes.
So more likely than not, he'll be your quarterback 4 years from now.
For sure. I mean, you're not going to have to pay him the Dak Prescott money. Do you really want to go into the draft? Do you love this quarterback draft and where you're going to pick at? right now. Where are you going to pick? You're going to pick not in the top 10. So, yeah, why not? I mean, the guy still is young. He still has so many intangibles. He still has a lot of room to grow. Give me a guy that has all those raw talents but still has a lot of room to grow and is willing to do that. I can make him into something.
He's 25 years old.
Yeah.
He's a young player. And this is the first time, to your point, that he has had structure. I didn't really believe that he had a great chance to be the Steelers franchise quarterback coming into the year, and it had really nothing to do with him.
Right.
It had nothing to do with him. They weren't going to get him unless Kenny Pickett forced his way out. Kenny was not happy with the Russell Wilson situation. We know what reportedly happened in Seattle last year, and it was only when Kenny was like, guys, could we do something about this, that they actually went and got Justin Fields. They got Russell Wilson to be their starting quarterback this year. That's why they acquired him first. And then they talked about him being in the pole position the entire time, which I believe.
Yeah.
I don't really think it was ever actually a competition. I didn't think we'd get to see Justin Fields unless Russell Wilson got hurt. And because I didn't think they were going to give him the time of day, I thought this was a nice story, but I never really looked at him as, okay, they think he can be the franchise quarterback. Now through 3 games, it's been turned on the head. I do think there's a better chance that he's the Steelers quarterback 4 years from now than there's not. Now, some people have said, oh, pay him now. Break your policy. You don't have to do that.
No.
You can wait until the end of the year. If Justin Fields continues his ascent, if more games down the stretch look like the last game, they're not going to let him get away.
No.
They'll find a way to keep Justin Fields. It's a Baker Mayfield deal or whatever it looks like. They'll keep Justin Fields, and he's improving week by week without their best, most veteran offensive lineman, without their most explosive running back, without a wide receiver who, from a talent standpoint, is right there behind George Pickens as the highest pedigree guy you've got in Roman Wilson. That's how much I believe in him. He's been playing with one hand behind his back. Plus, you want to be a little bit more careful with him because your backup quarterback is Kyle Allen, and he didn't manage that game on Sunday. He won that football game. I don't think of game manager as 25 out of 32 for darn near 250.
No.
Like, that's
First game.
First game, managed it and managed it well. Second game, second half, they said, let's ratchet this thing back. Why not? I actually saw, Tennessee, weird analogy I'm going to draw, Tennessee do that against Oklahoma this week.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee loves to score points, and they're one of the best offenses in the entire country. They watched their quarterback at Oklahoma struggle against their defense and said, we don't need to run 100 miles an hour in the second half here to win this game. We're just going to dial it back. We're not going to make mistakes, and we know we're getting out of Norman with a dub. The Steelers saw that and thought that in Denver, and it worked. Against L.A., couldn't run the ball. Let's open it up for our guy. And you just had Ben Roethlisberger say he's layering throws. He's throwing with anticipation. He looks really good. And so I feel really good about him as maybe being the Steelers franchise quarterback. And again, I feel better about it now than I did before the season. And really, it's not even close.
No, I just didn't know. I didn't know they were going to – I don't think they knew either, like you said before, too. Like, when you're going to get that true evaluation, and it just hit them. Bang. And it's like, okay, now here we go. Let's see what we got.
And here's why I don't pay him now. Look at what's going on in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, year 2, has a good second half of the season, really good. Wins a playoff game. And it looks like the sky's the limit. He's lost his last 8 starts. So while I believe in Justin Fields, I'm not tying myself to him after 3 games financially. But if he gives you a full season, absolutely you will.
Yes.
Absolutely you will. And maybe they'll acquire a wide receiver before the trade deadline. Doran, you brought this up off the air yesterday. I don't think Devontae Adams is all that enamored with what's going on in Las Vegas.
No. After that game, I'd reach out. If they lose from now, I mean, they're having a whole quarterback situation where it's Aiden O'Connell or is it Gardner Minshew? I think Gardner Minshew is going to get another start, but they don't know what they're doing there. If they lose up until the Steelers game and they lose that game against the Steelers, I'm that day. Like, I'm walking over to who's their GM now? I don't even know. Whoever their GM is and saying,
not Mike Mayock.
Not Mike Mayock. Right. And saying, what do you guys want to do? What do you got? What's your plans? Because we have plans. And we'll let's make something work.
Because I do think that's the element that's missing. Just one more playmaker. And I want to see more from Freiermuth. I'd like to see Jaylen Warren healthy and back into this thing to really see what you got. Because Jaden Daniels, last night, that's a franchise quarterback right there who goes on the road 21 out of 23, and he's throwing kill shots.
Yep.
I mean, he threw a ball. You showed me the video. You said, dude, you got to see this. Did you see this? I didn't see it. You got to see this. Throws it like 65 yards in the air. An absolute BB. End of the game. Ball in the end zone. Going for the kill. The Steelers, game by game, bit by bit, have been spoon-feeding Fields more than I feel like they gave him half the bowl of porridge against Los Angeles. All I got to see to really go, okay, it's finished. He's the guy for the next however long. Give me 300 yards passing. Give me 3 touchdowns. And I think he can. He's done it in the past. And what he's also shown us is all the knocks on him in Chicago, if we didn't know about that, all we'd be talking about, great decision maker, isn't taking a ton of bad sacks, accurate, processes, is athletic. Forget about what he did in Chicago. He's not the same guy by a long shot right now. And if you don't buy it from us, how about when Ben says it? That should matter. That guy knows what franchise QB play looks like. And Ben's always struck me as kind of a jealous guy. Like, I don't think he would want to say, oh, he's the next one. He kind of says he's the next one. So how are you feeling about Justin Fields now versus how you were feeling on him coming into the season, i.e. being a franchise quarterback? 412-928-9370. We want to hear from you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cincinnati Bengals, they lost on Monday Night Football yesterday to fall to 0-3 on the season. The Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens both 1-2 after Week 3. Steelers, only team in the AFC North over 500 at this point. They're 3-0, undefeated as well. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Rutgers quarterback Ethan Kaliakmanis has led the Scarlet Knights to a 3-0 start. During Saturday's 26-23 victory at Virginia Tech, Kaliakmanis vomited while running to the sidelines. His explanation? Coach Chiano tells us to leave it all in the field. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush looking a tad bit better. This report brought to you by Pfizer. Earlier accidents cleared, just the delays remain, especially on the Parkway East where you're jammed at Greensburg Pike down through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West stacking just about to the bend at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Parkway North delays before Camp Horn Road down toward Perrysville, and then from McKnight Road down the East Street Valley toward the East Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pfizer.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ben Roethlisberger says Justin Fields could be the guy for the Steelers. Not just now, not just in place of Russell Wilson, but he says he could be the franchise guy. And then we didn't play this from Ben's podcast, but Marquise Pouncey kept jumping in and saying things that make me think he hasn't been watching the Steelers very much. Now, Spence didn't jump in, but a lot of Pouncey jumping in. Doran says he's at about a 7.5 on a scale of 1 to 10 on if Justin Fields is going to be the guy for the Steelers. I don't think I put a number on it. I'll go 6. I feel more confident now than I have at any other point, and it's hard not to. 3 straight games of over 90 quarterback rating. 3 straight wins for Justin Fields. And finally, in game number 3, he seemed like the catalyst for the Steelers and their offense. How do you feel about the Steelers signal caller? Do you think he can be the franchise quarterback? 412-928-9370. Zach in Johnstown first up. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Oh, we're good, ma'am.
Calling to talk about Justin Fields. One thing that I don't know if we've talked about a lot is that last drive of the game. When they took that almost 5 minutes off the clock to end the game, I think that was huge. Just shows you his maturity for a young quarterback.
Well, most of that came on the ground. The drive that showed me the maturity, Doran, was Chargers take the 7-0 lead. Steelers get the ball back after 3 straight 3-and-outs, go down the field, score a touchdown. Mm-hmm. You had the 3rd down completion to George Pickens early on in that drive, and then things started going. Like, this is a team that we talked about. They got one way to win. You don't want to fall behind. Okay, 7-0. Boop, 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 boop. First good drive of the game. The other 3 were mud. That, to me, is maturity. That, to me, is franchise quarterback stuff. Oh, okay, Justin Herbert, you're going to go down the field. You're going to score in the number 1 defense. Or I guess number 2 defense at that point. We're going to go down the field. We're going to score in the number 1 defense. That, to me, was maturity.
There wasn't really one single moment. Like, we could say, okay, the pass to Freiermuth, you could say, the pass to Calvin Austin, you could say that drive. The thing that showed me in that game why he is maturing as a quarterback is that there's been so many times throughout his career where he would bail on throws and use his legs, and he had, he had 6 yards rushing. Whenever he was a young player, if something wasn't open his first read, he would just pull it down and run. He didn't do that. He hasn't done that really. He's used his backs out of the backfield. He would look at his first read and then second read, go right to the back and bang. It's like out. He used to hitch and used to get all worrisome in the pocket and then throw near throw. Now he knows he's very decisive of where he wants to go with the football. And the last resort is to use his legs, and he hasn't even used the last resort, especially in the last game he didn't do that. That is maturing as a quarterback, in my opinion.
I'm with you. In another moment, the moment that I thought you were going to say, and I'm happy you didn't, because now we're covering all these angles here. He throws the goofy interception, right? And Steelers defense goes out, does a great job, 3 and out. And oh, by the by, Justin Herbert, you're out. You're hurt. Sorry, Landon Roberts sends his regards. He throws an interception. Next drive, gets the ball back. 12 plays, 73 yards, 6:26 off the clock. Hey, he seems unflappable. He completed how many passes on that drive? I'm counting now, live on the air, Doran, which is always good. Completed 4 passes on that drive to get them into field goal range. Didn't throw an incompletion on that drive. Tomlin has referenced it. Other players have referenced it. He's just calm, cool, and collected.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not getting overly emotional. He's not getting too high when things are going well. He's not going in the tank when things go bad. This is a player who in Chicago would put up lots of points and still lose games. So I'm sure it's easy to get high. I'm sure it's easy to get down, too. Haven't seen any of that at all.
Very poised, very calm.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's on a mission. I mean, you just look in his eyes. I mean, every single play he gets up and he just has the same look. He's on a mission to prove what his worth is, and he has done that thus far. He's had a great supporting cast, and I think that I don't think that this is has been said. I think that having Mike Sullivan, that sounds crazy. Mike Sullivan being that senior, consultant, I guess, having that one-on-one with him and Tom Arth and the new coach, but also having so many resources outside of Arthur Smith has helped him. He has that one-on-one, just back and forth with knowing what to do and learning how to play this position the right way. So they have done a great job of reforming and transforming his game into playing the quarterback position the right way, in the quality way.
Real quick, too, because we talked to Caboli yesterday, and Caboli said it didn't look good in training camp. It didn't look good, for sure, in mini camp and OTAs. And, I mean, he's got a completion percentage of 73? Justin Fields? Yeah, you're right. The staff deserves a ton of credit for helping him out. And I do wonder, I really do, what's his relationship like with Russell Wilson? Like, is he getting guidance from a guy who's won a Super Bowl before?
I don't think so.
I wonder if there'll be a book one day about the blocking sled and what could have been Russell Wilson's final chance in the NFL. Sure. And I'd like to know what Justin Fields would say like years later about their relationship now.
It's kind of hard though. Like, man, like you know, as a veteran, like you want to give knowledge, but you also want to protect yourself too.
Yeah.
Like, it's a fine line. It really is. Like I never faulted any veterans for not helping.
Yeah.
Because, you know, their job's on the line too.
Like if Dan Moore's not telling Broderick Jones, hey, here's how you pick up the... Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm not going to give you ammo to take my job.
Yeah. And real quick, too, on Russ, I know we're talking about Justin Fields, the franchise quarterback. If Russ were pissed, and I know Hathorn joined us earlier, Jeff Hathorn joined us earlier and said, you know, he thinks that Russ is going to be a good teammate and public-facing, he's going to say all the right things. If Russell Wilson, the next time he talked, said, man, this sucks, I wouldn't blame him for that either.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's human nature. That's life. That's reality. I think you're probably right on his leadership of one Justin Fields because that is human nature. If he is, though, good on him.
Yeah.
Good on him.
I'm sure he gives tidbits, but not like, hey, like, let's go watch film together.
Yeah.
No.
Probably not.
Nah.
Zach in the car, hello.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You tell me. You tell us. Hello.
Hey, got some thoughts here. One, Justin Fields looks great, so much so that I think Russ is expendable, and I want to throw something by you. So I'm looking at 3-team trade, win-win-win. Russ in a fourth to Miami. Miami throws a second to the Raiders. We get Davante Adams back. You let me know what you think.
Yeah, sure. If Russ causes a stink. If he's going to be a good soldier, I want a good backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to believe in this team. Like I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl. I'm not there yet. I'm going to go over my skis. I had them at 9 wins. I could see them winning 10 or 11 games, being a playoff team. And I do think the division's more up for grabs than before. And because of that, yeah, I'd like Russ. Now you can make the same argument, but flip it. Like if you want to be a 12-win team, maybe you need a Davante Adams. So I can see that both ways. That's not sexy talk radio, but honestly, I'm okay with whatever happens. If you got a great backup quarterback, got a great backup quarterback. I still think Russ can win in this league. I'm big on Russ.
Me too.
But I can't give him the job.
Not now.
No.
Is
today going to be the day where Tomlin puts a stamp on this thing?
No.
I don't think so either.
Nope.
I think he's going to come out and he's going to say...
He's going to be pissed if anybody asks him the question because he already said it. He was mad last week.
He's going to be... Dude, he is going to be...
He's going to be mad.
And God bless Brooke Pryor. This is not me taking a shot at Brooke. I think Brooke does a wonderful job. I want the first quarterback question to come from somebody not named Brooke because then we might actually get something. And again, that's through no fault of her own. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but he goes right after Brooke Pryor.
Crushes her.
Every time. It's either a one-word answer or he'll say stuff about hot dogs, which is really weird. I think it's going to be a lot like last week, though. Yeah, we're not expected Russ to practice in full on Wednesday. And
I'm not interested in that.
And I'm not interested.
I'm not interested in the speculation.
Yeah. What kind of food is he going to reference this week? You know, fajita's always steaming.
What's the food?
You don't want to get burned by a fajita plate.
What's the? We're not gonna eat our dinner at St. Elmo's. We're gonna eat it at home. Something like that.
Basically saying we're gonna keep all this in house.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a home cooked meal. I mean, we're gonna keep all things inside. We're not going out for dinner. So stupid. All right, coming up next, we're gonna go around the NFL. There's 8 million storylines. I don't even know if we're gonna have enough time to get to all of them, but we're sure as hell gonna try. That's next. First, though, you can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Give us a ring on that fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are playing in their final home series of the season against the Milwaukee Brewers. First game of that series is tonight at 6:40. You can listen to coverage right here on The Fan, starting at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555 and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555 or get a PittsburghLawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, introduced Arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, we're going around the NFL. Brought to us by Champ Tires, all brands and every size. We do it every day. We do it a little bit more on Tuesdays after the week is finished up. Monday night football doubleheader last night.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I'd like it. But I'm really happy we had to because the second game was great. The first game, clunker.
Blowout.
I mean, that thing was over before it started.
Quick.
If I'm a Bills fan and I wasn't at the game, I'd turn that thing off at halftime and have no issue with it. Just go to bed early, get my work week going. That game was never in doubt.
That was like a practice.
Josh Allen, pretty good.
Yes.
Pretty good. Joe Brady, good offensive coordinator.
Very good.
Won a national championship at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a head coach soon, I think.
Yes.
But he seems to have helped Justin Fields, and Josh Allen, and you do want to give the quarterback credit, seems to have helped him stay within himself. Allen's always been turnover prone. Spectacular, probably second only to Patrick Mahomes in the NFL in terms of quarterbacks, but I mean if he's not going to turn it over, that's going to be a tough team to beat. And I hope that continues this week because they're taking on the Baltimore Ravens. A lot to get to here. We got to stop and pause for this one because this made me laugh out loud this morning, Doran. Deshaun Watson's EPA per dropback. So that's a statistic that the definition would be expected points added per dropback. So it measures the quality of every snap for a player. I don't really know beyond that. So you making a face. I could tell you all about FIP again. We want to do FIP?
Nope.
His EPA per dropback in weeks 1 through 3 is the worst for any Browns quarterback to start a season since the year 2000.
No way. Tim Couch.
I'm just going to go through these. You got one.
Wait. You're going to go through all of them?
I was going to do it real quick. Do you want to play a guessing game?
Yeah.
Okay. You got one already.
Okay.
And Deshaun Watson, before you start naming all these absolute, not good players, Deshaun Watson worse through 3 games than any of them.
Any of them?
Crazy. And actually, so
Johnny Manziel?
Yep.
No way. He's worse than Johnny Manziel?
Yep. So Deshaun Watson, 23rd out of 23. He was also 21st on this list last year. So Deshaun Watson's first 3 games last year worse in terms of EPA per dropback than a bunch of these guys. Okay. So you got Couch, you got Johnny Manziel.
Oh, man. Thad Lewis. Is he on the list?
He's not.
Man. Oh, man, I'm going to be bad at this. I'm going to be bad. Oh, Brandon Weeden.
Brandon Weeden exists on the list, 17th. Yeah. Jeff Garcia on there.
Yes.
Charlie Fry. Kelly Holcomb. Josh McCown.
Oh, man.
Derek Anderson.
Oh, man.
The best start that a Browns quarterback had in a season, at least according to this bizarre EPA metric.
Case Keenum.
No, I like that guess, though. Brian Hoyer.
Okay.
Back in 2014. Had him out to a 6-2 start, did Brian Hoyer, and then,
Where's Baker?
Wheels fell off. Baker Mayfield was 5th on the list. 5th best start for a Browns quarterback since the year 2000.
Deshaun Watson is last.
Think about where the Steelers are at quarterback, man. And I was thinking about this after watching Trevor Lawrence last night. Wouldn't you rather have Justin Fields for 3.2 and still not know?
Yes.
Than have Trevor Lawrence?
Yes.
I don't even know if it's debatable.
No, you're going to be hamstrung. You can't pay everybody. You got to pay him.
I don't just think he's been disappointing. I think he might just not be good. He's 0 for his last 8. They've lost their last 8 games where he's been the starting quarterback.
And it's not like Doug Peterson, hasn't, worked with quarterbacks before.
Yeah, I think Doug Peterson's a good coach.
So do I. I mean, Carson Wentz and Foles, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you have him? Those
Won a darn Super Bowl with Nick Foles.
Two of those guys.
Had Carson Wentz as an MVP before he got hurt. And what has Carson Wentz turned into? I mean, sometimes you get married to these starting quarterbacks and you realize, like Deshaun Watson, I'll take the Steelers, obviously Steelers quarterback situation over that. I'd take him over Trevor Lawrence, take him over Daniel Jones, and paying him. Like, there's a lot of bad quarterback situations in the league, and coming into the year, you might have argued the Steelers had one, but I would argue the exact opposite right now. Like,
would you take Justin Fields over Dak right now? That contract?
You know what, Doran? I think I would, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've watched darn near every snap Dak's taken this year. He's fine. He's not great.
Not $60 million.
No, that'll go down as one of my worst takes. As Justin Fields continues to just sink his tuchus into the Steelers starting quarterback spot with every passing week, and Dak just 1-2, and the only win is against the Browns, and they stink. Yeah, I think I would. I think I would take what the Steelers have a quarterback right now over being married to that guy for $65 million.
Oh, my God.
We could probably do this more long form, too. You know what? We're throwing out the rundown.
Yeah.
When we come back in the next football segment, we're going to look at other quarterback situations and whether or not we take the Steelers over that. We'd like you to vote on the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll as well. That's brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Do you think the Steelers will win the AFC North? And right now, 58% of people, they're sipping on that Kool-Aid. They're saying yes. All right, it's time for a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cincinnati Bengals lost yesterday to the Washington Commanders. Now the Bengals are 0-3. Steelers remain the only team in the AFC North that's over 500. Steelers are 3-0. The Browns and the Ravens, they're 1-2. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way now. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Accident reported in the East Liberty section of the city at the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West jam just about back to the bend at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, heavy to the north side. Also heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway North back at Camp Horn Road, jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect cross truck. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, drill man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, real people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Same time on Tuesday, November 5th.
I can't make it. That's Election Day, and I'm taking my mom to vote.
You make plans to vote with your mom?
Oh, yeah. We make a whole day of it. We hang out, we get lunch, we go vote. It's our little tradition.
That's pretty cute. I usually just go vote if I have time after work. Girl, I think I missed the last election because I had to work late.
You make a plan to get your hair done. Why wouldn't you make a plan to vote?
You know, I suppose I can try that this year. I need to double check where I have to go to vote or what I can do if work gets busy again.
Check out votehq.org. That's where we start every year.
Say that one more time.
Visit votehq.org.
Fabulous. I'll make a plan to vote on Tuesday, November 5th.
That's a great plan. Or you can vote by mail by requesting a mail-in ballot by October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th.
Oh, that's a good tip. Maybe I'll do that. If I do that, can I come with y'all to lunch?
Of course.
Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Ben Roethlisberger says Justin Fields could be the guy for the Steelers moving forward. So that we've been comparing the Steelers quarterback situation to those around the NFL. What a difference 3 weeks makes. And Doran said, Crowley, would you take Justin Fields in that situation, the contract, all of it, over Dak Prescott. And I admit defeat on my Dak Prescott take. I mean, I watched him this weekend. $65 million for what? For what?
Nothing.
For what? He's fine.
Yeah, he's a guy.
But you don't want to, I don't know, like, I don't want to go to Marshall's and wind up paying the same that I pay at Saks Fifth Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they got there. They got a Marshall's quarterback for Saks Fifth Avenue pricing. All right, how about Baker in Tampa?
No.
No what?
I like that situation better.
I agree. I couldn't remember how I phrased the question. How about Kirk Cousins and who's the backup? They drafted him.
Penix.
Thank you, Michael Penix in Atlanta.
I think that might be even, but like I would give the edge to the Fields because of the money.
Yeah, I think it's similar what the Steelers have, but in reverse, except the Steelers are paying neither quarterback.
Right.
The Falcons are paying their old guy lots of money. The Steelers are paying their old guy $1.2 million. I mean, Justin Fields is a better player than kid they got going in Carolina. I mean, if you get benched for Andy Dalton, it's not good. No. Bryce Young, I saw him signing autographs. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I feel bad.
Oh man, what a nice young guy, and he got ruined by Carolina.
Yep.
I don't know how you go back. Deontay Johnson caught a touchdown.
I saw that.
Yeah. I mean, San Francisco, good situation. Rams, good quarterback. Cardinals. Kyler's playing good ball.
Yeah.
But you're also paying him.
And Call of Duty's coming out, so I don't know.
He could go in the tank.
Right.
I don't think Justin Fields plays video games, Doran. I'm sure he does.
He probably does, but not like Kyler.
His thing in Chicago was like he was always a tough worker, hard worker. Like Justin Fields, his work ethic's never been a question. Really, the further removed from that you get, I wonder how many, depending on how many games Chicago starts to lose and how many games Justin Fields wins, I do wonder when that conversation starts up.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd take Justin Fields, knowing if he plays well, going to have to pay him at the end of the year. I think I'd take that over what they got going on in Indianapolis.
Yes.
I still don't know about Richardson, but I think you're starting to see some stuff with Justin Fields.
What about Jared Goff? That's a tough one. That is a very tough one for me.
I think I'd take their situation. Like Goff has shown that with the right pieces he can win. Justin Fields is showing that with the right pieces he can win, but he ain't gone to a Super Bowl. He ain't gone and been on the precipice of winning an NFC championship. So I think if it's a tie, it goes to the guy who's achieved more in the right spot. Although, hey, if Justin Fields played there, who knows? It's a weird thing to say about Detroit. Did you hear? I just read this yesterday. Dan Campbell had to move. His address was public. People came to his house, threatened his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend after the NFC Championship last year.
What?
People, get your together.
Because they lost?
Because they lost.
Oh, that's insane.
They're the Lions.
It's the most hope that somebody's brought the Lions in 50 years.
I'd say act like you've been there before, but you ain't. Although you've lost games. I guess losing a Thanksgiving game to Dallas ain't quite the same as the NFC Championship. Look, we take sports very seriously. We just had the backyard brawl. You know what we did? We came together afterwards. We talked about fun football.
Yep.
And I cried. All right, enough football segment. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75 degrees, low is 64, 65% chance of rain. I want to revisit the Twitter poll a little bit in the next segment, but different. I'll explain when we come back. We got Jason Locke on 4 at the bottom of the hour. Still a lot to get to. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Unleash the ultimate brew with Monster Brewing Company's The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast. With 0 sugar and dialed down caffeine, it's all about pure, bold flavor and 6.0% alcohol. This is not your average brew. It's the monster flavor you know, cranked up to 11. Whether you're a beast or just a fan of great beer, The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast are your new go-tos. So which beast will you unleash? Head over to Mike's Beer Bar and let's get nasty. Monster Brewing Company. Unleash the beast.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still lots of delays as we head to the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Heavy delays now on Route 60 Steubenville Pike from East Windhaven Road all the way down to the Thornburg Bridge. Parkway West, you are jammed just about to the bend at Carnegie. Down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North remains slow around Bellevue, Westview. And then it's heavy across the Veterans Bridge, jammed onto the crosstown past 6th and 7th Avenues. We do have an accident downtown, the intersection of Liberty and 6th Avenues. Also one being cleared in East Liberty, the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
90K FM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Asked the question on social media earlier, do you think the Steelers will win the AFC North? That's our Twitter poll for the day. And a lot of votes so far. 60% of people saying yes, that the Steelers will win the AFC North. I mean, I feel pretty good about it. I wasn't really expecting optimism from Steelers fans. I was expecting like Debbie Downers, kind of like Mark Caboli yesterday. Mm-hmm. How about Joe Burrow? How you feeling about the Steelers?
Steelers are 3-0.
Thank you, Joe Burrow. Isn't that nice to see? They're 0-3.
0-3?
World of hurt. Mm-hmm. I do feel pretty good about the Steelers' division chances. We both talked about that earlier on in the show. Let's shift the conversation. So the good last night is that the Bengals lost. Bangren. And so did Joe Burrow. The bad is Buffalo. Pretty good. Pretty good, those Bills. Kansas City, we expect great things out of them. Are the Steelers, and it's early, are the Steelers right now, would you consider them a contender? Like a legitimate contender could beat one of those teams?
Yes.
Bang! Really?
Yes. What, you said Buffalo?
Or Kansas City?
Yes. Defense. Based upon their defense.
It's the best the defense has been in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they can play different games. I think you got to play different games for each of those teams. Like, you got to be able to cover against both. But Josh Allen will punish you with his body. He'll put his helmet right in your sternum, and he'll say, you're going to know you played Josh Allen. We saw that yesterday, too. He accounted for 300 yards total offense, 4 passing touchdowns. They put up 47 points. They would not put up 47 points, I don't think, against the Steelers' defense. And, hey, people can call in at 412-928-9370 and say, and I think it's right, it's a fact, that the Browns put up 45 in a playoff game. The Patriots put up 1 million points in a playoff game. Who else am I forgetting there? Buffalo last year puts up 31 in the playoff game. Jacksonville put up a bunch of points in the playoff game. Steelers' defense in the playoffs has been bad. This defense does feel different. I think they got a better chance of beating Kansas City right now today than Buffalo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, they're just not on the same page. But I'm not going to go and say, well, what's wrong with Kansas City? Because you know how they always figure it out.
No.
But right now, if you line up the Steelers against Kansas City or Buffalo, I like the Steelers' chances against Kansas City, for sure.
I think right now they're clearly right now, qualifiers, this, that. I think they're the third best team today in the AFC.
Yes.
I take
agree with that.
Buffalo, Kansas City, Pittsburgh. Houston just got their doors blown off. That's what Houston was doing to teams and the Steelers last year. The Jets, I think, are squirrely because Aaron Rodgers he looks like Rodgers again. I'll tell you what he probably doesn't want, though, is Elena Roberts coming up the middle on a blitz. Hit him right in the face. Like, the Vegas Raiders hold the final playoff spot in the AFC. There's only 6 AFC teams with winning records right now, and the Steelers just beat one of them, I think, pretty handedly as that game wore on at home. Like the Dolphins, is it too early to say they're finished? I don't think so. The Patriots aren't making the playoffs. The Broncos aren't making the playoffs. The Colts aren't making the playoffs. The Browns aren't making the playoffs. The Cincinnati Bengals have history not on their side. If you go back to the year 2000 and expand it to 14 playoff teams, only 4 teams. 4 teams since the year 2000 would have made the playoffs after starting 0-3. Mm-hmm. I'm not totally writing them off. I might write them off for the division, though. Tennessee's not making the playoffs. Jacksonville doesn't have it. They're not making the playoffs. So what are we talking about here? 8 teams that could make the playoffs, and you give 7 spots out? I feel pretty good about the Steelers right now making the playoffs.
Yes.
And I also can't rule out that they would beat a team in the playoffs either. And if you would ask me 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have felt that way. Defense you talked about. But Justin Fields, he probably needs to be consistent and do it again and then do a little bit more. But he showed me that when the running game gets stopped, he can win you a game.
Yes.
He answered an early scoring drive. He recovered from a turnover and then led 3 consecutive scoring drives. You haven't had that since Ben. And really, when the Killer Bees were losing all those playoff games, the defense wasn't good at times, and he was turnover prone. And then once the defense got better, the offense was bad. They're not a great offense right now, but they do seem to me to be a complete team. That's how you win in the playoffs.
Absolutely. That's why I would like them. I mean, you take this defense, you take this team, and you place them in the playoffs last year against the Bills. I mean, it's going to be clearly a closer game.
Yes. I don't want to go so far as to say that I think they'd have won the game, but really the difference in the game, first of all, Steelers just didn't have linebackers or safeties.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
The difference in the game was a red zone interception from Mason Rudolph, and we haven't seen the bad decision-making from Justin Fields. Like, we're seeing a lot of the good stuff that Rudolph was able to do, get the ball to the right spot, things of that nature. We're not seeing that back-breaking, crippling interception.
It's also so much harder to prepare in the red zone for Justin Fields than it would be for Mason Rudolph.
Oh, man.
Like, think about it. Like, the read option, like, that's in play. I mean, Darnell Washington, like, the things that he could do in the red zone, it makes it so much harder to stop if you're a defense. So you put him in the red zone in a crucial situation, you know that he can rely on one thing, and they have to pick or choose to do that. And they did that this past game, and it worked. And that's something that you're going to have to prepare for, and that's very tough. And he can throw out of that, too.
Yeah, and we're projecting out, too. And so we saw that read option like you're talking about. If they start folding that in more, that only makes the running game even more difficult to stop. Plus, Najee Harris is a little bit banged up. He was in a sling. You haven't had Jalen Warren. You haven't had Isaac Seumalo. This running game that they have been committed to, I think when it's all said and done at the end of the year, we're going to look at this Steelers team and say, okay, they have one of the top 10 running attacks in the league, statistically.
Mm-hmm.
And they might be playing like one of the top 5 running teams in the NFL by the end of the year. I believe that. They've done it the last 2 years.
Right.
Okay, Pat Meyer, great, good job. That's awesome. But they also had Matt Canada. Hey, if they could figure it out as the offensive line gels, as the running game comes together by the end of the year, the last 2 seasons, why would I think they can't do that with Arthur Smith and better pedigree linemen? Like, Broderick Jones is now going to be there. He's going to play, hopefully get better every week at right tackle. Zach Frazier's better than what they had in Mason Cole. Seumalo, I don't think was great early last season, and then by the end of the year was really good. James Daniels is good. I think they're going to run the ball much, much better. And that's only going to help, presumably, Justin Fields. So, today, yeah, I think they'd have a shot, but come the end of the year, you're going to see Kansas City get better. Buffalo looks like a juggernaut, but yeah, sure, they've got a puncher's chance. Absolutely, they're a contender. Is Baltimore better than them right now? No. And their line really stinks. And their pass defense, you're never out of a game against the Baltimore Ravens. They got that in common with the West Virginia Mountaineers. Like, here's a text. Steelers have only scored 3 offensive touchdowns in 3 games. Yeah, but I wonder, man, what the conversation would be like today if the Steelers had scored on that final drive and they put up 27 points.
A little bit different.
Because that's what I'm reading. Oh, they'd have to score more than 17 points to beat those teams. That Chargers defense is good, and I know that they got banged up. Why'd they get banged up, though? Because bang, 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 bang. Over and over and over and over again. What?
Nothing.
You like that?
Bang, 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 bang.
The damn Dodgers.
The damn Dodgers.
Bangrin. Look. No one's saying that Buffalo or Kansas City shouldn't be the 2 favorites. But who, right now, today, who's third? Like, we got other people texting in. You think Justin Fields is a franchise quarterback? Look at what happened in that game yesterday between the Bengals and the Commanders. Those are 2 franchise quarterbacks. Okay, well, they also got to play each other's defense. Like, the Commanders are bad defensively, and the Bengals are horrific.
Horrendous.
couple of years ago, Phil Anarumo, their DC, was getting head coaching looks. Yeah. Not good. Not good. Are the Steelers a contender? 412-928-9370. Want to hear from you on that. Also, let's predict what we might hear out of Mike Tomlin's press conference coming up in the next segment. Jason La Canfora at the bottom of the hour. He'll be joining us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cincinnati Bengals, they lost on Monday Night Football yesterday to the Washington Commanders. Lost to the Washington Commanders. The Bengals now 0-3. The Steelers lead the division and are the only team left in the AFC North over 500 after Week 3. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
Sure is, Doran. I'm drooling over here right now, and the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious. And how about some crispy golden hash browns? They're a must. They're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at FrankWalkerLaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at FrankWalkerLaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Asian.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. With his enshrinement ceremonies only 3 weekends away, the Toronto Raptors announced yesterday that they will make Vince Carter the first player in franchise history to have his number retired. However, the Raptors are the second team to announce that they're retiring Vincinity's number 15. The Brooklyn Nets beat Toronto to the punch. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Delays and midday work slowing you down. This report brought to you by Indeed. Crews working on the inbound side of Route 28 once again today around the Highland Park Bridge. Watch for the lane restriction and resulting delays all the way back to Delafield Road. We have additional heavy traffic past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I just found something that'll make for a great social media's Biggest Loser segment, Doran.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, it ties football together with movies.
Oh, I like that.
Mm-hmm. And a big-time losers mentality as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll round out the show with that. It's going to be good.
All right.
It's going to be good. Trust me.
All right.
I keep doing this, and someone's called me out on it. I shuffle the papers. I tap my pen.
You're allowed.
Thank you.
It's your tick.
I have a lot. Are the Steelers a real contender? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on that in a moment. Here's what Tomlin had to say about Justin Fields after the game.
He's doing an awesome job doing what we're asking him to do, playing to win, and so that's appreciated.
That's it. 8 seconds on Justin Fields' postgame, which I did the tapping again, which leads me to believe we're not going to get a starting quarterback name today.
No.
It's going to be Russell Wilson is not going to practice in full on Wednesday. We'll operate as we have the last couple of weeks, and then he's going to get follow-up questions. All right, what if Russ is healthy? And he's going to say, I don't believe in hypotheticals, and here's how we make hot dogs, yada, yada, yada. It could be the same thing as last week.
God bless the reporter who asked the question. Because last week he somebody asked it twice again, and you could tell that he was ticked off.
Yes.
So he might get out in front of it and say it's going to be the same situation as it was last week. I'm not into hypotheticals. We can make hot dogs, we can make brats, we can make kielbasa, but you know what? That's what we're going to make, and you might not like it.
You know what I've always wanted to know? How it's made is shawarma.
I think it's just chicken, right? Chicken or beef.
Like the sauce.
Yeah, it's
just like a sauce.
Yeah, it's like a sauce.
And what's in I think I might have meant falafel. What's a falafel?
Ooh, I don't know.
Okay, that's what I meant then. Since you're all
shawarma is just chicken and
I think I got them confused. Yeah, yeah, it just looks like chicken in a pita. I figured it out. You just put chicken in a pita, Doran. All right, what's in falafel? Because I love me some falafel. What's in falafel? What is falafel? Chickpeas and fava beans.
Okay.
Fresh herbs and spices. There you go. You don't want to know what's in a shawarma? Let's go to Tim in Saxonburg. Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Tim. What you got?
Hey, before I say what I'm going to say, I just want to let you know that I do like how Justin Fields is playing and how the Steelers are. But I got to throw devil's advocate at you here. Two things. One, if the Steelers would have lost those first two games, which, they only put up, 18 and 13 points. If they were sitting at 1-2, would that change your opinion on Justin Fields? And then, secondly, if you look at how the Steelers are playing right now, again, this is devil advocate, the Falcons are only a Saquon Barkley fumble away from being 0-3.
Yeah, Tim, I love you, man, and you call all the time, and you're a great caller, and you're a tremendous listener. You're trying to take wins away from the Steelers and the Falcons with ifs and buts and candy and nuts.
Right.
If West Virginia could cover, they'd have beat Pitt. And you know what? I'd be happy. Because a win is a win, and a loss is a loss, and I ain't here for moral victories. If they were 1-2, yeah, I'd view it different.
Absolutely.
But Justin Fields played winning football, and that's why they won 2 games. He was a piece of it. He wasn't the force behind those 2 victories, the first 2. I think you can make the argument that he was offensively in the last game, but he also didn't lose you the first 2 games. So, yeah, that makes a world of difference.
I hate when people do that. It's like, well, you didn't throw for 300 yards. You still won the game. So, you still are the same team. Well, you didn't do this, but you still won the game. Like it's about W's and L's, man. However you get there is how you get there. And as long as you can see a progression, then it is what it is.
Yeah.
But to play his game, okay, if they were 1-2, yeah, I would have to reassess.
Still be in first place, though.
Yeah, they'd still be in first place, but I'd be okay, when is Russ, I'd be very, very integrated on what Russ's progression is rehab-wise of saying, okay, we need to catch up. A lot of these teams right now that are 1-2, like the Bengals, right?
Yeah, man.
They need to catch up, so they're in desperation almost mode early. Well, they're 0-3.
Yeah.
Who's 0-2?
The Bengals,
the Ravens.
The Ravens are 1-2, and the Browns are 1-2. Yeah,
right. They're in almost desperation mode. So that's kind of how it would be, and that'd be looking at Russ's situation.
Yeah, because the difference there is, all right, the Ravens, you got to figure it out. The Browns, you got to figure it out. The Steelers would have a break glass in case of emergency. Okay, we're 1-2. That's no good. We're going to go to the Super Bowl winning quarterback. And by the way, if that quarterback didn't throw an interception to Malcolm Butler, he'd have had 2 Super Bowls, Doran. That's the same thing.
Right, exactly.
Texter, falafel at Cheesecake Factory is actually made from garbanzo beans.
Garbanzo beans.
Mm-hmm. I thought garbanzo beans were the same thing as chickpeas.
No. They look the same, though, I think.
They look the same, but they're different.
Aren't they round?
I thought that both were round.
Yeah, that's why they look the same.
Oh.
They don't look like a bean.
Shawarma.
They look like a little like a marble, like a vegetable marble. They look the same.
Text another text. Shawarma is made from lamb meat. It's essentially the Middle Eastern variation of the gyro.
There's different shawarmas. You can get chicken shawarma. You can get lamb shawarma. You can get beef shawarma, and maybe shrimp too. but it's definitely the sauce. One time, I went out to eat shawarma in Detroit Friday night before our playoff game, and then I dropped the pass and I lose us the game. That's what happened.
Have you had shawarma since?
No.
Try to say shrimp shawarma again.
Shrimp shawarma.
That's tough.
Shrimp shawarma.
Someone is now texting and saying garbanzo beans are chickpeas. You know what? We're going to need Tomlin to get to the bottom of this today. That's what we're going to have to figure out. Well, obviously, the chickpea and a garbanzo bean, they might look the same. They yield different results. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Chickpea is the losing vegetable.
We're not going to go Oregon with you. We're not going to go kidney beans. We're going to go garbanzo.
Are we getting a chili season yet?
Close.
I think we are.
I mean, it's still warm, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of like throwing me off.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the warmest it's been at this time of the year?
I was looking ahead. Tuesday next week is October 1st. Going to be 75 degrees.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Text us, please. Brought to us by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. Boy, do we got a lot to talk to him about. And then we have a very special edition of Social Media's Biggest Loser after that. First, though, it's a callous headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play their final home series of the year tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Or actually, it's going to be over the next 3 days. But the first game of the series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit TrustPJ.com today and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit TrustPJ.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Never bet against Kirby Smart. The Georgia Bulldogs go to Tuscaloosa to face the Alabama Crimson Tide, and it'll be the Tide's first SEC game of the season, and it's always a tough test against one of the better rosters in college football. Georgia, -2, is one of my favorite bets in Week 5 of the college football season. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that 4-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. Mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection. And browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Week 4 is here, and it starts with an NFC East matchup Thursday night between the Giants and Cowboys in New Jersey. And despite being a team that is on the downward swing, Dallas is a 4.5-point favorite against the Giants team coming off its first win. I don't know how you could lay points with the Cowboys right now, given all their defensive futility and offensive ineptitude, and the Giants are coming off a road win against Cleveland. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So make it happen now on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to make every moment more this season. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Steelers are 3-0, first place in the AFC North. The Bengals losers last night, 0-3. Browns, Ravens, 1-2. And we're joined by Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the original podcast In the Huddle. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Good morning to you, Jason. How are you today?
Hey. How's it going, guys?
Vibes are kind of high in Pittsburgh right now, Jason, which we're not used to. Even if things are going okay, generally, we say they're not going well around here. So I'll ask you a simple question. I think first, your own opinion, and based on people you've talked to and what you're hearing, are the Steelers, are they good?
Well, this equation works. I know that. Now, can they play this equation or close to it every week, specifically when it comes to, not taking sacks, the no turnovers portion of the ball game? How replicable is that through a 17-game and, dare I say it, maybe more when you come to the playoff sample size? And that is a bit of an unknown, and that's obviously been something that's held this quarterback back in the past. But there's reason to believe that this team knows who it is, has an identity, is willing to stick to it. And, that defense, and they haven't even really run the ball yet, the way I think that they ultimately will be able to. So I think there's also, the idea that, well, this is all they can be, and will this be enough? I think there's certainly inherently gains that they can make, but I think this plays. It plays for them. It's not going to have people up at night, crying about style points. Now, again, yes, do you want to keep expanding your passing game? Do you want to be more efficient running the ball? Are there more things with Justin Fields you can tap into? But I think it's also about being smart and incremental about that, and understanding, that in the meantime, there's still ways we can win ball games right now. So, yeah, I buy it. I mean, it works. It's kind of tried and true. this week, Indianapolis, I know that the Steelers have some offensive line, injuries. I know that we're not sure about which running backs are going to be 100% or close to it or even available this early in the week. But, I think they can run the ball in Indianapolis. I think they can run the ball in Indianapolis with some vigor, with some determination. And I don't buy Indianapolis as a very physical, stout football team right now in the trenches on either side of the ball. So this is another one where I think they play smart football. They keep it simple, stupid. They win a low-scoring game, and they continue to stack these wins at a time where not a lot of people are doing it.
Jason, you just said that the Steelers want to play a certain way, and I think we all understand what that way is, and they've proven to us which way that they want to play through these first 3 games. But from your eyes and the 3 games that the Steelers have played, with Justin Fields being the quarterback, do you think that they have found their franchise quarterback?
Well, I mean, what is a franchise? I guess.
Do you think they found their quarterback for the future, for the next how many years?
I mean, I think it's entirely possible. I don't think anybody's going to, make that declaration, nor do they have to. I think because of the nature of his contract and the way things are laid out, it may be something that you want to get to sooner rather than later in the off season, but nothing's going to happen in season, and they don't really operate that way, right? So I think he's going to love playing for Mike Tomlin. I think he's going to love being a Pittsburgh Steeler, and I think they're going to be increasingly comfortable with both his potential and expectations, and what a high upside could be, but also increasingly comfortable with what the here and now offers. So I think he will prove to be the best option they've had at quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger started to decline. I think all that's very real. I think all that's very possible. But we're also, 3 games in, so I don't know that you need to know now, and I really don't know that that's where the focus is right now, right? I think the focus right now is just finding a way with Justin Fields to beat the Indianapolis Colts. And then I got to be honest, I haven't looked at week 5, but whoever that is, you know what I mean? It's about designing a game plan around him that gives you the best chance for that week to beat that opponent. But could they have bought really low and kind of stumbled into a guy who's going to be their starting quarterback beyond this year? I think there's certainly a real possibility in that, especially as you look at what the price is becoming for a lot of these other guys, that this might not be the worst way to go.
Jason Luckenford joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. 0-3, a lot different than 1-2. Which team in the AFC North, because I'm kicking the Browns to the side, better chance of rebounding, the Bengals or the Ravens here, Jason?
Well, I mean, that had to be the Bengals rebound last night. I mean, it just did. And offensively, they did some good things, but they couldn't finish drives in the end zone. And a rookie quarterback was finishing drives in the end zone all over the place against them. And he was completing 3rd and forevers and 4th and 5s to get there. So, I mean, this is now 3 times. I mean, they faced what could be, the worst team in the AFC, and they faced a team that a lot of people thought had the worst defense in the NFC and would be one of the worst teams in the NFC, and they faced them both at home, and they found ways to lose. And then they gave away a game to the best team in football in between. So, no, I think they're in a different category. Like, even now, this whole Carolina thing, I mean, you've got them loosey-goosey, and right, you got the Red Rifle facing his old team, and Carolina showing some heart and fight for the first time in years. I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't know. Jamar Chase showed up last night, but again, they still couldn't finish drives. So, and defensively, Jaden Daniels is a special talent, but that can't happen. I mean, a rookie quarterback making his 3rd start on Monday Night Football in your place can't do that to you. Can't eviscerate you like that. So, no, I think the Bengals are in a different category. The Ravens' schedule's tough here the next 2 weeks. Don't get that twisted. I mean, they've got the Bills. that's going to be a tough game. And then they get what's obviously going to be a desperate Bengals team. But an 0-3 hole it's just different. And the Ravens found their groove running the football last week, and Derrick Henry looked like King Henry with them for the first time. So, I mean, their schedule was going to be tough. Like, I thought they'd start 3-5 and still make the playoffs. And that could be how it goes for the Ravens. I don't think the Bengals are going to have that luxury.
Jason, is Trevor Lawrence a bust?
I mean, he's not a quarterback who I would want starting for me, let alone starting for me, at $55 million a year. The problem in this league is, especially at that position, and you could trace it all the way through the Carolina Panthers problems, when the owner is that involved or invested in a pick, when these guys who are generally cold-blooded businessmen, when their hearts and their egos and their optics and the PR, right, and them just, I really, really want to be right. When that gets wrapped up in this and then they decide to double down on certain things, and keep a guy around because I know we can make this work, and you get yourself in trouble. And now they're in big trouble because he wasn't special, or he was occasionally special. He'd have 3 to 5 week sort of periods throughout the course of his rookie contract where he looked special, but not nearly enough to just go along with this theory of, well, I got to pay my guy a couple bucks more than the last quarterback because that's how it goes. And that is how it goes, but does everybody need to play that game? When you've, possibly overdrafted a kid and now it's pay time. So I think they're in deep trouble. I don't, he was a running quarterback. Like, no one really wanted to talk about it, but his legs had a lot to do, and the RPO game had a lot to do with that Clemson offense. And then you take a kid that high and you pay him real money, and you don't want to play that way. But his completion percentage isn't special. He's a turnover machine. They can't run the ball at all in the traditional manner. I think there's a way to maybe stabilize that offense a little bit more by kicking it old school and going back to his college stuff. But now that you're paying him $55 million, that's a bitter pill to swallow, right? We should go back to the rudimentary stuff that that Urban Meyer never did with him the first year, because Urban Meyer could barely be bothered to show up for practice. Like, I don't know, guys, but that's a bad football team. That is not a franchise quarterback. Doug Peterson might already be on borrowed time, but the quarterback's not going anywhere because of the owner just paid him. And I mean, it's that situation and the Tua situation are different because of the reasons for the futility or in Tua's case, the lack of availability. But those franchises are in a real bind. I'd much rather be renting Baker Mayfield or renting Derek Carr or renting, Geno Smith right now than to have just re-upped with Tua or Trevor Lawrence.
Man, strong stuff, Jason. We appreciate it every week, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday. Thanks for your time.
You got it, guys. Have a great week. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle, Insider Calls. Brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. We know what's in mayonnaise. Someone texted in what's in shawarma sauce, Storm. Yogurt, lemon juice, and tahini. What the hell's tahini?
Tahiti.
Tahiti?
I think so. No.
Either way, I don't know what that is. Wish I hadn't asked. No. Maybe?
How's it spelled?
Tahiniai. Say what you will about the Steelers and where they've been the last 7 years, kind of spinning their tires in the middle of the league. They realized it wasn't working with Kenny, and they moved on. Whereas you've got the Jags paying all that money. And now you're stuck. All right, social media's biggest loser up next, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. And we want you to schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Bengals lost yesterday on Monday Night Football, making them 0-3. And at the end of the third week of the NFL season, Steelers 3-0, Ravens and Browns 1-2, and the Bengals 0-3. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of trouble as we head toward the midday. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. Disabled vehicle blocking the right lane of outbound Route 28 near the 31st Street Bridge off-ramp, causing delays back up onto the Veterans Bridge. Also seeing some traffic stacking up onto the North Shore Expressway. Inbound on the Parkway North, we have crews working as you approach the East Street off-ramp, and that's causing delays back toward Venture Street. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Whoa! 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Tuesday for us about in the book, man. And then tomorrow you got Doug Whaley, and we got Mike Tomlin to react to. Real quick, who asks the quarterback question today? I have 3 contenders. I have 4 contenders.
Benz.
Oh, he's on my list. I wrote Will Graves, Ashley Leotis, who's been all over it.
Yep.
And she's yet to get the hate. Benzie and Pryor.
Yes.
Gonna be one of those 4.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now on to social media's biggest loser, and it's Lance Leipold, the head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks football team. So the Jayhawks blew it, and they lose to West Virginia this weekend. And he releases a statement on social media after a 1-3 start. We appreciate our fan support, and they're needed as ever to make a difference. If they're not disappointed or frustrated, they wouldn't be a fan. Hopefully they show up and are energetic and can help us when we need them, and they can continue to make a difference. And hopefully the same reason they believe in this university and program, and maybe if they're newer to jumping on, they still see that this team has a lot of season to play. There are some books and movies that start off really slow, but end up being quite a story at the end. I plan on this team being one. Yeah, they're going to lose their next 4.
Who do they play again?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. When you put stuff like that out there, you suck and you know it. I think. Like, when Devonshire had the pick 6 against West Virginia, do you remember Neil Brown did that, like, hostage video?
Yes.
He's sitting there. We still have a good football team. We're going to fight. You're still going to have a great year. Bang, lose to Kansas.
The attendance, at least student attendance, was down in Morgantown, wasn't it?
They got 53,000 there.
The students didn't show up, though.
They suck anymore.
They don't care.
They don't. They suck anymore. They won 9 games every year I was there, if not more, but we would go. Even if we didn't think it was good, we would go.
It wasn't like it was like a bad day. I think that
a bad day. There was a 2-hour weather delay.
There was rain, but not at first.
They knew it. They looked at the weather forecast, Doran.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they did. You don't want to talk attendance. Don't talk attendance. How many people were at this pick game?
A lot.
More than 53,000? I doubt
Probably
it.
around the same.
Oh, let's look it up right now.
Probably around the same.
Let's look it up right now. Who'd they play? Youngstown State. That does make a difference. Pitt, box, score, Youngstown.
They scored 73 points, you dork.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
What do you mean? You guys almost lost to Kansas.
Beat them. Lined up, beat their butt. 48,000.
Close.
Rest my case. What's a movie that starts slow but is good?
I mean, one of my favorite movies, it doesn't start slow, but it takes you in a different direction, is Jaws, because you don't see the shark until basically the last 20 minutes of the movie.
That's true. You're always, the specter of the shark is almost more spectacular than the shark. Yeah.
Right. They use like props to show the shark, like the girl getting dragged in the beginning, and then the dock being the shark. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I guess.
I was going to say Oppenheimer.
That movie is so slow.
I never saw it.
Ugh.
I'll tell you what movie was never slow, Barbie. You pop that thing on, entertain the whole time.
You're right about that.
Oh, who wants to do Barbenheimer or Oppenarby or whatever the hell they called it? Not me. I'm just going to watch Barbie and be happy that I made that decision. All right. It was a nice crowd for Youngstown State.
Mm-hmm.
It was. Yeah. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high 75.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Is Kamala Harris a radical?
That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
It is the show that changed the landscape of professional wrestling forever. And on Wednesday, October 2nd, from the Steel City, the world will celebrate the 5-year anniversary of Dynamite.
Bleed black and gold.
Be there live as AEW makes history once more. Who's out? AEW Dynamite 5-year anniversary live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, October 2nd. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Back again with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, I've heard that 80% of your customers are returning customers. 80%, can that be true?
Absolutely true, Bob. Back in the day, the local family touch is what separated the dealer before the big national chains and the multi-location family conglomerates changed car buying into a game. But not at Jeep of Pittsburgh.
No secret, for over 30 years, nothing's changed at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, where it's still one-on-one car shopping.
We've always been a single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store, where our focus remains on our customers. No pressure, no games, no sitting waiting around for hours or to speak with a manager, and that's what keeps our people coming back and why we remain Pittsburgh's undisputed lease leader.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car or truck? Get to Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky during Jeep Adventure Days, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com.
Bob, we are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
A gain scent bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on Route 28. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. We did have an earlier disabled vehicle on the outbound side blocking the right lane near the 31st Street Bridge off-ramp. They have removed that disabled vehicle. Now you just have delays, however, stacking back up onto the Veterans Bridge. Inbound 28, crews blocking a lane at the Highland Park Bridge ramps, and that's causing delays back to Delafield Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did and did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Elise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Well, Cincinnati might be in trouble. Bengals against Washington last night, a home game for Cincinnati, looking to try to break off an 0-2 start to the season. And Washington went into Cincinnati and won 38-33, the game that you heard right here on 93.7 The Fan with Westwood One's coverage. Bengals are now 0-3 and will play Carolina on the road next week after Carolina stunned everyone by beating the Raiders on the road 36-22 on Sunday. So in the AFC North, Steelers 3-0. Cleveland Browns 1-2. Baltimore Ravens 1-2 after they beat Dallas on Sunday. Cincinnati is 0-3. Dallas and the Giants, Thursday Night Football, 8:15, right here on the Fan. Coverage begins at 7:30. Buffalo is at Baltimore, Sunday Night Football this week. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Joe.
We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Third down and 7. This one is launched from McLaurin. He's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Terry McLaurin.
Last year, everybody was talking about how they were going to probably end up with the first pick and jettison Justin, which they did for a 6th-round draft pick, by the way. And now he's undefeated as the signal caller for the Steelers.
This is unbelievable. And yes, I know that word is used too often, especially by me, but this is unbelievable. We're 3 games into the season, and they're 3 games up on the Bengals. How is this possible? The Bengals, I looked at the Bengals' early season schedule. They had Washington and New England at home. They're 0-3. I had them winning the division. In a related note, I had the worst NFL predictions in the country and maybe of all time. I'll get to those in a moment. Maybe of all time. I can't believe what has transpired here, City Limits, and it's wonderful to see you again. I'm still reveling in our pizza run yesterday, but that's beside the point. I was asked in a mailbag this morning about the Steelers possibly, how crazy everybody is for thinking they could run away with the AFC North. What's so crazy? I'm aware there's 14 games left. I'm aware they don't start divisional play for like another 8 months. And I'm aware that injuries always tilt the balance of power in the NFL. They change seasons at the drop of a hat, right? I mean, it's everything changes with injuries. I get it. But how can you at least not have those thoughts cross your mind? I had the Bengals winning this division, so did you, correct?
That's correct.
So did a lot of the country. Nobody had the Steelers winning the division. Nobody. May I read to you from The Athletic this morning? Because this is, to me, this is the most stunning development in the league is the Bengals being 0-3. It's the most stunning development in the NFL. I'm just making sure of that. I mean, Seattle being 3-0 is surprising, but especially given the schedule. The Bengals sitting here at 0-3. Listen to this from The Athletic this morning. Boos rained down on the Bengals during Monday's 38-33 loss to the Washington Commanders. And the Bengals defense turned in, and I quote here, the worst performance in team history, failing to make a single stop and allowing 5 touchdowns and a field goal on 6 possessions, 2 others ending in Washington taking a knee. Oh, my God. They didn't make a single stop, Limits.
It was the first game since 1940 where there wasn't a turnover or a punt in a game.
Ron was covering the league back then.
That's right.
But we won't get into that
He was already
right
20
now.
years into the business.
Maybe the Bengals could use Red Grange. Look at this. Drives, the Bengals allowed 6.3 points per drive against Washington, if you want to go a little bit into the analytics, and I'm taking you there, because the previous record was 5.6 in Week 10 against New Orleans in 2018. Well, guess what happened right after the game in Week 10 of 2018? Marvin Lewis fired defensive coordinator Terrell Austin after the game. He fired him after the game. This was worse. What has become of the Bengals? In the Super Bowl era, 6 teams since 1966, 6 of them have overcome an 0-3 start to reach the playoffs. The Bengals need to go 10-4 the rest of the way to reach the playoffs, I would think, unless 9 gets you in. Maybe in this AFC it does. But 10-4 the rest of the way? What a development that is. Then you have the Browns that we all had pegged for bad things this year anyway, but not everybody. You know, some people overrated this team last year where they somehow swept all the awards in sight, even though they didn't have a great year, I didn't think. And then it ended with that embarrassing debacle in the playoffs. They stink. Myles Garrett is hurt now. They got injuries up and down their team. They have the Deshaun Watson dilemma, which is a light word for that. That's just ruining the franchise right now. They're done. The Browns are not to be taken seriously. The Bengals, while I still think that offense can cook a little bit, history tells me they're done. The Steelers are 3 games up on the Bengals, 3 games into the season.
So should we print the T-shirts now, Joe? Is that what you're saying?
No. But thoughts of the Steelers running away with this division, how can you not think it? They're multiple games up right now. They're playing historically great defense through 3 games. And look at their schedule. They face maybe the worst quarterback in the league on Sunday. Then they have the soft old Cowboys coming in who get physically dominated on defense every week, it seems, coming in for a night game on October 6th. Then they got the Raiders, whose best player, Max Crosby, has a high ankle sprain. And then we got a showdown against the Jets because I think the Jets are going to be good. They have a very good defense. And Aaron Rodgers is starting to look like Aaron Rodgers again. That team is a threat. And then the Giants come here, and this ain't Cleveland. They're going to break apart the Giants. So let me suggest this to you, oh Wonder Twin. The Steelers at 3-0, let's give them a loss to the Jets. Let's give them 2 losses. Why don't we?
Against?
Even though I don't think that's going to happen in their first 8 games. Let's say they're 6-2. I think they're going to be 7-1. Let's say they're 6-2 going into the bye week. All they have to do in the remaining 9 games, and we know what a gauntlet that is, although it's less so now that Cleveland has fallen apart, and who knows what becomes of the Bengals. All they would have to do then is go 5-4 the rest of the way, and they got 11 wins. 11.
That gets you in.
And I think that's very conservative at this point. And I know injuries. I know people are going to point to injuries. Believe me, I know. T.J. Watt goes down, even with Herbig and even with maybe better depth, although Highsmith is already hurt, right? T.J. Watt goes down, then everything changes. Period. That's just a fact. Other injuries could play very important roles in what happens the rest of the year. I get it. So let's just talk in the context of you're not going to have catastrophic season-ending injuries to your best players. What if they go 7-1? Then all they have to do is go 4-5 the rest of the way. 4-5. They got Washington, and then they have basically the whole division plus Philly and Kansas City. It's a tough schedule. There's no doubt about that. But all they have to do here, I think, is go 6-2, and I think they're going to go 7-1 with a chance at 8-0.
I think they're going to be 7-1 as well. I mean, the one game that I circle right now that I'm very fascinated in, other than the Jets, is Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden Daniels.
Oh, is he good?
He looked very, very impressive.
Their offense is definitely something
sophisticated
to be contended with. Yes,
I think they posted not a college offense. I guess they were getting a lot of flack from Cincinnati for basically being a college offense trying to operate in the NFL. Cliff Kingsbury's their OC, is that correct?
I love that.
How
guy.
about that?
Yeah, he was fired up. Yes, they seem to be having fun. Dan Quinn and Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels, they're a fun team to watch.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for the Bengals, though.
Yeah,
they have the Giants. They have the awful Raiders. They get Philadelphia at home, which I think could significantly help them.
Hold on. That's not playing devil's advocate. They've lost at home to New England and Washington.
And they've historically started off very slow over the last couple of years. What, 1-7 over the last 3 years coming into this year?
Yeah, and that's killing them. They didn't make the playoffs last year.
So when Cincinnati at the end of the year is playing the Chargers, we'll see what happens to them, but they're playing them on the road, and it's never a home game for them. Chargers don't have home games.
Yeah.
Dallas in a primetime game. That could be fascinating. Joe Burrow heating up at the end of the year. And then how about this for Final Four games? Awful Tennessee, which is it Will Levis or Mason Rudolph?
They more awful than New England? Okay.
Then the Browns at home
in
a primetime game.
Yep.
Then they host Denver.
Yep. They going to stop Bo Nix?
I think so.
Because they just had a game in which they allowed the other team to score on every possession.
How about how Bo Nix, I saw a story this morning, the Steelers corners were laughing at the Denver offense. They were laughing at the offense because they wouldn't take any shots.
Where'd you see that?
Scrolling through Instagram this morning. I think it was Sports Illustrated. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean,
laughing at the offense that Denver was running because they had no interest in moving the ball down the field and taking shots.
I know, but Tampa Bay's not laughing at them, which I guess is proof that things can change. Listen, the bottom line here is they're 3 games up on the Bengals, 3 games into the season. Developments of the early season are just absolutely flooring me here in the AFC. Look around the AFC right now. I think I can pick the playoff teams. City limits. You ready?
I'm ready.
Buffalo and the Jets. You agree with that?
I agree with Buffalo. I'm still not sold on the Jets.
Man.
But with the rest of the way...
What did you see from Aaron Rodgers in the last game?
I'm just going off the fact that the Jets always find a way to fall flat on their face.
Well, they do, but they haven't had a quarterback like this in, well, maybe since Joe Namath, to be honest with you.
The Jets are on the border for me of making the playoffs right now. But as we go further and further through the AFC, I mean, we're kind of realizing how many good teams are there.
The Dolphins aren't. They're falling apart. This is going to be a disaster. The Patriots are horrible.
But I thought they weren't too bad. They beat Cincinnati.
When did I say they weren't too bad?
Well, you said they beat Cincinnati, and we were going through the list of teams that Cincinnati could easily beat.
Because you were going through the teams that Cincinnati could easily beat, and my point was the Patriots beat them, and the Patriots stink, so they could lose to anybody. That was my point, Limits. You're moving the goalpost, Zombie. We're 17 minutes into the show. Steelers and Ravens are playoff teams. I'm not saying the Bengals can't turn this around. They could. Joe Burrow is a great player. They could turn it around. But I don't think to the tune of winning the division. Like I said, they got to go 10-4 just to get to 10 wins. It's just at some point the math doesn't work for you. I think Houston will be the only team in the AFC South. Do you agree with that?
I do. How wrong I was on Jacksonville. And did you pick them to win the division too?
Yes, I did. They're an embarrassment.
That's a disaster.
Oh, my God. By the way, Josh Allen's the best player in football. Sorry.
Yes, the one year that I don't bet him to win MVP. It's like the only bet I make.
He's the most entertaining player, and he's the best player. How's that for a hot take? And I know Patrick Mahomes is out there. I know.
He's more entertaining than Mahomes.
He's more accomplished, for sure.
Mahomes and the Chiefs have gotten bailed out, by the way, this season so far. They
Josh
could
Allen
be 1-2.
Who?
Kansas City.
Yeah. Josh Allen doesn't even have a number one receiver, for God's sakes. And then in the AFC West, I have the Chiefs, obviously. I have the Chargers as the next best team, but they're suddenly riddled with injuries, including a high ankle sprain to their quarterback. So that last spot's going to be up for grabs. But I think it has become very predictable here. There's always one miserable team that turns it around. Let's say that's the Bengals. And there's always one good team that falls flat on its face later in the season. I'm really not seeing that. Most of the teams have losing records. The Chiefs, Steelers, and Bills. Would the Bills be a candidate for that? With that quarterback, I don't think so. So I think this has become quite predictable in the AFC. You?
Jacksonville, they have a slow heartbeat right now that's coming to a just utter collapse.
He needs to be fired. Doug Peterson needs to be fired.
I just cannot believe how much of a beatdown that was. Buffalo's going to run away with that division. Maybe not run away, but they're going to win it. I agree with you in the West. It looks like the Chargers right now. And that's the team that I wanted to put in.
The Chargers as a wild card.
As a wild card, yes. Not beating Kansas City in the division. It's a team that I wanted to put in because Harbaugh always finds a way to win in his first couple of years. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. But I believed in Jacksonville and then Houston to be the wild card team. So wrong there. I think you're right.
Jacksonville is a mess. Trevor Lawrence is one of the most disappointing players that I can remember. Because he teased us. Some guys just come in and they're busts from day one. They stink. This guy came in, had a horrible first year under Urban Meyer, then had a very good second season. 25 touchdowns, 8 picks, and a historic comeback in the playoffs. And since then, he has 23 total touchdowns and 15 interceptions, and his team stinks. What happened to this guy? What happened to that coach? What happened to this team? They're horrible.
And the Jaguars, remember when they played the Steelers and one of their players was waving the terrible towel all around?
Maybe it's that.
You remember that?
Yeah. Maybe that's still
You want to know how many games the Jaguars have won since that?
Yes, I do.
One. They've won one game.
Wait, when was that?
October 29th of 2023. They've won one game since. They thumped the Titans 34-14 on November 19th. Since October 29th, Jacksonville is completely falling apart. They've won one game. They've lost to the Texans, the Bengals, the Browns.
No, you're wrong about that, but I get your point. That was October 29th. They beat the Steelers last year, right?
Yeah, where am I wrong about it?
And then they desecrated the terrible towel, yes?
Yes.
They've beaten Tennessee, they've beaten Houston and Carolina since then. I'm sorry to say. But your point is well taken. You should see City Limit's face.
No, they did beat Houston.
Their record since then is something like 3-10. So your point is well taken. Your facts are just slightly off. Forget them. They were one of my horrible picks. Topic being, are the Steelers bound to come back to earth the way it's designed in the NFL? Or is this going to keep up? Like, tell me, if you don't think it's going to keep up, why? Why? I had a guy ask me in my intergalactically red mailbag today. He said, you and everybody else should pump the brakes here. If this season falls apart, it's going to be because of the offense. He's not sold on the offense. I'm not completely sold on this offense, don't get me wrong, or on Justin Fields for that matter. But how can you not love what you saw on Sunday? How can you not view that as a giant step forward? He was great. They were great. As far as I'm concerned, that was a 27-point output they had. They chose not to score at the end. That was a really, really good offensive performance, and he's been incredibly impressive to me so far. And this defense, I don't see a reason outside of injury why this defense won't continue to dominate. Do you? I don't see a weakness on the defense. I don't.
No, the only weakness that I could see in the defense is maybe in the secondary, but Dante Jackson's played very well, and Deshaun Elliott surprised me.
Listen, you might be right, but I think that would only manifest itself against a high-powered passing offense. Could it be Dallas in a couple weeks? I don't know. I just don't see a whole lot of those on the schedule, to be real honest with you. Limits certainly not coming this week in the form of Anthony Richardson. It ain't coming against Vegas. It's not coming against the Giants. You know, the two threats for that, you're going to face Aaron Rodgers, presumably, on October 20th, and he looks like he's rounding into prime form. And you're going to face Dallas. And they for whatever they don't have, they do have a pretty high-powered offense when they're clicking. And after that, you're going to see Burrow, you're going to see Lamar, you're going to see Washington, which might have a pretty good offense. So there will be some along the way. But, man, the Steelers are stacking wins in the meantime. And I can't help but wonder if they're going to run away with this division. Am I crazy? 412-928-9370. It's almost too good this far into the season. It kind of makes you worry. 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We're going to have Mike Tomlin's news conference at noon. The final Derek Shelton show at 11 o'clock. And we're just going to talk a ton of Steelers and developments in the NFL, in the AFC, and with this team. Is there an injury to worry about that we might be surprised by? We'll talk about that next. Let's talk about this. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And, of course, the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our football talk, a variety of topics. You could even call it a six-pack, brought to you by Bet365.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton at 11, Mike Tomlin press conference at noon. Pirates begin the first of 3 games against the Milwaukee Brewers to close out the home schedule at PNC Park. Pirates 73-83, Milwaukee 89-67 with Bailey Falter on the mound tonight. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 leadoff show begins right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
It's not just about watching the game. It's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it. It's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 4 drivers were eliminated Saturday night in Bristol as the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs have reached the round of 12. Kyle Larson dominated the Bristol elimination race, which saw a pair of former Cup Series champions, Martin Truex Jr. and Brad Keselowski, end their seasons. Ty Gibbs, that would be Joe's grandson, and rookie Harrison Burton also failed to advance. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
That's the power of Bowser.
Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is the local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000. 412-784-9000.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We have devices that track all kinds of things in our lives. Devices that tell us how many steps we take and monitor our health. Apps where we can track our nutrition, exercise, and sleep. And websites that rate restaurants, venues, shows, and movies. But did you know that you can also track and see your voting record? Your voting record is public, so when you skip an election and don't vote, your voter score goes down. And when you do vote, it goes up. Simple as that. Who you vote for is always private, but if you voted, it's public. So go to votehq.org to find out how to make sure that voter score doesn't drop this election. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. That's votehq.org for more info on how to cast your ballot this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I don't consider myself any sort of iconic prognosticator. I do make some good predictions once in a while, but I also make some bad ones. And I think I've made the worst NFL predictions for this season, maybe in the history of this town and maybe in the history of the United States of America. I went back and looked at this, and it's absolutely horrifying. Now, I did have the Steelers. What did you have the Steelers at going in?
I had 10-7 and making a wild card spot.
And you're changing that to what?
11-6. And still, I'm not going to say they're going to win the division at this point, but I think the needle is a lot closer with Baltimore.
You're not saying they're but you said Cincinnati.
I said Cincinnati.
So you've changed from Cincinnati, but not to Pittsburgh?
I'm changing right now to Baltimore.
Well, what? What have you seen that makes you think Baltimore, not the Steelers, should take over for Cincinnati? You've gone nuts.
Yeah. I like Baltimore's end-of-year schedule more so than I like the Steelers' end-of-year schedule, too. And even though I still think Lamar and the Ravens against the Steelers are not a superior team, so it might make a lot of sense that you're saying, I mean, that makes no sense what Austin's saying. Why would he possibly think that the Ravens are going to win the division?
No. I get why someone would pick the Ravens, but if I had originally picked the Bengals, which I did too, and I was going to take them out and put somebody in, I would take the team that's 3 games ahead of them and 2 games ahead of the Ravens. Like, what have you seen from the Ravens that makes you say, oh, suddenly I'm going to pick them over the Bengals?
Well, it's the historical factor of what Baltimore has typically done.
Well, why didn't you pick them in the first place?
So I thought Cincinnati was better than them. But 0-3 is so hard to come back from.
All right. Well, your predictions weren't nearly as bad as mine.
They were close.
Listen to this. Listen to this from the beginning of the year. This is horrifying. It's almost impressive what I've done here. Steelers record 10-7. This is at the Post-Gazette. You can see all the PG writers' predictions. Steelers MVP for the season, Russell Wilson.
Great start, Joe. At least I didn't say that.
Steelers Rookie of the Year, Zach Frazier. That was a good pick,
yeah, that's a good pick.
Wasn't it? Boy, is he good.
How about my pick, Roman Wilson? That's gone over well.
You still could get some traction.
I think so.
Who knows? But
a healthy scratch last week.
It's amazing what you can see. I went through the game. I woke up at 4:30 today. I often wake up having to pee and couldn't get back to sleep. So I said, I'm going to go back through the Steelers game again and just watch Zach Frazier. And in the second half, that dude was like plowing people into the ground, taking guys 10 yards downfield, blocking one guy, shedding him, and getting to the second level, as they say. He's unbelievable. You ready for these predictions, Limits? AFC North champion, Bengals.
That's what I had.
AFC South champion, Jaguars. Did you have that?
Yes, I did.
Do we share our shame?
Yes, we do. I just cannot believe how bad Trevor Lawrence is playing. And it's more so the offense around him, too. Doug Peterson, goodbye. You can't bring him back after this season. You might not be able to bring him back after Week 10.
You might not be able to bring him back for practice today. I mean, seriously, that's the type of game that gets somebody fired 3 games in. 40-10. What was the score, 40-10? I
think it was 37-10. Regardless. Beat down.
And then I had the Jets and Chiefs, which I'm okay with. The wild cards, Steelers, Ravens, and Texans. You know, I should get most of the playoff teams right. My NFL MVP, Jordan Love. My coach of the year, Zach Taylor.
Nice.
What was I doing? What was I thinking?
I at least picked D'Amico Ryans. He's looking okay right now.
My offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey. My rookie of the year, Caleb Williams. This is the worst collection of predictions any person has ever made on any sport at any point in this country's history.
Oh, you could have had the Browns winning the North.
That would actually be preferable to the Bengals right now. They're a game ahead of the Bengals. Anyways, I'm deeply ashamed of that. Are we getting ahead of ourselves with the Steelers? Let's go to the lines. 412-928-9370, the final Derek Shelton show at the top of the hour. You want to text in something, a legitimate question. I'm not asking this on X anymore because the questions that come in are ridiculous and couldn't be asked, and it's just a fusillade of stupid insults and questions.
Yes, the text line is ripping me for saying that the Steelers repeatedly beat the Ravens like a rented mule and are 2 games behind or 2 games ahead of them, and think that the Ravens, who are 2 games behind, are able to come back and win the division. Yeah, okay. Pathetic limits, the text line said.
Well, I'm not discounting the Ravens from winning the division. I just didn't understand your logic in removing the Bengals from your preseason prediction and inserting the Ravens over the Steelers as the team you now think will win it. The Ravens are a whisker from 0-3 and coming off an epic fourth-quarter meltdown against Dallas. Like, I hardly think that they're fixed at this point. I just didn't understand your logic. That's all, but you explained it. Can we go to the lines?
Yes, here's Roger in Apollo.
Hi, Roger.
Hey, how you doing, Joe?
Good. What's on your mind?
Was just wondering what your take was on Broderick Jones's performance on Sunday. I didn't hear his name a lot, which is always a good thing, but I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, man. He showed a lot of character in bouncing back from one of the worst series. I wouldn't even say games. One of the worst series, and it wasn't even a whole series. Had to have been in the history of the Steelers and maybe the history of the NFL for an offensive lineman. I don't remember ever seeing anything like that. A guy gets inserted into a game for the guy in front of him was healthy, like he just was part of a rotation, gets inserted into a game and single-handedly detonates a drive with 3 penalties. It was a disaster. And he came back and played well, I thought. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be a connoisseur of offensive line play. Let's put it this way, though. We all know when they stink in a game, and he didn't stink. In fact, he must have been pretty good in the second half because as I watched every play again early this morning, they were pushing people around, and that includes him. Now, Romo identified Broderick Jones early in the game as having missed an assignment that led to a very negative play. But other than that, I'm with you. When they're not talking about you, you're probably doing something right. And on the other side, you had Joe Alt. Did you notice he has a tiny little head?
Yeah, Control, Alt, and Delete, TJ Watt said. Goodbye.
Well, no, that's funny you say that because that was the line they used as the little header for their box on Alt. Control,
Alt, Delete?
Control, Alt, Delete against Max Crosby and I forget who, 2 other good pass rushers that he held without a sack. He couldn't handle TJ Watt. Could not handle him, and it showed late in the game.
And that Bills score was 47-10, by the way.
47, okay. He was getting help from everybody on various plays, and whenever he went one-on-one, especially in the second half, Watt dominated him. Let's get this straight. TJ Watt's the best defensive player in the league. He's the best edge rusher in the league. He should have won Defensive Player of the Year last year. It was a Lifetime Achievement Award for Myles Garrett. That's what it was. There's nobody like him. Garrett is great. Max Crosby's great. There's others out there. Micah Parsons is sort of in a different category because he's not just strictly an edge rusher. But TJ Watt's the best in the league.
What do you think of my prediction?
They destroyed that kid when he went one-on-one in the second half, just destroyed him.
He's going to win Defensive Player of the Year and also break the all-time sack record this year. 3 sacks through 3 games. I mean, he's not on the pace to do it, but very well possible.
Next.
Here is Patrick in Glassport.
Hello,
hey,
Patrick.
Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to, real quick about Justin Fields. Do you think with Tomlin, the way he feels about him and having Russell on the sideline is like kind of like a fire up under his ass, under Fields' butt to play better, you think?
Well, not necessarily. I don't think that hurts, but I think if it was just Kyle Williams as the backup, for example, I think you'd probably see the same level of performance from Justin Fields. Like, I'm not sure I buy into those kinds of theories. Bob was suggesting a couple weeks ago that Najee Harris is extra motivated, and it has showed in his play in a contract year. Najee Harris has run like a complete maniac for his whole career and continues to do so. Like, how much harder can Najee Harris run than he already did last year and the year before? How much harder? There's nothing left to give. The guy leaves his heart and soul on the field every single week. And I'll tell you this again, Limitless Wonder. I think that the Steelers should buck tradition, wait to see if Najee is still healthy in about 5 weeks, and sign him to a contract extension, a celebratory contract extension toward the end of the year. They don't sign players other than quarterbacks during seasons. They should do it here for what this guy, for how this guy approaches his job. And if anybody else in the future were ever to say, oh, you made an exception for Najee, what about me? They simply say, you're not Najee.
What if it's Justin Fields?
He's a quarterback, so it wouldn't be an exception. Next.
Here is Bill in Cranberry.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, I'm pretty excited about the Steelers, but I can't get overboard. I've gone through too much. Last year, we thought Kenny Pickett was Johnny Unitas reincarnated. This year, we thought the Pirates had this knockout starting pitching staff that, except for Paul Skeens, fell apart at the end of the year. Penguins didn't make it last year.
I hear you. I do hear you.
By week.
What's your first name again?
Bill.
Phil?
Bill. B-I-L-L.
Bill, I completely understand. You've been hurt, Bill, and it's tough to come back and love again when you've been hurt. Have you considered perhaps a little bit of therapy?
Unchain my heart. I get it every Sunday when I watch them, and they do good. I was impressed. I was impressed with Fields. He looked so good. His passes were like rockets. They were right on the money.
Yeah.
He stood in the pocket like, a man in charge.
Yeah.
The guys they got this year, like Peyton Wilson and, the new center and stuff, like these guys really look like they're ready to go.
It's fun,
They're
right?
Rookies.
Maybe we can just enjoy it for what it is right now, Bill, and I appreciate the call. Maybe just enjoy the moment. Enjoy the present. That's why they call it a gift. It's the present. City limits.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Listen, I do understand. It's actually true when you've been damaged like this around here in recent years with false hope and with we've been talking about how these some of the darkest times in Pittsburgh sports history with all the losing that's gone on and the disappointments and things like that. Maybe, though, just enjoy it and try to put aside, recent hurts, recent horrors, and enjoy the next game. Because you know what? The next game's going to be good, too, I think. I think they're going to destroy the Colts. I do. I think Anthony Richardson is in a lot of trouble here. So maybe if we can just enjoy the moment, I think that would be good. Coming up, the final Derek Shelton show of the season. Lots of things to ask the Pirates manager. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. You can listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Mike Tomlin at noon should be interesting. Oh, the injury. Najee himself was reported to be in a sling yesterday. Did you see that story, Limits?
Yeah, that's definitely one to monitor, especially with Jalen Warren and the infrequent amount of time that they've used him, especially over the last couple of weeks. Clearly, he only had, 4 carries last game?
Clearly he's not right, no. Jalen Warren. There's no question about that. So that would be an issue if Najee is also banged up here. But you'll hear the Steelers coach at noon and Derek Shelton next as we wrap up this season. What does he make of the season? What did he think was the biggest positive and negative development? And where does he and they go from here? This should be very interesting. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today, but also a 75% chance of rain. We're also, later in the show, going to replay a segment from yesterday that was absolutely incredulent. It was Bob Pompiani just trying to sort of throw out there very offhandedly, very off the cuff that he had dinner with Tony Romo and company the Saturday night before the game. He's sitting across from a man called the savvy old newshound. That's me. And a savvy young newshound. That's him. And we immediately went back to that as Bob tried to talk football.
And Bob thought that we would not even inquire about it.
Right.
He thought it would just be a little footnote that would sneak through and nobody would have to even wonder.
Footnote is a great word. Did you still have to use footnotes on your college papers? City limits, do they still exist?
I think there was one paper I had to.
Yeah.
That was all.
But yeah, Bob didn't think we were gonna go after that storyline. How could you not? He was out to dinner with Tony Romo, Nance, and all the CBS people Saturday night and became highly agitated when we merely inquired as to things like, what did Romo order? Where were you? Things like that. It became very contentious. I think it made for an entertaining radio segment that deserves to be played again. You?
How discreet of a location do you think this was in?
Yeah,
like, was it in a bunker? Was it hidden away from everyone?
I don't know. Even in the after the segment in the hallway, Bob refused to divulge where they were. What is happening here?
He doesn't want to give up the location for next time Nance and Romo are here.
Maybe they go to the same spot.
Yeah, because you think there might be a hey Jim, hey Mr. Starkey here. I'd like to talk to you real quick here.
Right. Exactly. So we're going to replay that because I found it very instructive, very interesting, and entertaining.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chargers' Derwin James has been suspended one game for repeatedly breaking player safety rules. This is including Sunday's game against the Steelers and his actions on the field in that game. So the Chargers will not have Derwin James for Week 4 as the Chargers are playing against the Kansas City Chiefs at home. 4:25 kickoff. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Trump and Vance have no clue what keeps parents up at night. I don't want to hear about cat ladies, lies about people eating dogs, or have them tell us that school shootings are a, and I quote, fact of life. Trump and Vance don't get that nothing's more important than the safety of my family and the schooling of my kids. I don't need to hear anymore. I've made my decision for my kids and their future. I'm voting for Kamala Harris and Coach Walls.
Paid for by AFT Solidarity, AFT.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AFT Solidarity is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
I'm Matt, and I'm a former Trump voter. One of my biggest beefs with Donald Trump is that with him, anybody who doesn't agree with him is a radical, is a lunatic, is a leftist, a Marxist, a communist, somebody out to destroy America. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because I don't want to live in a world that's all about hatred and retribution and getting even with your neighbors and getting rid of people who are different from me.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The Lindy Group is the paving industry leader in high-quality asphalt, concrete, paving, and utility services. Active in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, Lindy employs diverse teams of people in all trades and operations positions. Put your skills to work in an environment where smart thinking, high-quality craftsmanship, and attention to detail are recognized and rewarded. Build better with Lindy and learn more about us at www.thelindygroup.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrili here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man,
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Brewers tonight, 6:40 first pitch. It's the start of the final home series of the year for the Pirates, 73-83 on the air. Milwaukee, 89-67. Bailey Falter is on the mound for the Pirates with a 4.15 ERA on the season. 5:45, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on the Fan. Can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Derek Shelton Show starts now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is time for the Derek Shelton Show, the final Derek Shelton Show of the season, brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. Shelty, how are you today?
Stark, how are you today?
Doing very well. Pirates manager on the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Shelty, you look at this season as we wind down the final stretch here. You're a game behind last year's pace. You were 74-82 at this point last year. Would you characterize this season as underachieving or disappointing, or what word would you use? How would you characterize it?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I mean, obviously we're disappointed because, we haven't played better, and I think that's the main focus that we need to get going. I mean, we're playing the Brewers, as you guys highlighted at the beginning of this show, and they're the team that we're, striving to get to be. They're the team we're chasing, the team that won our division. So obviously it's something that, we need to be better.
As you think back to the first, whatever it's been, I guess 156 games, what do you think was the single factor that held you back the most about your team?
Well, I think, we were in a good spot going back to the end of July. A few games over 500. We lost the game in Houston, the last game in Houston, and then just didn't play well. We just didn't finish games out, whether it was being able to complete an inning or complete a pitch or, get a big hit or make a play. We had a stretch of games where we just did not finish, and that ended up, ultimately being a major factor in our season.
Yeah, it felt like probably for a lot of people, like the bullpen, if we were listing factors when you talk about not being able to finish games. I realize a lot goes in, maybe earlier in the game you could have padded a lead, things like that. But it really felt like the bullpen just underachieved this season. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, I think what happens there is that I think your first point is really important there, Joe, is that, it's very easy to point to the bullpen because that's at the end of the game, and, that's the thing that gets highlighted. And we need to be better in the bullpen. We thought it was something that was going to be a strength of ours, and obviously we need to continue to focus on that and get better. And I think we found out we have some components to do that. But I think your first point there is right. It's, it could have been we, got an extra run or two or made a play that didn't allow a run. So the bullpen is something that gets highlighted because it's near the end of the game. But there were a lot of factors during that stretch that I just think we could have done better.
We've talked about this many times, probably going back to the first show we did, Shelty, because David Bednar got off to such a rough start. You were adamant about keeping him as your closer, and he rebounded and then relapsed, I guess you could say. In the end, what held him back? What was the issue with David Bednar this season?
I think execution would be the one thing that I would point to. In the past, he's really done a good job executing all three of his pitchers. He's kind of that rare guy that pitches at the end of the game with three with 3 pitches, and we've seen the stuff still be there. It's just been the location that's been inconsistent, and the location over the last few years has been elite. And this year it has not been as sharp as we would have liked or he would have liked, and I think that's the thing that we gotta focus on getting back to.
Do you feel like he should face competition for that role going into spring training?
I think there will be competition for that role, but I have confidence, too, that he can do that role. We just need to get him back on track. I mean, to say what our bullpen's going to look like or how we're going to be, sitting here on September 24th, I think it's too easy. But I do think that we believe David has the ability to do that.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on the line. It's the final Derek Shelton show of the season. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Shelty, what has been the most positive development or positive developments that you've witnessed this season with your club?
I would say our starting pitching is where I would, start. I mean, I assume at some point we'll talk about Skeens, what he's done this year. Jones, especially prior to the injury, off to such a good start for his rookie year. And, overall, a really solid year. Luis Ortiz moving into our rotation, I think that has definitely been a highlight. I think Reynolds is what, 4th or 5th in the National League in hits. Cruz is a 2020 guy. So there definitely are some positive things to build off of. But, I think we still know that we have room for improvement. But those are the things that would stand out, for me during the year. I mean, Joey Bart, the year that he's had, being able to get him and the season he's had offensively and defensively, I think we've seen him continue to get better. So that's definitely been a positive also.
Yeah, you just remind me of something that I wanted to ask you this week with Cruz going 2020, Ohtani. And not just him being a 50-50 guy, the first in history, but the game that he had the other night. I could go on for an hour. He was 6 for 6. I could stop there. He had 3 home runs. I could stop there. He had 10 RBIs. I could stop there. 17 total bases, 2 stolen bases. It was the night he hit 50 in both home runs and steals. It was also the night that they clinched a playoff spot. And if he hadn't been thrown out at third trying to go for a triple, he also would have hit for the cycle. Can you think of any game that you've ever seen going back to Little League that would top that?
No. No. Well, there's 2 points. Number one, I thought maybe because of this game, Cook may be on the show just because we know that he loves Ohtani more than anybody on the planet.
Thought about it, yeah.
Yeah. But the last factor you brought in there, I did not realize. I didn't know he was going for the cycle.
Yes.
That's the first. Okay, that's the first time I heard that. No, I mean, I think as we've talked about before, and Cookie was effusive on Ohtani last year. Anytime that he could bring him up. I mean, we're talking about a generational player. I've never seen a night like that. It's unbelievable. And I mean, to think that this guy's going to pitch next year, it's going to be interesting to me next year to see how it affects his stolen bases, how much they're going to want him to run with the fact that he is going to pitch because of the sliding and going that. So it's going to be interesting next year. But I mean, we're talking about a historic year, and not only did he do all those things, but he accomplished those milestones in the same game, which is kind of crazy. You couldn't really Hollywood script that any better.
I mean, it was ridiculous. And it leads to a question for you and for the Pirates. I talked to both of Paul Skeen's college coaches about him as a hitter, and they were effusive and insistent that he would be nobody's number 9 hitter. So I ask, why not? If he wants to, why not give him a chance to hit?
Yeah, that is not something we have talked about. That does not surprise me that both of them, I appreciate using the one big word I knew back at me, in effusive. Yeah, we have not talked about that, but I have seen some videos of him hitting in college, and it was impressive.
Would you consider talking about it? What if he came to you guys? Are you open to the idea?
I think that's a larger conversation that would have to happen with Ben and other people in baseball ops. So not something we have talked about.
Have you seen him hit live?
No, I have not seen him hit live. I've just seen him hit on video.
All right, we move on to Brian Reynolds as a first baseman. I didn't realize that was developing the last time we spoke. Is that a distinct possibility, real possibility for next season?
I think it's something that we're talking about or exploring. We just wanted to see how Brian looked over there. I mean, he's been talking for 3 years since we started doing some drills in spring training where the outfielders come in and work in the infield, and the infielders go out just to work on different skill sets. And he's been telling me forever that he could do it. We started doing it to kind of work on his footwork and how he's moving in the outfield, and then we've kind of just incorporated some other things into it. I think the one thing that we thought about is once Brian and I talked about it, and Brian and I talked about it, was like we wanted to see what it looked like and how he felt before we got into the off season, because he goes home in the off season and then he's in Nashville and calls and says, "Hey, I think I can do this." We wanted Donnie to be around him and Mendy to be around him and do some work. But I'm not saying it's going to happen, or I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's something that, we've explored a little bit.
How does it look so far?
So far, it looks good. I mean, it actually looks better than I expected it to look in the early going. And, I mean, I think we knew he could field ground balls and he could move his feet, but around the bag and with pick stuffs and the way his glove works, it's actually looked pretty good.
When you say that he mentioned something to you, did he initiate this?
Well, he initiated it 3 years ago when we did this drill where he continued to tell me he could play in the infield. And then we started to talk about it as we got into the season a little bit more and just said, hey, let's start to work on it and kind of go from there.
So you definitely get the idea that he would be all on board for this. You wouldn't be forcing him to do something.
No, in no way I think would we ever force him to do it. And, and I also don't think it's something that we would look at as a permanent thing. We would look at it as like a versatility thing and being able to play different positions and just kind of exploring versatility.
Cruz's future, definitely in center field. What do you make of that experiment so far?
I think it's gone extremely well. Yes, I mean, we view him as a center fielder. We're seeing the benefits of it. I mean, I know, as you know, the way they categorize plays these days in the StatCast era is by stars. I mean, he made a 5-star play the other day, which is very rare that you don't see a lot of those. He's made 3 or 4 4-star plays that he's made look very easy. His jumps, his reads have been consistent. Overall, it's been, I think, it's probably been a little better than we expected. He's actually, his routes are more consistent for a guy that's gone from the infield to the outfield right away. His breaks have been good. I mean, we realize there's times there's going to be mistakes, but the thing that's really stood out to me is he's kind of played fearlessly out there. I mean, he's left his feet. A lot of the things that we hoped that we would accomplish this year by moving him there for the 30-plus days was having different plays that he had to get used to, and I think we've seen those kind of transpire.
Who could you imagine being in the pole position at catcher going into the spring?
Wow, that's a good question. I mean, I think as we've talked about, Joey has had a really good year, and he's definitely going to be there. I mean, we should get Andy Rodriguez back, which will be encouraging for us, and Henry will be healthy next year. And I think it's an area that we have depth, which is important to have depth in the catching spot. And, nobody catches 130, 140 games anymore. So having a viable option with those 3 guys, I think is something that puts us in a good spot going into spring training.
I saw where Endy left a game at AAA, but it was reported afterward, I think by you guys, that it was just fatigue. But it does lead to a question, Shelty. Is it realistic and smart even to have him come back as a catcher with obviously he's going to need to make the throws to second, or might you wait on that?
Well, no, I think we view him as a catcher, but obviously we'll get him, looked at throughout the winter and monitor him throughout the winter and monitor his workload. Understandable that there's fatigue, anybody that comes off Tommy John. And I think the fact that he was able to get back on the field, he was able to play, he was able to catch, that's really important for us. And we, he does have versatility, can play other places, but I think right now we view him as a catcher.
Another big offseason story is going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes. I saw he was interviewed a couple days ago and said he's on a very rigorous strength training program with the back. Are you guys confident that this is going to be the solution?
I think we are confident. Kia's bought into it. He's been really diligent with the work. He looks better. He's in a better spot with his back. I think anybody that plays a rotational sport that has had back issues understands how challenging it is to do things. And Kia's been battling this back. But this program is really good. He looks better. And very encouraged going into the offseason that the back is going to be strong, because I think we've seen when his back is, in a good spot, how productive of a player he can be.
Finally, Schulte, a couple questions about your future here. David Bell, I think probably under some similar circumstances, lost his job just a few days ago. Ben Cherington said he, quote, fully expects that you'll be back next season. Do you fully expect that?
Yes, I mean, I think that, what Ben said, and fully do it. I'm working hard towards, the last 6 games this year, and then getting into the off season and getting better. I mean, it's a situation where I know we have to be better. I know I have to be better, and we have to move forward.
Have you been told that you'll be back?
No, I mean, Ben said, what he said, and I think that's, what I'm standing by, and I'm sure we'll talk at the end of the season and go from there. But, I'm just doing my job and trying to finish strong for the last 6 games.
If you had to pick something, Schulte, that you do need to get better at, you mentioned you need to be better, what would that be? What would maybe the top priority be?
No, I think that it goes back to the finishing games. Figuring out, how we finish games better would probably be the thing that I would highlight. We had a situation, as you talked about earlier in the show, of being in a good spot and then not being able to. So I think as a group and myself, we need to figure out how to finish games better.
If you're told you need to make major changes with your staff, is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I think that's something we'll discuss at the end of the year. I mean, won't discuss that and have never discussed that, at this time of the year or publicly. But it's something that I guarantee you that Ben and I will discuss like we do every year at the end of the year and talk through the staff.
Schulte, I appreciate all the time this year, your willingness to answer questions, tough questions, and we'll be talking. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Have a good week, guys.
Take care.
See ya.
That is Pirates manager Derek Shelton. That's the final Derek Shelton show of the season. He says he's going with what Ben Cherington said. He didn't come right out and say he's been told and assured that he'll be back, but he's going with what Cherington said. Are you taking that as the gospel truth here?
That sounded to me like a man that hasn't been told if he's back or not. That's just my interpretation of it. What are you in agreement?
Does Cherington know for sure that he'll be back? See, you've gone back to this before, and I agree with you that it sure sounded. Do you remember when Clint Hurdle told Stephen Nesbitt, basically,
yes,
I'm coming back
in
next
the final
season?
week? I'm coming back, and then a week later.
No, by the end of that day, Hurdle had to change his tune and scale back on that. And then, by the end of the week, he was gone. And then Huntington apparently made that call. And then another week or two or whatever
3 weeks
it was,
later, he was gone.
He was gone. I'll tell you this much, man. It's tough to make the case to stay for everyone involved. And I know I've gone back and forth on this. If they don't improve on last year's record.
What if they finish with the same
That's a tough
record?
Case.
If they finish with the same record with better pieces this year than last year, then it's not an improvement. They could win 77 games this year, but they had Skeens, Jared Jones, and O'Neal Cruz. It's not an improvement.
Since he signed his contract extension early last season, the Pirates were 15-7 when Derek Shelton signed that extension. Since then, he's 28 games under 500. He's 134 and 162. That's a 73-win pace since the day he signed that extension. That's awfully tough to defend. It really is. And as I mentioned to him, David Bell, I think those are very similar circumstances. You got some young guys rising into your system. You have a team that, while they didn't, based on the Vegas line, completely bomb this season, they certainly didn't live up to expectations. He's been there 6 years. or whatever it was, 5+, just like Charrington, or just like Shelty. It'll be he's finishing his 5th season. It's really tough to make a case. And there is no case for Andy Haynes as hitting coach. There's no case. That's why I asked Shelty at the end, if you're told you need to make major changes, are you willing to do that? Every once in a while, you'll see a coach, a manager say, if you're going to completely rip up my staff, then you might as well fire me too. I don't get that impression with him. There's no case for Andy Haynes. They're near the bottom or at the bottom of every significant offensive category in the National League. Now, you could say that's talent, and you might have a great point there. That would go back to Charrington. But it's also, at what point do you answer to your job description, your mission statement, which as a hitting coach is to make the hitters better. It doesn't get much more complicated. You could view him as a scapegoat. You could view him as Matt Canada. You could view that situation any way you want. Well, that's not going to fix the problem. Well, you're right. It probably won't. And he needs to be fired, Andy Haynes. All of that can be true. You just can't be back. If the development of young hitters has been disappointing and your offense as a whole is horrifically bad. I mean, we could go through every single offensive category in the National League. In fact, we will. Runs. Pirates are 4th to the bottom. Home runs, 3rd last, which I'd be willing to live with if they got on base all the time. On base percentage, 2nd last. Strikeouts, 2nd. So not only do they not hit for power, I could also live with a ton of strikeouts if they hit for power. They don't. They're 3rd last in homers, and they're 2nd last in strikeouts. On base percentage, 2nd last. Slugging, last in the league. Last in the league in slugging. That's something that if you were the owner of the ball club, you could really go a long ways toward fixing by spending a little bit of money. Come on. Nobody's asking for a Dodgers payroll. I don't even know that people are asking for a Brewers payroll. And have I mentioned that Milwaukee's a smaller market than Pittsburgh? I think so, just a couple of times. Get up to $100 million. You'll still be $15 or $20 million behind the Brewers, who play in a smaller market. But get up to $100. Go buy a player for $60 million. Come on. The offense stinks, so he's gone. And Oscar Marine, at one point this season, I remember saying, the pitching is the one thing that they're good at. But, man, is that more based on pedigree? Like Paul Skeens was going to be good if I was the pitching coach, right? What else? Has Mitch Keller made major steps forward, or is he still stuck in the same late-season funk he was? What about the bullpen? What about that disaster? What about Holderman and Bednar? I'm not willing to say that Oscar Marine is some sort of miracle worker here. Far from it. I think you might have to clean house with the assistants, and I would actually agree that is more or less rearranging the deck chairs, but it still needs to happen. And I couldn't disagree, and I don't think anybody in all of baseball would disagree if Bob Nutting cleaned house from the very top with Ben Charrington. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that Shelton and Charrington are going to get one more year, and they're going to get a chance to make next year their 2013. That's what they're going to get a chance to do. And I'm okay with that. Believe me. I wouldn't rip Nutting if he fired both of them, but I'm okay with both of them going into next season on a blazing hot seat. And maybe Clint Hurdle is the case study here. I mentioned maybe a month ago, there has never been anybody who's lost this much for this long in pro sports and stayed on the same job for a 6th season like Shelton would. I mean, he has lost prodigiously, including since he signed the contract extension, like I mentioned, 28 games under. Who else has lost like that? I wondered about John McKay from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but there's one case study, and that's Clint Hurdle. What were you going to say?
Yeah, you ready for this nugget?
Yeah.
Since the 1960s, early 1970s, there have been 3 managers that will have managed longer than Derek Shelton for the Pirates if he manages a 6th season. And it's Chuck Tanner, Jim Leland, and Clint Hurdle.
Yeah.
What do they all have in common that Derek Shelton does not have in common with them?
Well, at least one postseason appearance or multiple.
Winning, Hall of Fame in a couple instances.
But here's the case study with Hurdle. If we're going by who else has lost like this and lived for a 6th season, it was Hurdle with the Rockies. He got there his first year early in the season, I should say. Went 67 and 73, 74 and 88, 68 and 94, 67 and 95, 76 and 86. Those were his first 5 seasons in Colorado, and then guess what happened? They had the miracle finish in 2007 and went to the World Series. Then he basically went back to the way it was, and he got fired. Then he comes to Pittsburgh, has 2 late-season collapses. And I remember writing, and all of us were saying after 2012, is this the right guy? Because he's lost every year but one. He's been managing at that point after 2012 season. He had been managing for 9 years and had 1 winning season. And then 2013 happened, magically. So if I had to guess at this point, I think Bob Nutting is going to give these guys one more chance in hopes of recreating 2013. That's what I think. And I would say that if you are going to recreate 2013, you better go out and find an A.J. Burnett, a Francisco Liriano, and a Russell Martin. Do I have confidence that Ben Cherington is going to do that? Hell no. Those were 3 unbelievable deals by Neil Huntington. You could make the argument that for all Neil Huntington did wrong in the farm system, in development, and everything else, what he did in 2013 for this franchise should have bought him a lifetime contract. He traded for A.J. Burnett. He bought Liriano on a ridiculously low price. And he brought in Russell Martin. And those guys were as important as practically anybody else in transforming the fortunes of this franchise. Can Ben Cherington even approximate that this offseason? 2 all-star level starters. He probably doesn't need that. What he needs to do is get 2 all-star level performers in his lineup. That's what he needs to do. These are very precarious times for the Pirates. There's no way that they should go back and, tear it down or anything like that. No, not with this pitching, not with this rotation. Spend some money and bolster your lineup. Make a smart trade or 2. That's the deal right now. All right, back to the Steelers. Did you see where Bill Cowher named his top 5 defensive Steelers of all time limits? Did you see that little story?
I did not see this.
I'm going to talk about that a little bit next, and I disagree on a couple of those. Big surprise there. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We want you back over and over again to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Very easy to do, and you're in very good hands there. Our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton was asked if he expects to be back next season. He said, yeah, working hard towards the last 6 games of the season, getting into the offseason and getting better. But has Shelton been told that he's coming back? He said Ben Cherington said what he said when Cherington said he fully expects Shelton to return. Shelton said, that's what I'm going by. More 937thefan.com. Pirates and Brewers tonight, 6:40 first pitch, 5:45. Leadoff show begins here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Here's a text, Doran. It ain't the same when one is not on the air. You guys are so good together. Thanks. We do have that chemistry, baby. And we are in mid-season form.
Like Russ and George.
Who's who?
You're George.
I got strong hands.
Get upset when everything's don't go your way.
Maybe you're exactly right. I'm deleting you off of my social media.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looks like fall is here, and the leaves aren't the only thing that's starting to drop.
That's right. Outside temperatures are dropping too. Are your windows able to keep that cold air out and the warm air in?
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
Autumn is the perfect time for replacing your home's old, worn-out windows. Don't wait until the cold winter winds are howling.
Take advantage of this change of the seasons and upgrade your home with new energy-efficient windows like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
So don't wait. Stop by one of our showrooms.
Or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now's the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and the powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2024 Dodge Ram 1500, payment starting as low as $385 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L, payment starting at $249 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Did you know that black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications? One reason is that hospitals are closing at alarming rates in black and rural communities. This fight isn't just about abortion. This is about reproductive health care, including access to doctors, hospitals, and treatments that can save black lives. When our health and freedom are under attack, we fight back. Request your ballot starting October 29th and return on Election Day, November 5th. To learn more, text FIGHT to 25225. Paid for by Black Voters Matter Fund at blackvotersmatterfund.org.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Cloudy with showers this afternoon, the high 74.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Dak Prescott has seen enough. The Cowboys quarterback said the offense looked unprofessional on Sunday, unfocused and unprepared. I like this from Prescott, who rarely, if ever, criticizes his teammates publicly. Prescott showing leadership while there's still plenty of time to save the Cowboys season. I'm Maggie Gray.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing. Loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Mike Tomlin, top of the hour. What's with Najee walking around in a sling yesterday? Will Russell Wilson be medically cleared? And does that complicate how we rationalize the quarterback depth chart? This is going to be very interesting here at the top of the hour as the Steelers prepare for the Colts. In the meantime, quick little aside here that I found mighty intriguing. This was courtesy of our friend and yours, Benzie the Magician, Tim Benz. You know him, right?
We've never had the pleasure of meeting, and we've had this conversation before.
I'll have to introduce you, but that's beside the point. Where Bill Cowher got it right and wrong with his top 5 Steelers defensive players, writes Benzie today over at the Trib. Cowher's top 5 Steeler defenders of all time from 5 to 1. Troy Polamalu, T.J. Watt, Mel Blount, Rod Woodson, and Joe Green. There's no wrong answer here, I don't think. I don't think there's a wrong answer.
But someone's missing.
Benzie says Jack Ham, Troy Polamalu, Rod Woodson, Mel Blount, and Joe Green. He leaves T.J. Watt off the list. How about that? He thinks the Super Bowls are a tiebreaker. I'm sure a lot of people would probably agree with him. I'm going to give you my top 5. What were you going to say?
Are we just forgetting that Jack Lambert exists? Are we wiping him off the face of the earth? I mean, really?
Well, tell me who you'd take off the list. Not easy, is it?
I'd consider Woodson.
Would you? Rod Woodson might be one of the 10 best all-around football players who ever walked this planet. No, I'm not taking Rod Woodson off.
Do you value that Jack Lambert spent the entirety of his career in Pittsburgh winning 4 Super Bowls as one of the best linebackers of his era, and I think one of the best linebackers ever, and Rod Woodson did not?
Do you think if Rod Woodson was on the 70s Steelers, he would have won multiple Super Bowls? And do you think if Jack Lambert were on the 90s Steelers, he would have elevated them to multiple Super Bowls? I don't know. By the way, I haven't said my top 5 yet.
How do you know Jack Lambert's not on it? I'm a great Jack Lambert defender on this show. Ron and I used to argue all the time about Jack Lambert versus Jack Ham. He would tell me that Lambert will tell you that Ham was the greatest linebacker. Well, I have a quote from Ham to the Hall of Fame a long time ago that Lambert was the greatest linebacker. So here's my list, and then you can make your city limits. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
My list is T.J. Watt. See, I don't know who to leave off here. That's the problem. T.J. Watt, number 5, for obvious reasons. Let me tell you my criterion first. May I?
You very well may.
If you pluck this guy out of his prime, who's the best player? Who are the best players? You take him out of their primes. Who are the best guys? He's in his prime right now. I think he might be one of the top 5 or 10 defensive players, period, who have ever lived. So T.J. Watt, number 5. Troy, number 4. That's a tough one. Troy, number 4. Jack Lambert, number 3. Rod Woodson, number 2. And Joe Green, number 1. How do you like that? I left out Mel Blount.
Yeah, you did. It's so hard to leave out Mel Blount because he literally changed the game. They had to put rules in place because Mel Blount was so dominant and physically.
What if I leave out Troy?
Wide receivers.
Do I leave out Troy then and put Mel Blount at number 5?
Troy is such a.
Or 4?
Imagine making this list if you're like
I know
the
that's
Cleveland
the
Browns
thing.
or
if
you're like Buffalo or somebody else where you don't have like the level of dominance that was on the Steelers defense for so long. Like it is.
It's crazy.
It's a great problem to have.
I mean, Jack Ham could easily be on this list, right?
Jack
and a lot of people would have him on this list.
He'd be number 1 on a lot of other teams' lists.
Right. So it's very hard for me to leave Polamalu.
I don't think.
All right, who's the greater player in the history of the league, Polamalu or Blount? That's not an easy question.
It's not an easy question. I think Polamalu. I think Troy.
And I think Rod Woodson over Blount. I don't think that's crazy either. And then Jack Lambert, as I've often said about him, I think that the snarling, toothless, raging face personality, body slamming Cliff Harris, while all that is awesome and makes him unique, it actually obscures the fact of what a great all-around linebacker, football player he was. It wasn't just breaking people's bones and snarling in their face and things like that. It was the fact that he made that defense, the Tampa 2, go because you need a linebacker who can cover, a rangy, athletic linebacker who can cover people down the field, and he did that. He actually belied his image with the kind of all-around finesse player that he could be if he wanted to be. That's the crazy part. So I'm putting Jack Lambert on this list. I'm sorry. And that's at the expense of Jack Ham, and I apologize profusely and personally to him. And it might be at the expense of Mel Blount, and I apologize just as profusely to him. I'm torn between Watt, Polamalu, and Blount for those 4 and 5 spots. I'm sorry, I'm watching T.J. Watt. He's the best defensive player I've seen since Lawrence Taylor. He's a one-man wrecking crew. And then I go Woodson and Green.
Now, I know we got to get to Tomlin, but I think T.J. Watt has the potential to potentially, this is a hot take, bypass Joe Green for number 1 if he wins a Super Bowl here.
Holy
he could
bird
get the
milk.
number 1.
Well, who are your 5? You've been ripping me and Benzie and Cower.
I
Who
have
are
not
your
been
top
ripping
5?
Benzie. Well, I guess I was ripping Benzie for not having Jack Lambert.
Yes.
I have Joe Green, number 1.
Uh-huh.
See, I just made the list, and now I want to change my list already.
That's what happens with these lists.
That's exactly what happens with these lists. It makes me
just
furious.
Name it. Live with it. Name
I have
it,
Joe
live
Green.
With it. Yes.
Mel Blount.
Yes.
Jack Lambert.
Yes.
T.J. Watt. Troy Polamalu.
Oh, my goodness. No Rod Woodson?
No Rod Woodson on the list.
Holy bird milk. All right. Well, we're still leaving off all kinds of people, but we need to get to the head coach here. Mike Tomlin with injury updates. Mike Tomlin getting irritated with quarterback questions. I see it all happening now. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today, but also with a 75% chance of rain. Mike Tomlin next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers 3-0, Cincinnati 0-3 after losing to Washington last night in the game that you heard right here. The NFL's coverage on Westwood One. It's Steelers and Colts, 1 o'clock Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, we should get a couple of dry hours heading into the afternoon before our next round of rain and storms is expected to arrive. I'll keep our rain chances to just isolated through 3 o'clock, and then I'll bump us up to scattered rain and storm chances through about 9 this evening. I have highs today near 80 degrees with us already in the upper 70s at noon. Sunset is at 7:14. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's What's your money line? And you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Most homeowners wait for their garage door to malfunction. It's not a good idea. Doors break down at the absolute worst time. Get a spring tune-up inspection by factory-trained technicians from locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. 1-844-345-4737. This exclusive preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program is only $39.95 when you mention this ad. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 to fix or replace springs, rollers, openers, regardless of manufacturers. Need an opener? Precision Garage Door has the new openers with revolutionary technology, which allows you to monitor and operate your garage door from anywhere in the world through the internet with one click on your computer or smartphone. That's security. Openers are priced for immediate installation by Precision Garage Door, America's #1 garage door service company. 1-844-345-4737 or PittsburghGarageDoors.net.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
It's Dan Zangrelli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7,
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers, Colts this week. Mike Tomlin just about set to address the media on the South Side as the Steelers are 3-0. Cincinnati's 0-3. Baltimore and Cleveland 1-2 in the division. Steelers, one of the only remaining undefeated teams in the AFC. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. The Tomlin Rewind, a recap of the coach's presser, is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, getting ready for the Mike Tomlin news conference. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Any moment now, Mike Tomlin will open his news conference. Our friend and yours, Bob Pompiani, is taking care of the festivities leading up to this as we incorporate the television feed. The Colts are next, and they've been quite competitive. Actually, I think that Shane Steichen is a very good coach. I don't think Anthony Richardson is a very good quarterback. I think Jonathan Taylor is a star running back. Those are the main storylines going in for me. They lost by 2 to Houston. They lost by 6
All right, Joe,
at Green Bay. They beat Chicago.
Good afternoon. Excited about a new week and the challenges that it presents. I just think that's one of the things that's awesome about our game and our business at this level. The variables are different week in and week out, and I'm excited about turning the page with this group and getting hyper-focused on the things that are going to be really relevant in terms of us securing victory this week. But before I get to that, I'll quickly review our last performance and talk about some of the things that we thought was significant in that matchup. As we stood in here last week and talked, styles make fights. We knew it would be an entertaining game, a competitive game. Some similarities between the two teams I really thought was significant. Defenses were led by edge rush tandems. They had a chance to change the trajectory of the game. I'm glad it was ours. Both teams got a commitment to running the football. I thought we did a nice job of minimizing theirs. I thought ours kind of revealed itself as the game wore on. Obviously, it was tough sledding early. We anticipated that. They got a really good defense. But I thought that 4-minute possession at the end was kind of indicative of our commitment to pounding away at it until we had a breakthrough. And I thought there in the waning moments of the game, we found our breakthrough. But there was a lot to be excited about in the game. There's also a lot to work on. In the special teams game, I can't say enough about Corliss Waitman at punter for us. Man, this guy's got on a moving train, and I thought he did a nice job of flipping the field and upholding his end of the bargain. We've had some turnover in some of that space. I thought we had 2 or 3 new guys on punt team, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge those contributions from a coach's perspective. As you check all the boxes in preparation, when you got new people on your punt team, that has a lot of your attention. It might not get a lot of attention, but as a coach, it has yours. And I just thought some of those guys that were new contributors to special teams, Rodney Williams got elevated, for example, had a tackle on kickoff, was very reliable in the punt game, as an example of what I'm talking about in those spaces. Offensively, we didn't start with the level of fluidity that I would like. We got to get that solved and get it solved quickly. I think particularly at the early stages of the season, as you pursue and attain victory, you better continually work on the things that could be troublesome for you as you continue through the journey. And lack of fluidity in our starts, 3 and outs and things of that nature just doesn't tee us up to play the type of ball that we desire to play. Thankfully, we were in our home venue, and our defense was playing really good there at the early stages of the game to minimize some of that. We're not assured of those things, particularly as we get into a hostile environment this week in Indy. And so that has our attention in terms of areas of need and improvement or work. Defensively, great defenses communicate. Great defenses specialize in terms of a variety of personnel groups and schematics within those variety of personnel groups, and we just got to continue to work in those spaces. We've had some success, but we've also had some real JV moments, if you will. The longest run of the day was 13 yards. That happened when we had 10 guys on the field because of our inability to exchange people appropriately and handle some of those things that really tee up good defenses, as I mentioned. And so although we're playing good ball, it's still about us. It's still about how we function. It's still about utilizing the players that are available to us and in their talents and formulating a plan that allows us to do the desired job. From a health standpoint, I hit on a few things. Pruitt will probably still be out this week with his knee injury. Corey Trice looks to be out with the hamstring injury that he sustained in game. Alex Highsmith looks to be out with the groin injury that he sustained in game. Some guys whose participation is in question, and we'll let their participation, the quality of that participation, and when that participation ticks up be our guide in terms of planning with these people. Jalen Warren and Isaac. Isaac is working his way back in the offensive line. We'll see what his participation looks like this week, and let the quality and amount of that participation be our guide in terms of his participation. And in the meanwhile, when he's not participating, we'll continue to do some of the things that we did at left guard last week in terms of Spencer and Mason both getting work and watching those guys throughout the week to kind of decide how we divvy up the labor based on that performance. And obviously that discussion is exclusive or aside from Isaac's availability. Still very much in the same place with Russ this week as we were last week, at least at the beginning of the week. I just met with him and our head athletic trainer and talked about what tomorrow looks like. Tomorrow is a limited participation day from a scheduling perspective. He had a good workout today. We'll see how he feels in the morning, but I'm not expecting him to be a full participant tomorrow. And so as we walk in the building tomorrow, I want Justin singularly focused on starting for us and doing what's required to be ready to do that. And so although I'm sure you got questions, I probably got similar answers that I had a week ago, and we'll see where the week leads us. If his availability or the quality of his practice participation picks up, maybe we'll consider that later in the week. If it doesn't, then it won't be a consideration, and we'll just continue with where we are right now. And so that's just the status of not only him, but our intentions regarding Justin as I stand here today in preparation for this game. Again, as I mentioned, very similar to last week, very similar to the week before. Now turning my attention toward the Indianapolis Colts, their team that's coming off of a big victory last week. If you look at them offensively, first and foremost, we got to deal with Jonathan Taylor. He is super talented. But we've seen some talented backs. Bijan is super talented. J.K. is super talented. And that just goes to show you how competitive this league is week in and week out, man. We got a big challenge in Jonathan Taylor. I think that challenge is intensified because of Richardson's mobility and their willingness to use schematics regarding Richardson's mobility. And so, man, it is a big run game emphasis for us as I sit here right now at the early outset of the week, looking at things that they do well and the things that we need to do well. Obviously, man, they got a talented receiving core that supplements that run game. Pierce, man, is getting behind secondaries. Man, he has always done it. He did it at the University of Cincinnati. I was at his pro day and studied him. They drafted him to do it, and he's been behind defenses the whole time he's in the league. I think he leads the NFL in plus 40-yard plays at this juncture in a short period of time. Man, Richardson has the arm strength to really highlight that component of his game. We got to keep a lid on it. You don't keep a lid on it, you're going to have major problems playing anyone, but particularly a group like this in their venue. You got to make them earn it. You can't allow them to get yards in chunks. Michael Pittman is a high-volume catch guy, a front-side route runner. Good versus zone, good versus man. Good in weighty moments and chain-moving circumstances. They got some talented young people like Downs and others that supplement those two. They just do a really good job with their eligible, spreading the ball around. They got a diverse group with various kinds of talent that you have to plan for, not only in terms of personnel matchups, but the schematic component. They got a really diverse offense in terms of RPO football and run-pass options. They don't allow you to stack the box in an effort to minimize Taylor. You got to play the cat-and-mouse game with them in terms of some of those things. And so I respect the schematic component of the matchup as well. On the defensive side of the ball, you know, it's Gus Bradley, man. He's a been there, done that guy. We've been in some circumstances against him. Got a lot of respect for his approach to ball and how he works. Obviously, they've had some issues in terms of stopping the run, but when you watch their tape, you really see Gus's intentions in terms of rectifying that. Man, they were really sound last week. They were in gaps. They were aggressive. I think that that's indicative of his defenses. I got a lot of respect for a lot of the people up front. Kwity Paye and Grover, I think, provide the standard for them on the edge and on the inside, but they play a lot of people. They run waves of D linemen and rushmen at you. That's one of the signatures of their attack. At the linebacker level, man, Franklin, I just got a lot of respect for him, man. That's a homegrown talent. They took him late in the draft in 2018 just to watch his role evolve over his time there. 6th-round pick that became a core teamer, that became a situational defender, that became a green dot defender. He's a high-volume tackler, 160 tackles, 170 tackles in the last 2 years specifically. He's a really good blitzer. He's just good in space, vertical space, horizontal space. They employed a Tampa 2 that requires him to run down the middle of the field. He's good at that. He's good in 3 deep and underneath coverage. He is just a well-rounded player. That's a big-time catalyst for a lot of what goes on with them. Kenny Moore at outside corner and nickel is another guy that's homegrown, has played a lot of quality football there. That's a splash playmaker. He controls the perimeter play. Wide receiver screens, bubble screens, and things of that nature that goes on out in that nickel space. His talents and his experience make that very difficult. He's very good in terms of fitting in the run game and blitzing. They asked him to blitz quite a bit. He's just got a well-rounded game. He's a veteran guy. He's got good vision. He turns up in a lot of circumstances. Really enjoyed watching the safety tandem, although I've been watching them for a couple of years. Young guys. I see their evolution. Both guys are high-volume tacklers and making a bunch of splash plays. Both guys had major interceptions against us when we played in Indy last year. Respect that component of the matchup, but they're not the same players they were. They're evolving. I see it. Nick Cross in particular is making a bunch of plays. In the run game, he's a high-volume tackler. He's a good cover man. He's oftentimes down covering tight ends and things of that nature in one-dimensional passing circumstances. So they got a well-balanced group on both sides of the ball. They're coming off of a victory. We're playing them in their venue. They got quarterback mobility and a top-notch runner. There's a lot of things that have our attentions, and appropriately so, at the beginning of the week as we begin to lay a foundational plan and ready our guys for the challenges of the week. As I mentioned at the beginning, though, it's the National Football League. I wouldn't expect anything else. I'm excited about readying this group and growing in all the appropriate ways as we get ready for this action. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, I know it wasn't the way you planned it, but what did you see from Broderick? Did he bounce back into a suitable fashion?
He did, but I'm not surprised by that. Broderick has a great deal of confidence in himself, particularly for a young guy. The performance was what it was in Denver. He didn't make excuses or seek comfort. He simply acknowledged it and went back to work. And I just think when you take that approach, you really tee yourself up for the appropriate bounce back, and he did.
Mike, is Jalen's injury related to the hamstring issue you had earlier?
No, it is not. He was limping in game. In the latter part of the game, I kind of noticed it, and I pulled him from the game because I know Jalen's tough. He's just going to go. And so we'll see where his availability is as we work this week. I'd imagine he's going to be somewhat limited tomorrow, and we'll see the trajectory of it in terms of including him or no in planning.
Mike, now that you're 3 games in, what more do you need to see from Justin? Why not name him the starting quarterback going forward?
Because there's no need. I explained to you the variables of the week. It has not changed. He's going to walk in this building with that mindset tomorrow. And so there's no need to. Sometimes in this business, man, there's a myriad of complex decisions that need to be made. I've learned to make them when it's appropriate, and it's not necessary as we sit here right now. When Russ gets to an appropriate point of health and we have a decision to make, I'll make it and I'll announce it and I'll be really transparent about it. But until then, I don't care how many ways you guys ask me. I got no intentions of making the decision that's unnecessary at this juncture.
Mike, related to that, what is that appropriate point of health or healthy that Russell has to hit for you to make that decision?
We'll know when we get there. He'll not only be healthy in terms of keeping himself safe, but he'll be healthy in terms of being able to be productive and do the things that he needs to do and we need him to do.
Has Justin Fields shown you some things that changed that point for you? You know, if he had struggled compared to playing pretty well.
No question Justin has played well, and that's exciting for him and for us. But I'm not surprised by that, and I hadn't looked at it in terms of the decision-making because it's not time yet.
Mike, what is it that you like most about him that you've seen? Justin.
You know, as I mentioned in here repeatedly, you know, I like his steady demeanor. I like that in a leader. He doesn't ride the emotional roller coaster when things are going good, when things are going bad. Guys can rally around that. He's steady. He's a competitor, man. He likes to compete. He doesn't turn down things. He's aggressive in play, scrambling and so forth. It's just been fun to get to know him, and not only know him as a guy, but know him as a competitor.
What you said in your opening statements about hoping to be more fluid earlier in the way you were against the Chargers, how much is that maybe looking for more chunk plays earlier, and how much is trusting Justin more, knowing him more?
No, you're a lot more optimistic than I am. I'm just talking about converting the first third down or two. Okay, we started the game with 2 3-and-outs. I'm interested in converting third downs when I'm talking about starting with more fluidity.
But does knowing Justin more and seeing his good results so far lend you to maybe attacking downfield more, looking for big chunk plays more?
Again, I understand your question, but when I made that statement, I was thinking specifically about converting third downs and not warming up to that component of the game. 3-and-outs are not good for field positioning and establishing the right kind of mojo early in games.
Mike, you often talk about positionless football. Typically, that's seen more often on the defensive side of things than the offensive side. He had some injuries in game on Sunday. You're able to use Cordero Patterson out wide as a receiver in the backfield. Mm-hmm. That flexibility that he gives you, is that kind of unique for an offensive skill player?
It is unique, but it's something that we covet all the time. And, you know, I got a lot of respect for CP and his talents. We had intended to utilize him in both. It wasn't a reactionary plan. We only went into the game with 4 receivers because we had a plan for him to play both positions in game. And that just speaks to his talents, but not only his talents, but his football intellect to be able to carry a menu like that. And so he's exciting in that way. But Connor Hayward is another offensive guy that plays tight end and running back like things. I just think anytime that you got guys with position flexibility, with fluidity in terms of the things that they can do, it makes it challenging to defend. And so hopefully that keeps growing.
Mike, your defensive line has been winning, especially a lot this past Sunday. But how much of your cornerbacks also played a role in keeping the run game and forcing guys back to the inside?
You know, they've done the job, but it's week to week at corner, man. I'm going to keep challenging those two. One's young and the other one's little, and so I like challenging them. But make no mistake, man, they're riding the wave that the front has provided. But we've invested a lot in resources and time into that group. And so we're not surprised by their effectiveness.
Mike, the decision to rotate Spencer and Macy, was that a pregame decision or was that performance-based in-game?
It was done all last week in preparation.
Mike, when you sent Vazad to try that 62-yarder with 6 seconds left, did you think the time would run out?
I didn't care. I sent him out there because I thought he was going to make it, to be quite honest with you. Most of the time, field goals usually take anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds. But I was less concerned about that component of it. And I was more concerned about potentially getting 3 points because I just got that level of confidence in Chris Boswell.
Mike, with Highsmith likely out, what have you seen from Leal out at the edge, and would he be kind of the third option out there?
You know, he's been working at both spots anyway. Speaking of positional flexibility, man, Leal throughout team development has been playing outside linebacker and defensive line. He did some last year, so it's not anything new for him. And so really I don't view that as a significant issue in terms of him elevating and getting more opportunity. It's more of the same, really. It's probably more of what he desires to do because he definitively wants to play. This guy has had a good team development process, and I'm excited about what he's going to do with increased opportunities just as much as I am that Herbig did with his.
And Herbig, how much have you seen Nick Herbig kind of grow since he got in the building, especially the more time he spends around TJ?
That's been really consistent since he's been here. He's hardworking and humble, and I really think that tees up performance for him. but he also has ridiculous belief in self, and that's attractive to coaches. That's attractive to older players. He is not a guy that's ever scared.
What was it? A couple of throws that Justin made on Sunday, the touchdown throw and the one on the left sideline to pick up the big first down to Miller, had to be very precise to work as they did. Was that something that you saw in evaluating him out of college while you were evaluating him to bring him in, or is that something that he's improved, that precision that he's improved since he got here?
Very much so is something that we saw in draft prep, dating back to his days in Columbus. And that's often the case with us. Our interest in people in terms of pro personnel oftentimes can be traced back to draft evals, and that was a component of his game that was really impressive in Columbus, certainly.
Mike, what does Roman Wilson have to show in order to get a helmet on the knees?
He just got to keep working. It is very difficult to get on a moving train. All you got to do is look at Dean Lowry, for example. There's a veteran guy that missed a substantial amount of training camp, and it was the third game before he got a hat, although he's been healthy for 3 weeks. And so that gets multiplied when you're talking about a guy that has no NFL experience like Roman. And so my advice to Roman is to keep working and take that opportunity when that door is left ajar and to be ready when it is.
What has Mason showed you to garner those snaps, those rotational snaps in left guard?
He's a talented young guy. He's done a nice job in team development. He's had a lot of success in college, man. No stage is too big for him. He's not a blinker. He runs to the action. I like the finish mentality in his play. I think it's contagious. I think all of our guys, young guys, have that finish trait. I think that's why we were so excited about that collective, talking about he and Troy and Zach Frazier. They got that finishing trait that's able to form the makeup or the personality of a collective as they grow older together.
You brought up seeing Taylor after already seeing Bijan and J.K. Dobbins. What do you see in his skill set as opposed to those guys, and how do the Colts sort of block it up in the run game as opposed to what you just saw from the Chargers?
Man, he's got really good pick and vision. His burst is spectacular. His long speed is underrated. His ability to produce big plays with that is a major component of what he does. But the patience initially is Bijan-like. His burst is awesome. He's just got a well-rounded game. He needs no endorsement from me. He's been doing it at this level. He did it in Madison, Wisconsin. I imagine he did it on high school and Little League fields as well.
You mentioned it was tough. You mentioned it was tough sledding in the run game early on. Where would you like to see improvements to increase the efficiency on the ground?
I don't know that I'm necessarily looking for that. When you play good defenses, particularly at the early stages of the game, it's going to be tough. When they got guys like Derwin James spinning down into the box and blitzing off the edge and so forth, it's going to be tough. The key is to not absorb negativity where you're behind the chains where it affects the next down. And you better maintain your commitment to it in the effort to win the war of attrition. And so that was our mindset. You're not always going to have efficient runs early on, particularly when you're playing good people. They got scholarships too, as we say in this business.
Any more clarity on Troy's injury? How long he'll be out?
He's out this week. I hadn't looked at the clarity component of it. I meet with the docs tomorrow afternoon post-practice.
Mike, you guys targeted the middle part of the field twice as much as you had the previous two games combined. Was that more about the matchups and the things you guys saw in their defense, or more about Justin's growth in the offense?
Guys, as I've mentioned repeatedly in this process, man, at the early portions of the year when you got a small sample size, you can always have questions and perspectives like that. But really, we're just trying to do what's required to win games. And so sometimes there can be an appearance of personality that's inappropriate. Week one, we were playing in Atlanta. We were playing Jesse Bates and Simmons, two top-notch safeties, man. We didn't want to throw the ball to them. And so when we threw the ball, we threw it outside down the grass. For example, this past week, the Chargers play a bunch of split safety coverage, and so it's middle of the field open, so you have opportunities to attack the ball down the middle of the field. My answer to that is keep watching. We're just trying to do what it needs to be done to position ourselves for victory every week. It better require a skill set, a well-rounded skill set from everyone involved, and it better require some open-minded coaching. And so that's just our general approach. Our personality will be revealed the more we play. But as we stand right now, we're just not overly concerned with establishing personality. Sometimes you could be so fixated on that you're not doing what's required to win games. And from a coaching perspective, that's stupid.
Mike, you spoke about what you've liked, but from what you've seen from Justin up to this point, what areas of his game do you want to see him improve in?
I want him to see him improve in all areas, to be quite honest with you. Knowing what those areas of needed improvement are difficult sometimes when you don't have a shared experience. And so a component of me getting to know him is just maintaining that posture, challenging him to improve in all areas. And as we gain more experience together, I'll be able to narrow that focus on things that become repetitive or trending.
Mike, we saw these, when you get a new player such as a Patrick Queen, a green dot guy, is there an adjustment in terms of not so much assimilating into the defense, but with the players around him, and are you seeing?
No question. Pat Queen is our defensive quarterback, and so, man, he has just as much of my energy as Justin and Russ. It was a challenge in the offseason from a coach's perspective, getting quarterbacks solid on both sides of the ball. But the men that they are has made it a fun and rewarding process, too. They love football. They're articulate. They can speak it. They think fast on their feet. They're adaptable. They can adjust. Talking about the quarterbacks and Pat, it's been really fun, man. I'm excited about having them.
You were just in Indy late last season, but how much does Richardson change the whole approach to needing to defend their offense with his mobility?
I don't necessarily have the answer to that as I stand here right now. I have so much prep in front of me this week, and he has a small sample size to study. I think this weekend will be his 8th start, and so I don't know that I am positioned to answer the significance of his presence and not. I'm really just focused on what his presence means.
Mike, are there any limitations on Najee? And what did you see from Aaron and from Ward in training camp that you liked?
Who?
The practice squad.
You asked about practice squad running backs.
With injuries, obviously.
No limitations in Naj. Naj will be ready to rock and roll, so that probably makes the second part of the question less relevant.
Mike, obviously the organization has made a commitment to Cam Hayward with the contract, but is a game like he had Sunday indicative of why he can age well playing up front?
I don't think anybody is surprised by what Cam did last Sunday or what Cam has done. His talents are his talents. His commitment and his approach to work are equally as impressive. His leadership is as well in this building, in the community. He's a Walter Payton Man of the Year. I mean, it's Cam Hayward.
Mike, you guys play as many tight games as anybody in the league, maybe more than anybody. Does having success in those games, does that get, when it's tight late, does that have a create a vibe on the sideline, a level of confidence that you guys will find a way to get done?
I think you grow from the journey. Our business is to win games, and so we better win while we learn. I think you learn every week. You better be in position to do so. We better work to keep the lights on, and winning does that.
Well, I mean, but are you guys, I know you hate using the word comfort, but I mean, is there a level of confidence that when it's tight, that maybe because you guys play in that situation so often, that maybe it gives you an advantage to you guys?
You're right. I hate to use the word comfortable. We come out of those circumstances because of what we do, not some mystical thing. And so we don't have rabbit's foots in our pocket. There's work to be done. I like the way that the guys do it, and that's just how we live.
Anyone else?
Mike, I got one more. You talked about, when you talked about Romo, you said it's hard for a guy to get on a moving train. You talked about Lowry, a veteran guy. In relation to the quarterback position, does Russ's resume such that those concerns aren't as heightened because he was his first year in a new system?
Yes.
At one point, does the train get moving too fast for a guy like that to catch up?
I don't know, man. We'll know when we get there.
Anyone else? All right.
Thanks, guys.
All righty. That was the Mike Tomlin news conference and the Mike Tomlin presser reaction, brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you, there will be soon. It's also 12:31. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. It seems a little weird that a guy who was seen in a sling yesterday is not an injury concern at all, but maybe that was just precautionary with Najee. So Najee ready to rock and roll. That's number one story for me, tied probably with Justin Fields again, right? Because I'm not surprised. Nobody is with the fact that Russell Wilson's still not ready. So Justin Fields, they'll prepare as if he's the starter again, and he surely will be. Our very own Jeff Hathorn said, why not just name Fields the starter? Tomlin said, because there's no need. Nothing's changed. He said, when Russ gets to the appropriate point of health, we'll have a decision to make, and I'll make it then and be transparent. I got no problem with all that. There really is no need to officially designate a starter. I just happen to believe that in Tomlin's mind, Justin Fields is the guy. And for anybody watching the games, especially this last one, even if Russell Wilson had been declared 100% healthy today, I don't think there's a 1% chance that Russell Wilson would play in this game. Do you?
No, I don't see it happening. I mean, it seems like the same status quo as last week. And he's not going to suit up. He might suit up in the pads and go out for the opening kickoff as the third quarterback, but that's going to be the extent of it. It's Justin Fields' world now. At least for this week again. I also have an Alex Highsmith injury update for you, more than what Tomlin gave. From Jeremy Fowler, Steelers bracing for Highsmith to miss multiple weeks with a groin injury, but it's not considered major. He will avoid surgery.
Man, I mean, sort of low-key here. They've been hit with some big-time injuries. First of all, your starting quarterback's hurt, which is a big deal, a huge deal in probably 20 or 25 markets. There are some where they don't even have a starter, so it doesn't matter. And there are others, where whatever, the team's so bad, something like that. This could have been a huge deal. But Justin Fields has seized the opportunity. So the starting quarterback, your best offensive lineman, a lot of people thought going into the season, out multiple weeks. And now Alex Highsmith, who's your third or fourth best defensive player, out multiple weeks. And now Jaylen Warren. You don't think of the Russell Wilson injury like you would in other markets because of Fields. You don't think of Highsmith now as you might in other markets with a guy like him because you have T.J. Watt on the other side and an emerging folk hero in Herbig. Sayamalo, the fact that they're 3-0 and they're getting decent play on their offensive line, in some cases very good play, that one's going under the radar too. And Warren, the same thing, because he really hasn't done much yet. It seems like he was still hurt, but Tomlin said it's not related to that training camp injury or whenever he sustained that injury. He said it's something different, and Tomlin pulled him. So, yeah, low-key, they're dealing with some major pieces here being injured.
And what about Troy Faltano, your starting right tackle, first-round draft pick?
That's what I mean. Listen. When you're 3-0 and you look good doing it, all these things become lesser issues. All the injuries and controversies and dramas. I remember standing with Frank Coonley once across the Clemente Bridge. I was headed to a very good Greek place, I might add, the name of which I forget, over on the right as you cross the bridge. They had Jackie Onassis cake that the guy who owned the restaurant used to make on the boat, on Onassis's boat, whatever his name was, for Jackie Kennedy and him. He used to make the stuff, and he made it in the restaurant. That's an aside, however, limits. I said to Frank Coonley, because the Pirates were then winning. I don't remember, it was 13, 14 maybe. All they did was win all the time. And I said something to the effect of, do you see how all these things just go away? They all go away. Nobody cares about the stroll in. Remember that controversy with Frank Coonley? What was that about? I don't even remember. But when you're losing, those are the headlines. When you're winning, those are afterthoughts. And the same can be true of injuries. I had a colleague here at the Fan text me, I think off the top of the show, I just noticed when I was gushing over this start, say, what about when they started 11-0, whenever that was, 2020? I don't know. What about that?
Yeah, that was a different team. I mean, the type of games that they were playing, we could tell they should have lost a lot of those games.
Well, let's see. First, let's see how it plays out. Secondly, this is way more impressive from a defensive perspective than that was.
Well, the depth also on this team is better than last year's team and the year before that. I mean, you're talking about a quarterback that stepped in, that's been a starter elsewhere, that you're very high on, that's been a former first-round pick that Tomlin would have picked, or at least the organization would have picked over Trevor Lawrence. I mean, maybe we're starting to see with Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe everybody should have been picked over Trevor Lawrence.
Seriously.
I mean, I don't know, man. When I look back to the beginning of that season, first of all, it was very weird because I don't think fans were in the stands. Am I remembering that correctly? Secondly, they were beating the Giants 26-16, the Broncos 26-21. They had a shootout with the Eagles that they won. This defense is better than that one. And then if time wears on here and they're like 8-1, but they look worse and it's starting to deteriorate a little, well, then we can make the call then. Unfortunately, since I have a radio show every day, I don't have the luxury of waiting 8 weeks from now to give opinions on what I think the Steelers will be. I have to say it now. And what I think right now is that they have a chance at least to run away with the AFC North. How could I not think that? I picked the Bengals, and they're 3 games back already. The Steelers have the best defense in this division. Injuries, of course, can change things. Change things for that Steelers team in 2020 when Bud Dupree went down, didn't it? That was a big deal.
Yeah, but who do they have behind Bud Dupree? They didn't have a Nick Herbig back then.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Injuries can change, and when you don't have the depth, you're dead. And he was, at that point, a great player. But then you could see even the game at Jacksonville. That was weird. 267 or somewhere thereabouts. Just a bad offensive game. Then Baltimore's JV team on that weird Wednesday game, they almost lost. And then Washington comes in and beats them. And then all the questions start. They lose to the Bills. They lose to the Bengals, I think, and Jake Browning. They lose to the Browns in the finale, and then they get crushed in a playoff game. Every year is different. Every team is different. All I can do at 3-0 is give you an opinion, and I did the other day right after the game when I said this is Tomlin's best defense since 2010. I still wonder a little bit about depth up front defensively, but I love the starting group. What's there not to love? Cam's back. Benton, Ogunjobi, and Cam. A lot of teams would like to have that defensive line. T.J. Watt, Landon Roberts, Patrick Queen, Alex Highsmith, and now Nick Herbig. Other guys providing depth in there. Peyton Wilson's look good. I think 29 out of 32 teams, if not more, would love that linebacking core left to right. I have an emerging young player in Joey Porter Jr. at one corner. Additions through the draft or undrafted free agent in Beanie, Deshaun Elliott, Dante Jackson in that secondary, along with Minka. That's a very workable secondary. Lots of secondaries don't have a multi-time All-Pro in his prime like Minka and an emerging young cover corner who's as good as Joey Porter. That's different than the 2020 team, if we want to make comparisons. But, I, of course, reserve the right. If things change 8 weeks from now or 12 weeks from now, I'll change my opinion. In the meantime, it looks to me like they're a contender in the AFC. 412-928-9370. It's 1240. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And as Joe said, the Steelers are starting to deal with some injuries that are hampering them, with Alex Highsmith being out with a groin injury this week. Corey Trice also looking to be out with a hamstring injury. Michael Pruitt expected to miss another week with his knee injury. It's a very similar place with Russell Wilson. The Steelers were in last week, expected to be limited in practice tomorrow. Wilson looked good as Tomlin met with Wilson and the trainer today. Had a good workout at least. But Justin Fields singularly focused on being the starter once again this week in Indianapolis. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2meninjuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Shop the fall kickoff
at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 2024 Silverado Crew Cabs up to $12,000 off. Hot new 2024 Malibus up to $3,500 off. And new 2024 Equinox all-wheel drives up to $4,000 off. Plus, receive a free Level 2 charger with any new EV lease. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. I hung on as long as I could, but no more. Trevor Lawrence is a bust. He is 24, so there's time to flip the script, but there's no other conclusion at this moment. The Jaguars can't score, they can't win, and he's not good enough to change that. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch, because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is the local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000. 412-784-9000.
Need a spark? For $49, Galease Services will replace 5 outlets or switches. Call 412-831-6199. Excludes certain panels. Grounding required. One-time use per home. Not valid with other offers. PA 10887.
Call Galease.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Yes, that's the topic. Can they keep this up, and how good are they? That's sort of the obvious topic with the Steelers here. Off the top of the show, I think the question was that I presented, are the Steelers going to run away with this division? Some people think it's crazy just to ask. What? They're already up three games on the Bengals a minute into the season and 2 games on the Ravens. Forget about the Browns. They're done. The Bengals have major problems here, in case you haven't noticed. And the Ravens have some of their own. I don't think they're as good as they were last year. Some losses defensively. For sure. So that's a legitimate question, which is different than making a prediction, right? At this point, that is a legit question. Can the Steelers keep this up, and are they just going to run away with this? Because it's also asked in the context of schedules, and I don't think they're going to be an underdog in any game from here until the break, which is November. They have Anthony Richardson. They're home against the Cowboys. They're at the Raiders, home against the Jets, and home against the Giants. They're going to be a favorite in every game. So I don't think it's clickbait, crazy talk to wonder if they're going to be 7-1 at that point. They're going to be favored in every game. This defense is really, really good, I think. Maybe you don't. I don't see a weakness among the starting lineup on defense. Everybody's got depth questions. I don't really see a weakness there. Maybe you do. And defense travels. Do we know for sure about Justin Fields and the offense? No, absolutely not. I'm just not sure how much teams like the Giants and Cowboys are going to challenge them over the course of the first half. That's the question for me right now, the obvious one. They're off to a great, great start. Is it going to last? As I mentioned, somebody from the station texted me earlier and said, what about 2020? What happened to them? in 2020? What if they go 11-0? How did that work out? Poorly. That has nothing to do with what if this team goes 10-1 or 8-2 or 7-3. I don't know what we're talking about here. I can tell you when they were 11-0, what I was talking about was would they go 16-0? They had Washington coming in. Seemed like they were going to go 12-0. That was a very legit topic at that point. However, they began to unravel and then wound up completely unraveling. So then we had that conversation. You know, this is a better team. I think this is a better team. Certainly a better defense. So, unfortunately, I don't have the luxury to wait on an opinion here for the next 8 weeks either. Is this projectable or not? 412-928-9370. Are you already changing your Steelers preseason win total, your prediction? Yes?
I have 2 calls, if you'd like them.
Okay. Thank you, City Limits.
You're quite welcome.
That. You're quite welcome. What was I saying?
Are you changing your win prediction?
Yeah, my win prediction. Yes, I am. Everybody I know is. Why wouldn't you? They just won their first 3 games. But the way that they did it and the way this defense looks and the way the schedule looks, if I was going 8 wins, why in the world wouldn't I go above that? Or 9? I was going 10, and I'm up to 12. Maybe I'll look like an idiot in a couple of weeks. But that's the fun of this, right? Is this start for real? Is it projectable? Yes or no? Got somebody in the mailbag today who said no. They still think that this offense isn't very good. That's a reasonable opinion. That this offense won't translate long term. I don't happen to agree because I've been very impressed with Justin Fields. Surprised by Justin Fields. So I don't agree with that. But that sounds like a reasonable opinion. What about my opinion that this is their best defense in probably 14 years since they went to the Super Bowl? I don't feel like that's a crazy opinion. I think the defense, if key players stay healthy, is very projectable as being outstanding all year long and maybe the best defense in football. That seems reasonable. And if that comes true, then why wouldn't they win 11, 12 games? I also don't feel like I'm going crazy here. I haven't predicted them to win the Super Bowl, but have they entered my consciousness as one of a few teams that could challenge the Chiefs in the AFC? Yeah, they're there. They're actually there. I'm considering them in the early going as one of the teams that could challenge the Chiefs. That seems very level-headed and reasonable. I'm not sure how to read that any other way. I think they have a great defense. I do. And a workable offense that can get better. Because I expect this quarterback to get better. We could revisit that in 2 weeks. And if he stinks for the next 2 weeks, guess what? I'll adjust my opinion. That's how sports works. You have an opinion. Maybe it's before a season. Maybe it's 3 weeks into the season. And then the team plays more games, and you adjust your opinion based on what you see on the field or the ice or the diamond or wherever. That's how sports works. All we can do at 3 weeks in is project based on what we've seen. How do you project the Steelers? 412-928-9370. Let's talk about that. Are you believing in this start, or is it a mirage? 928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Also, we're going to replay a segment from yesterday. Bob Pompiani's big night on the town with Tony Romo and Jim Nantz and company. What went on here? Let's hear from Bob in his own words what happened. That's coming up next as well. Fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing, up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today, 75% chance of rain. I had the Bengals winning this division. 3 weeks ago. Then they lost 3 in a row, and the Steelers won 3 in a row. And now the Bengals are 3 games behind the Steelers a minute into the season, and they're trying to become just the 7th team in the history of the Super Bowl era to make the playoffs. So call me crazy, but my opinion's changed. 928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the Steelers are bracing for Alex Highsmith to miss multiple weeks with a groin injury. Not considered a major injury, though, and Highsmith will avoid surgery before Steelers. Colts, Steelers 3-0 on the season, looking to move to 4-0. 1 o'clock Sunday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and brought to you by Galeese Services and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Oh, that's the power of Bowser. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidate's committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Peter, hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller. Thanksgiving will be here before you know it, and I know from experience that it can be extra frustrating around the holidays if you aren't looking and feeling your best. If you're lethargic, your joints hurt, and you don't like what's looking back at you in the mirror. I've got a suggestion for this year, though. When you're counting those blessings, add a thankful 30 to the list. You could lose 30 pounds by Thanksgiving with Awaken 180. If you have the same results I did, you could lose even more, like 40 pounds. I lost my first 30 in 5 weeks, and then I lost 5 more in my final week just for good measure. Imagine it. While everyone else is arguing about football around the dinner table, you're going to feel lighter, more energetic, and just all around better. With Awaken 180, it's all laid out for you, and it doesn't involve a lifetime of medications. That's why I chose Awaken 180. Head to awaken180weightloss.com and reserve your consultation today. It's fast, proven, and as you know, the weight will stay off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is the local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000. 412-784-9000.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Brewers, it's the final series of the year at PNC Park. First of a 3-game set against the division leaders of Milwaukee, and it's Bailey Falter that will pitch for the Pirates. 6:40 first pitch. 5:45 is when you can find the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Final week of the season, 3 against Milwaukee, 3 against the Yankees to close out 2024. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, the question of the day here, and this just keeps getting better for the Steelers. It feels almost too good. The injuries are not good news. They've lost Sayamalo for multiple weeks, right? He's already missed multiple weeks. We hear, he's getting close. Now Highsmith, multiple weeks perhaps. Their starting quarterback never got out of the gates. Who else? Jalen Warren.
Troy Fautanu.
So they've had some adversity for sure, but they keep winning, and they're looking better.
Roman Wilson.
That was a great performance on Sunday, and that combined with other developments, it's pretty stunning to be sitting here 3 weeks into the season with a 3-game lead on the Bengals, who had the Patriots and Commanders at home. At home. I didn't have that one on the old bingo card, as they say. And the Ravens weren't projected to be 1-2 at this point either, and they could easily be 0-3. They got Josh Allen next. The Steelers have Anthony Richardson. But more to the point is the Steelers start projectable. And I say it is because I think this is a potentially great defense. Health, always a factor. But I think defense travels. Defense wins you games as long as you have anything but a self-destructive offense, which is what the Steelers had as recently as last season. Because eventually, if your offense is so bad that it can't keep your own defense off the field a little bit at the very least, have some lengthy drives, get some leads, not give the ball back, and God forbid, maybe even have a 30-point game or so. And you know what? That Chargers game to me was close to that. The Steelers chose not to score at the end. It was basically a 27-point type game. And if Boswell kicks that field goal, then you're at 30. I don't think that's ridiculous to say. That was the type of game it was a 27, 30-point game. Not that I would expect him to kick a 62-yard field goal. You know what I mean here. I think the Steelers are on their way to a very good season. I think they're going to win the AFC North. These 3 weeks have changed my mind on this team. They have. Defensively, I didn't know if Cam Hayward was going to be back to himself. He looks like it. I didn't know about the additions in the secondary. They look great. I certainly didn't know about Justin Fields offensively. A lot of times we don't know what a guy is like when we haven't watched him. But really with Fields, even if you saw every game with the Bears, I have friends from Chicago who are like, who is that guy? With Chicago, he was liable to run for 100 yards and throw for 4 touchdowns one week and be the worst player on the field the next. There was no indication that he was going to be this in a very short sample. Would I be blown away if 3 weeks from now Justin Fields was really struggling and we were talking about Russell Wilson, when can he get in? I wouldn't be blown away by that, but I don't expect it. I don't expect it, but of course it could happen. We're really talking about one really good game that he had against the Chargers. He had good halves the previous 2 games. But speaking of projectability, I don't see why that's not projectable. The Chargers are a very good defense, even without Bosa. From the back to the front, they're very good. He can make every throw. He can run, make plays with his feet. He's got a nice touch. He has a pocket presence, or at least he did in this game, that I don't think a lot of people had pegged through his first 3 years in the NFL. He doesn't look rattled. He doesn't look like the game is fast for him. He seems willing to take what's there. Like, what's not projectable about that? Will there be weeks where he's probably terrible and under siege? Yeah, everybody has those weeks. I'm wildly encouraged here. How about you? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Coming up, we have Pomps Saturday night with the CBS crew in his own words. This is unbelievable stuff. But let's stick with this right now. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits?
Here is Ray in Whitehall.
Hi, Ray. We've gotten calls from all over Western Pennsylvania today.
We have.
From Glassport to Whitehall to where else? It's been all over.
North
Hills. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, looking at the rest of the teams in the AFC and trying just to be objective as I can, the only 2 teams I think at this point and that I think would have the capability of beating the Steelers, and which I at this point I don't think they could beat them, would be the Jets and the Chiefs. If the Jets, and you know they're going to continue to get better as Roger progresses, they're going to find that rhythm. I think that defense is really good, and I wouldn't pay attention to what happened with the Jets defense last year because I'm sure they got discouraged.
I'm in on the Steelers, and I'm in on the Jets. I'm with you there. I wouldn't say the Steelers couldn't beat the Jets, but I'm definitely in on the Jets because, and I said this after their Week 1 loss to the Niners, Aaron Rodgers was alive and well and breathing and moving and making some good throws. That's all I needed to see. I figured that was going to get better, and it has. The fact that he cannot just throw the ball still, but move around and make plays on the move has my eyes open. And if that continues, the Jets are very projectable as a playoff team and as a problem going into the AFC playoffs. They've replaced the Dolphins in that division. I still think the Jets are going to win that division, by the way, as impressive as the Bills have been. Next.
John is in Imperial.
Hello, John.
Hey, Joe. You know, something that drives me nuts is everyone keeps saying in 2020 the Steelers were 11-0, and look at how that team finished. Does nobody remember they played 3 games in 11 days? That's what
I do remember that. Yes, the schedule was compressed. This is just a better team than that. It's a better team.
But think about it. They played Washington on 3 days rest. They were physically destroyed in that game and never recovered.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for that night that's an excuse, but they had plenty of time to recover before Baker Mayfield and the team without a coach put 48 on them in a playoff game. I mean, I can't ignore that. This team's better, flat out. The thing that got unmasked with that team was they were a one-trick pony on offense with a very bad combination of not being able to get the ball down the field and not being able to run consistently. They were a throw short, hopefully run long offense that by the end became a throw short, run short offense. and this team has the capability. I'm not saying this will happen, but it has the capability to, A, be a better run team, first of all, and secondly, maybe be able to do a little more things from the quarterback position. That was an aging Ben. He had a good year. Don't get me wrong, but I think this version of Fields could be better than that version, that late-stage version of Ben. Do we have Ben on Fields, by the way? Do you have that? Wonder Twin? I believe Wonder Twin cut up football in this week, which is great. Ben's great. I never thought this would happen, that he would be in the media world and doing a podcast where he was firing off opinions, but it's really good stuff. Ready? Here's Ben.
Yeah. Today, it's like he had Pat on the shallow, and he fit in the seam behind it. Like today, it's like he's starting to come out of his shell a little bit. Okay. And I thought today was like, okay, if this is the guy that we're going to get, you're cool with it. This might be the guy of the future. It might be the guy of the future. I'm just being honest. I mean, I know they talk about. Y'all heard it here. I'm saying it might. I said might, didn't I? Wow. Might? I don't know. Hey, Justin, that's a big compliment. He's showing he did it with his legs, did it with his arm. He took chances today. He protected the ball. I don't think I ever heard you say that, Ben. And I played with you 11 years. What I saw today was a guy that I thought showed a lot and showed growth and showed poise and against a defense that is – I think they're top five in every category, I think. They were. I mean, what are we talking about? And it wasn't – early on, it was like 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Mm-hmm. But they were still – I think he completed his first 10 passes. He did. So, yeah, you'd be like, oh. It was short passes. But you know what? It's okay. I think it was 10 for like 50 yards. Yeah. And you're going to be like, oh, that's not really great. But you know what? There were no turnovers. It was efficient. And it's just like he was waiting and waiting, and he took care of it. And then all of a sudden, it's like, I scramble, I take a shot. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm throwing the seam ball. Now I'm doing what I have to do. Mm-hmm. What I saw today was a guy that – he's going to grow throughout the season. That's just going to keep getting better.
There you go, man. I mean, he used the words if and might. So, I mean, you'd be crazy. Anybody would be crazy. Any of us to say Justin Fields is definitely the guy. They're moving ahead with him. He's going to be an MVP candidate. No. I think what Ben said there was very appropriate. That game had to open your eyes because they were going against a very physical, talented defense. And for the most part, he carved them up. He won them that game. They didn't really get to running until the fourth quarter. They put the ball in Fields' hands, and he won the game. Whether it was by taking up a little bit of clock and working as a de facto run game with his short passes, or whether it was hitting strikes, which he did. Several times down the seams to Calvin Austin twice, once for a big first down, once for a touchdown. Over the middle to Freiermuth. One of his best plays got called back on the run to Freiermuth. He threw the ball 30. They passed more than they ran. Is everybody aware of that? And all they did was run on their final series. So for a while, they passed way more than they ran. The game plan for this game was Justin Fields is going to win us the game. It would seem. Maybe if they run better off the top, they just go with that. Maybe better phrase, they certainly weren't afraid to put the ball in Justin Fields' hands and say, go win this game. Not by a barrage of explosive plays, but by delivering intelligent, controlled football. Which is exactly what he did. It's exactly what he did. They passed more than they ran, and he won them the game. Next.
Let's go to Steve in Myrtle Beach.
Good morning, Steve. And by the way, Justin Fields is the guy again this week. You probably heard that by now. Mike Tomlin on there saying, essentially leave the light on for Wilson again, but likely Fields. That's my interpretation. Go ahead, sir.
Starkey, good afternoon. How you doing, buddy?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry. How are you?
How can you be bad coming off of a Steelers win? So, to really counter on what you're saying, I just went through as I was driving here, and I started looking at the schedule. I'm only counting no more than 5 losses. I mean, ultimately,
How is that countering what I'm saying? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I'm agreeing with you on that one.
Yeah,
And as far as Justin Fields goes, there's no upside at this point to bringing Russ in. And I think the number one thing that's really getting overlooked, Starkey, is when was the last time we felt this good on third downs?
Man, that's a great point. Now, the second half of the Denver game was brutal all the way around offensively. It was. But for the most part, the Steelers have been good on third down. In fact, they've been one of the better teams in the AFC. And again, against a good defense. The other day, they were 7 of 14, 50%. You always get the feeling that Justin Fields is capable by hook or by crook of converting third downs. Steelers are 7th in the NFL right now and 2nd in the AFC to the Jets. Third down conversion percentage. That's a big deal. Big deal. You simply combine time of possession with no turnovers, and you're really helping your defense. You keep drives alive, and you don't give the ball to the other team, and you have a great defense, man, you're way ahead of the game. And that's the crime. That's the biggest crime of the Matt Canada offense. And I mean a crime, is that they stole from their own defense. They made their own defense worse. That defense scored more touchdowns than the Matt Canada-led offense for like the first 3 games last year. And they never got repaid for it. Their own offense killed them. All those 3 and outs, all those horrendous first halves in the Matt Canada era. I mean, do you know, you can ask these guys what it's like. What is it like to have to constantly play from behind on defense? To play so much, be on the field so often, to never get help from your offense. It was criminal what they did. And you talk to these guys and they'll tell you, going all the way back to Troy Polamalu, those guys, we have Hokie coming in Thursday. I'll ask him again. Man, do they appreciate it if the only thing you give them is time of possession, so recuperation time, preservation of game plan time where they don't have to dig in and show everything in, 2.5 quarters because they're on the field the whole damn time. Keep me off the field and don't give the other team the ball. We'll take care of the rest. That's how great defenses think. As a bonus, you want to give us a double-digit lead late? Oh, we'll take that because that's when we can really dig deep into the playbook, for one, bring out some exotic blitzes, pin our ears back and rush the passer without worrying about the other team rushing the ball. I mean, that's manna for defensive players, for great defenses. But the very least you can do is keep them off the field and not give the other team the ball. The Matt Canada offenses did a decent job not giving them the ball, a horrific job of keeping your defense rested and off the field. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. I would include in that at least give me a lead once in a while. They almost never did. Their first halves were awful, almost all the time, for years. So maybe it's different this year. It's also 1:29, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency, see what they can do for you. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob's Night on the Town with Romo, Nance, and the CBS crew. What did Bob have to say about that? We'll play it for you next. I think you're going to enjoy this one. But first, let's talk a little FanDuel, because now we're into week 4. How quickly this goes, too, doesn't it? I mean, it feels like the NFL season just started. It did, kind of, except that we're 4 weeks in. And I can't find any of these things that I need. There's no scripts for FanDuel here. What is going on here? Do you know the guy named Cornelius, by the way?
No.
Limits? Yeah, you do. His name is Andrew.
I've heard the name Cornelius multiple times, but who's Andrew Cornelius?
I don't know. I don't know who he is. Everything is mixed up here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm falling apart live on the air. What am I to do? Why don't we go to an update and I'll come back?
Alrighty.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Pirates tonight will begin the first of a 3-game series against Milwaukee. It's the final series at PNC Park of the season. 6:40 first pitch. Bailey Falter will start for the Pirates. 5:45 leadoff show begins right here on the Fan. Alex Highsmith, dealing with an injury, is expected to be out a couple of weeks for the Steelers, though according to Jeremy Fowler, it's luckily not a long-term injury that will require surgery on his groin. Corey Trice out this week with a hamstring. Michael Pruitt probably out as well with a knee injury, according to Mike Tomlin. Isaac Seumalo and Jalen Warren, their participation this week will be dictated by their practice participation. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you for your kindness, City Limits. NFL Week 4 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So let's build a quick little SGP, same-game parlay, for the Thursday night football game. Cowboys and the Giants. Remind me quickly, who won the Giants-Browns game the other day? Wonder Twin?
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants did in Cleveland. What an embarrassment for the Browns, but I digress. The Cowboys' offense is still good. They're going to put up points. Go with them. You build your SGP, start with CeeDee Lamb and Prescott with overs. You want to throw in Devin Singletary? Go ahead, over rushing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. STARKEY to make every moment more this season. We got to get one giant player in there, right? FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobbiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, and Leon's Billiards and more. Let's go. We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop Prints That Pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. I hung on as long as I could, but no more. Trevor Lawrence is a bust. He is 24, so there's time to flip the script, but there's no other conclusion at this moment. The Jaguars can't score, they can't win, and he's not good enough to change that. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar,
you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Lots of 50-year anniversaries coming up. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you,
Very
Mr.
kindly.
Hester.
All right, let's go to Bob Pompiani yesterday. He needs to remember that he's sitting across from a savvy old newshound and a savvy young newshound. So when he throws out a little side note that he was out to dinner with Tony Romo the other night or heard something from Romo on Saturday night, these two newshounds are going to go after him. This is what happened yesterday on the show.
Tony
Pretty
Romo.
good. Holy
Tony
bird oil.
Romo told me the night before, but during the game, that he thinks he's going to be a first ballot, or not a first ballot, a first team All-Pro.
Hold on a second. Where'd you see Tony Romo?
Just out at a dinner.
Oh, you had dinner with Romo.
Let's have some details,
It's just one of those things we do when they haven't. Do you know they hadn't been in town for since 2021?
Me and Limits are going to trade questions with you about the dinner.
No, we're not.
I'll start.
I'm not getting into any of that because it doesn't matter. What I'm telling you,
Who did you have dinner with? Just tell us that.
Just those guys.
Was Jim Nantz
Who?
there?
Sure.
Where'd you go?
You're not going to know. It's none of your business. Like,
Oh,
it's a
my
dinner.
God.
Come
Can
on,
you believe this?
Anyway,
None
during the
of our
broadcast,
business.
You
during
went to
the
dinner
broadcast-
with Tony Romo, Jim Nantz, and Tracy
he
Wolf.
said during the it's like, what does I don't know. He ate food. What
You
I'm saying
absolutely. If you go out to dinner with Tony Romo, you know what he ordered and
is, I
Nance.
don't know. I
Did
have
they-
no idea.
How many people were there?
There were a lot of people there, so it doesn't matter.
All from CBS. And
Yeah,
they
so-
invited you.
So my point is, that he thinks he's going to be a first-team All-Pro shortly. Like, I don't know how shortly that means, but that dude is good, and you knew he was good coming into this camp.
Who?
Zach Frazier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, Bob, this is curious. I mean, this is fun to me. You went out for a big dinner, and Nance and Romo were there. What kind of company is Romo?
Oh, they're great. They're great guys. I mean, really are. They're very good storytellers. Enjoy coming to Pittsburgh, I can tell you that. And during they missed not being able to come here over the last several years, mostly because 425 games, the Steelers didn't have a lot of them. This was a 1 o'clock game, which is rare. They may get another one in Vegas, given the way the schedule is, because it's not a doubleheader for CBS. So
who did you sit next to?
It doesn't matter. I don't remember.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
What
he knows
is going
exactly.
on here? Why
he doesn't want to share.
Why are you such a nebby? Who cares?
Because this is like
this is big news, Bob.
Everybody out there listening would love to go to dinner with the CBS people. It's cool. It's fun.
We've known them over the years. It's not that big of a deal. We do it.
It's a big deal to others. It's a big deal to me. Is it a big deal to you?
It's a very big deal to me.
I just want to know what it was like, who you sat next to, what the talk was like, what they ordered. I'm interested.
It was all talk about Pittsburgh talk. I mean, good stuff. Boswell was a big topic of conversation because of the fact that he had a 6-for-6 performance, sort of similar to Ohtani, and Jim brought that up during the broadcast. You don't see many of those kinds of games, stuff like that. It was all sports related.
How does the check get broken up there, Bob?
Well, I can tell you, I don't pay.
He's more than happy to say
that's
that
one thing.
Is this a regular occurrence when Nance and company come in?
When they come in, yeah, it's just the CBS thing,
Wow.
I mean, wouldn't you like to know where they went? Why won't Bob reveal that?
I think Bob will tell us off the air.
I'm not telling you anything. It's not relevant, and I shouldn't even brought that up, except that he was so effusive in praise.
Yeah.
That's what the deal was, So.
All right.
I'm still very curious.
You ain't bringing up in front of the savvy old news sound that you heard from Romo the night before the game without a follow-up question, Bob.
And you got it, and you have an answer. You don't get the complete answer.
I get paid a very small amount of money to be the savvy old news sound.
Did Romo talk to you like he does? Oh, there they go, Jim, down the field.
He is pretty much what you see. He's got an exciting...
Jim, how about a bottle of wine?
Jim, let's kick the field goal.
$200 wine, Jim. Did he predict things that you would do, Romo, before you did them?
I don't think he does that as much. Do you think so? I don't think
he
does
as much.
that.
Hey, Jim, Bob's about to order the tiramisu.
Jim, I think the cheesecake is going to be a 10 out of 10.
Oh, my.
All right, Livitz, that's enough. I mean, come on, Bob, right? This is fun. He was very paranoid and guarded on this topic. Why?
It was like that topic that you bring up, and then you're like, I don't know if I want to share. When you're talking to your friends, just sitting around the campfire, sharing stories.
I thought it was all in good fun.
It was
eventually he relented, although he never did tell us where they went.
Bob wanted us to know that he went with Romo and Nance to dinner, but he also didn't want us to know anything else about it other than that he went.
Was it a low-key brag?
Yes, low-key flex.
brag.
That's a humble brag from Bob.
If you're going to humble brag, you got a couple hounds in here. They're going to jump on you.
I thought our questions were very good.
So did I.
We treated him like he was Mike Tomlin at the press conference.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today, 75% chance of rain, which you're already seeing a little bit of. Your wonderful man limits. Tomorrow is hump day, which means we're going to be talking football. We're going to be talking to the big boy, right?
Mark Cavalli tomorrow, yeah.
We're going to see if Russell Wilson, he's supposed to be limited tomorrow. We'll see about some of these other injuries. These are good times. The Steelers are 3-0. The other three teams in the division are a combined, 2-7.
Correct.
Oh, man. I don't see that changing. One or two of them's going to lose this weekend, and the Steelers are going to win again and again and again. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of
Well, Cincinnati's 0-3. They lost to Washington last night, Monday Night Football, that you heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can hear Pirates and Brewers tonight. Bailey Falter will start 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 leadoff show begins. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Royals are limping toward the postseason, having dropped 7 straight. Kansas City still holds the second AL wild card, but they'd like to be playing better as October approaches. The Royals open a 3-game set against the Nationals tonight. The BetQL model isn't sure if the Royals will snap their streak, but they are expecting runs from both sides. The 5-star best bet is grabbing the over in Washington. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. And download the BetMGM app today.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Show her you'd marry her all over again. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality anniversary gift, you're just in time for our anniversary sale. It's our biggest sale ever, and you can save up to 40% on most everything. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's most unique selection of diamond anniversary jewelry. We can also custom design a piece with rubies, sapphires, or any gemstone. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township. Hurry, sale ends September 30th.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Same time on Tuesday, November 5th.
I can't make it. That's Election Day, and I'm taking my mom to vote.
You make plans to vote with your mom?
Oh, yeah. We make a whole day of it. We hang out, we get lunch, we go vote. It's our little tradition.
That's pretty cute. I usually just go vote if I have time after work. Girl, I think I missed the last election because I had to work late.
You make a plan to get your hair done. Why wouldn't you make a plan to vote?
You know, I suppose I can try that this year. I need to double check where I have to go to vote or what I can do if work gets busy again.
Check out votehq.org. That's where we start every year.
Say that one more time.
Visit votehq.org.
Fabulous. I'll make a plan to vote on Tuesday, November 5th.
That's a great plan. Or you can vote by mail by requesting a mail-in ballot by October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th.
Oh, that's a good tip. Maybe I'll do that. If I do that, can I come with y'all to lunch?
Of course.
Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Now's the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and the powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2024 Dodge Ram 1500, payment starting as low as $385 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L, payment starting at $249 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
NFL Week 4 is here, and you can start with a big chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New to FanDuel? You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Build a quick SGP same-game parlay for the Thursday night football game, Cowboys-Giants. CeeDee Lamb over receiving yards, Dak Prescott over passing yards, Devin Singletary over rushing yards. There you go. You're on your way. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. FanDuel, an official sports partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Unleash the ultimate brew with Monster Brewing Company's The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast. With 0 sugar and dialed down caffeine, it's all about pure, bold flavor and 6.0% alcohol. This is not your average brew. It's the monster flavor you know, cranked up to 11. Whether you're a beast or just a fan of great beer, The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast are your new go-tos. So which beast will you unleash? Head over to Mike's Beer Bar and let's get nasty. Monster Brewing Company. Unleash the beast.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-4444
844-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple. Care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, let's talk right now about Mike Tomlin, who addressed the media today and squashed any rumor that Najee Harris's sling seen in the locker room yesterday is a concern, says Najee is ready to rock and roll. Not so confident in Jaylen Warren, who now has a new hamstring injury and could miss Sunday's game in Indy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Now that you're 3 games in, what more do you need to see from Justin? Why not name him the starting quarterback going forward?
Because there's no need. It has not changed. He's going to walk in this building with that mindset tomorrow. There's no need to. Sometimes in this business, man, there's a myriad of complex decisions that need to be made. I've learned to make them when it's appropriate, and it's not necessary as we sit here right now. When Russ gets to an appropriate point of health and we have a decision to make, I'll make it and I'll announce it and I'll be really transparent about it. But until then, I don't care how many ways you guys ask me, I got no intentions of making a decision that's unnecessary at this juncture.
Way to get in there, Jeff, and ask a direct question to Tomlin today. Get that bulldog mentality from our insider, that pugnacious spirit that we like in these Q&As.
How happy do you think Tomlin is that you don't have the time to go down there and participate?
Well, I got news for you, brother. I will be there in Indy on Sunday, so you will get the rare opportunity for to hear me ask Mike Tomlin
But you know
questions.
what? I think after the game is a little different. Well, after the game is a little different. You asked him questions after, I believe, Vegas last year.
Uh-huh.
And it was fairly normal. I think the Tuesday presser...
I got thoughtful answers from Tomlin.
The Tuesday presser is the main event where he's pugnacious because he's been prepped by Burt Loughton and everybody else there about what he's probably going to be asked, and he probably knows of his own volition what he's going to be asked. And so that's when I think it gets really spicy, my friend.
Tomlin says no need to name Fields the starter. Kabali just got retweeted by Adam Schefter on this, which will do great for his numbers, and Mark has a blue check mark, so getting the Schefter bump will probably help Mark lucratively. Now,
financially.
Yes, this will be a lucrative thing for him to have.
Oh, yeah.
Schefter give his tweet some...
I got a copy edit Mark's column-length
spotlight.
tweets.
He writes, it has become crystal clear that Mike Tomlin isn't going to make an official long-term decision on his starting quarterback until it is 100% needed. It is Fields now, and when Russ is healthy, a decision will be made. I don't understand why Russ's health needs to be considered here. Why does that factor into it? Justin Fields is playing well. He looks like a starting quarterback. He looks like a potential franchise quarterback. He's 25 years old. He hasn't lost. Why do we even need to wait until Russell Wilson gets a thumbs up from the doctor? Let me ask you guys this question. Is it more about Tomlin still having reservations about Fields? Or is it more about Tomlin still having a curiosity with Russ, or maybe a soft spot for a guy who won a Super Bowl and is from the same neck of the woods as Tomlin? They probably have some kind of personal relationship, I would think.
Really?
Yeah. He said that when they signed him.
That they had a personal relationship?
No, that they were from the same neck of the woods, same part of the country.
What? That's overrated.
Well, then why do the Steelers always go and try to get guys from Pittsburgh if it's overrated, Malsey?
I don't know. Probably because it's a myopic way to assemble talent.
You don't think people have a certain ease and comfort with people that shared growing up experiences? I think they do.
Do you think Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson, have they ever struck you as similarly minded guys?
And why not? They're both super into winning and obsessed with winning. And
I think Mike Tomlin is obsessive to the point of almost fault about just being football-minded. I think Russ has his own brand, but that's neither here nor there. I don't think that they're very similar personalities at all. I think, are you giving me just those two options to pick from, though? If it's more about how Mike feels about Justin Fields or more about how he feels about Russ?
That's what I threw out there. You can disagree with that.
I just think it's about Tomlin, period, himself. Like, I don't think he, cares about naming starters in these situations, but I also think that he doesn't know how to handle delicate quarterback situations because I don't think he's ever really had to. I don't think he bathed himself in glory last year.
He's had delicate quarterback situations every year since Ben left, Chris.
That's what I mean. And do you think he's handled any of them well? The large agreement, even among people who thought Kenny was not cut out to be an NFL starter anyway, was kind of a weird move to never give him first-team reps and then thrust him in at halftime of a game.
Sure, just because somebody isn't good at it, though, doesn't mean that they don't have a leaning or an opinion one way or the other. I don't think Tomlin is captain of ambivalence here and is like, I don't have an opinion on Fields or Russ. I'll just wait
I think he has an opinion. I just think he's not good at handling
because
this.
Yesterday you did say that you were still concerned that there's a big part of Tomlin that wants to go back to Russell Wilson. So after hearing him talk today, do you feel better about that opinion or do you feel worse about it?
I feel like that has eroded slightly because I thought he praised Fields. Now, he started off by making sure he talked about the third downs they didn't convert, which I feel like is his little way of saying, don't get out of your skis too far. Let's not start breaking our arms, patting each other on the back yet. But I felt like he gave some thoughtful enough, I mean, as much as you're going to get from him, answers about like Fields' accuracy and things like that. And so it makes me think that one more game, and it was Fields' best game, eroded a little bit of the leave the light on for Russ mentality. Because if you go and beat the best team you've played, and I would say the Chargers are the best team they've played, and you beat them with your quarterback being a major part of that equation, you would be very dumb or stubborn or whatever if you didn't have a set quarterback order, like a franchise guy who was just coming back from injury. If you just said, nope, nothing's changed, I'm not going to let this particular player's play influence me, you'd be insane. This isn't Charlie Batch taking the team to 3-1 while Ben is serving a suspension or something like that. This isn't Malik Willis even in Green Bay while Jordan Love is out, going 2-0 so far. This is something that Mike himself said was a close race, and I would hope that he would allow the actual results generated by Justin Fields to influence his opinion. I am not positive, given what I know about Mike and his overall stubbornness, that is happening. I hope it is. I'm not sure it is. So I guess if I were going to answer your question one way or the other, it would probably be it's more about how he feels about Justin Fields. Because in his mind, Russell Wilson is probably something of a known commodity. He's going to look a certain way no matter what offense he's playing in, unless it were like Kyle Shanahan's. And for him, it might be still trepidation about, am I going to keep getting this version of Justin Fields?
Bubble could burst at any moment. Kind of thing.
Well, I mean, it's the living in your fear stuff. It's the imagining why things might go wrong rather than assuming that they're going to keep going right.
See, I think it's more about Wilson because he wants Wilson to continue to buy in. He doesn't want Wilson to start sniffing around and start looking around for other options, planning his exit strategy, looking for a way out, looking for a place where he can go get snaps as a quarterback. He wants to keep him invested. We just had an issue where a guy, Broderick Jones, wasn't as invested in Denver because he didn't think he was going to play, or if he was going to play, it was going to be as a backup. Russell Wilson, from day one, he's never, other than those last 2 weeks in Denver when he got benched for money reasons, he's never known what it feels like to be a backup quarterback. He beat out Matt Flynn from the very beginning of his Seattle career, and he never looked back. So I don't think Mike Tomlin wants to create and foster a situation where Russell Wilson is viewed as a backup quarterback. I can't believe I'm saying this because I think Mike still thinks he's going to need Russell Wilson as his starter.
Well, when you look at Fields' health history, like I brought up yesterday, the last 2 years, there's reason to believe he will need Russell Wilson at some point to start. But how plugged in will Russ be if this goes 12 weeks here into the season. We go 9 more weeks from today, 2+ months. We're basically at Thanksgiving. Is Russ going to be engaged at that point?
No, he wouldn't be. But my prediction is Mike doesn't think it'll take that long.
What if it does? What if you go 8 games and Justin Fields is 7-1? He hasn't gotten hurt.
You can't
He's
go that
protected
long.
himself.
But you can't go that long because by then Russell Wilson's calf you would think would feel better, and Tomlin will have had to name a starting quarterback by then.
No, he won't have had to because Mike will decide when he needs to. I know he hinted that he would eventually give a definitive
answer. You say
answer.
that, though, but okay, so let's go back to what Florio said last week. If Mike says it's status quo, it's still the same thing. We haven't cleared Russell Wilson to play, and we're that deep into the season. I am convinced at that point Wilson would leak out, I'm actually healthy, and they're screwing with my injury status. I don't think he would go along with that and just accept that they're being dishonest about how healthy or available he is. Do you?
Do you think he could thread a needle and say, Russ is healthy, but Justin is our starting quarterback for now or this week? Like, could you imagine him trying to take it on a week-by-week basis?
Sure, I mean, I can picture him trying to do that, but that deep into the season, I don't think Russell Wilson
Do you think this comes to a head next week then? Probably, more likely than not. If we're trying to balance the Wilson health scales versus Fields' play, do you think that we're likely talking about this a week from today and it has fully come to a head? I guess we have to let Russ's participation, of course, be our guide.
Yeah.
But assuming Wilson is maybe limited tomorrow because Tomlin said he would be because that's like the design of the week, and then ramps up and looks better by Friday.
I think yes.
Fields gets one more game and then we see, and then it comes to a head on Tuesday.
This would have to come to a head. I'm just going to ask you guys, I guess the simplest way I can ask this question is, do you think that right now Mike Tomlin believes Justin Fields is a better quarterback than Russell Wilson when both are healthy? All things being equal, Russell Wilson has someone rub a nice balm or ointment on his calf, maybe some CBD oil or something, and he comes back and he's feeling really good.
I think he still believes Wilson's better.
Wow!
I think he respects guys. I think he respects guys who have done it for a long time, and Wilson has done it for a long time at a high level.
I mean,
and I think he has a certain level of like deference to a guy like that's resume.
Donnie, that's kind of similar to Caballi, isn't it? When Chris says that Mike still thinks Wilson is better than Fields?
I wouldn't say fully because Chris also acknowledges when Justin Fields plays well.
Yeah, man, Caballi's really a turd in a punch bowl on that front.
The line that he used a few times today, not necessarily about Wilson, but it made me think about Wilson. He used that line about, it's hard to jump on a moving train because somebody asked him what Roman Wilson has to do to get into the lineup. And he said it's hard to jump on that moving train.
But then he said that Russell Wilson could at the end of the press conference.
Yeah, well, the train's moving pretty damn well out of the gate here, and it might keep moving pretty well, and maybe it even starts moving a little bit faster.
Do you agree with Chris that Mike Tomlin still thinks Russell Wilson's the better quarterback?
I actually think he sides with Fields,
okay.
But I mean, it's a guessing game.
I'll break the tie here. You like to ask the questions. Let's put you on the hot seat.
I think he adores the mobility factor, even though he hasn't showed it all that much.
I think it's Fields, and I think the way he's handling this is he's trying to have it both ways. I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to somehow manage the situation where he can keep both guys happy. And I just feel like, as we saw last year with Rudolph and Pickett, that's a very difficult thing to do, man.
Russ is a bigger ego than either of those two guys.
Yeah, which makes it even harder.
I mean, if he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, I think he's got one more week of that, where that injury gives him plausible deniability. Unless some of my earlier statements end up being closer to right than not, and Russ really still is hampered by this for an extended period of time because it's just a slow heal.
But if your theory that you think Tomlin believes Russell Wilson is better when he's healthy, it might not even take a misstep from Fields.
Yeah, I mean, it could
be that he can tell Fields all along you were the backup and you did a great job as a backup, but now I'm going with my starter.
And Fields has...
Which would really piss me off, by the way, if that's how it plays out. Again, I'm not going to get on the guy for something that hasn't happened yet. But if your line of thinking I'm not going to be pleased with that.
I've got a feeling he would be looking at a guy who was very uneven in Chicago, did not win a lot of games, and for his team so far has only won 3.
All right. After listening to Mike Tomlin today, who do you think Tomlin views as the better quarterback when healthy. Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. What does Mike Tomlin have in mind for Russell Wilson? That's the question. It doesn't look like he'll play again this week, but how close is he to playing for Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Let's get some of your thoughts in next. Donnie's manning the phones. We're here until the leadoff show at 5:45. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Brewers tonight, 6:40 first pitch, the start of the final homestand for the Buccos in 2024. 5:45 is when coverage begins on the Fan, all brought to you by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. It is Mulsey here, and blink, and you're going to miss Halloween, and we'll be almost at Thanksgiving. That's how calendars work, dude. No, seriously, that's the passage of time here. 2 months from now is going to be very soon. 8 weeks, right? And if you are like I was a couple of years ago, the holidays, that time where you're gathering with family, maybe people you don't see often, can be even worse if you're lugging around, 30 extra pounds that you didn't want to have on your frame. You just can feel frustrated. Everyone's eating, everyone's having a good time. You're not. You can make that a thing of the past with Awaken 180 weight loss. You got 8 weeks till Thanksgiving. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks with Awaken 180. So if you're having results similar to mine, you'll drop even more than that. If you were looking to lose 50, you'll be pretty much all the way there just about by Thanksgiving. It can be a thankful 30 or 40 that you lose between now and Turkey Day. That's true. That's right. And there's not going to be any of those, lifetime medications, no side effects. The plan is laid out. You just follow it. What are you waiting for? Head to awaken180weightloss.com. Reserve your consultation today. It's the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 weight loss.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yo, Commander fan, wherever you are, you deserve this amazing feeling, this crazy feeling, this feeling of actual hope, the feeling of having a franchise quarterback, the feeling of maybe even having a very bright future. Jaden Daniels is a straight-up star. The offense is unstoppable right now. I'm Jim Rome.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We'll know when we get there. He'll not only be healthy in terms of keeping himself safe, but he'll be healthy in terms of being able to be productive and do the things that he needs to do and we need him to do.
Is Russ's resume such that those concerns aren't as heightened because he
Yes.
was his first year in a new system?
Yes.
At one point, does the train get moving too fast for a guy like that to catch up?
I don't know, man. We'll know when we get there.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for a half century. PM team's Tomlinism of the week. We will try to find one in a few minutes. Let's go to the phones. Here is Mulsey's arch nemesis, although I heard through the grapevine that he's been agreeing with you more and more, and that is Adrian in Pittsburgh. Hello, Adrian.
What's up, my guys?
Hey, Adrian.
Mulsey is 100% correct. He, like myself, actually pays attention to Mike Tomlin over the years. If Justin Fields was the starting quarterback, he would have just come out and say that. Everyone on earth that has a football brain knows that Russell Wilson's better than Justin Fields. Okay? Fields is playing
Dan
well.
Orlovsky doesn't have a football brain. He's on ESPN breaking down things. He's an idiot, Adrian.
Come on, the guy don't even know how to stay inside play to throw the football.
Good rebuttal. How about Chase Daniel? He said the same thing. He's a nincompoop. He's an idiot.
Yeah, he was good at Missouri. Did nothing in the NFL. No, seriously though.
Ben Roethlisberger said he'd stick with Fields. How about that one?
Relax. I'm sticking. I'm not. Now you know I'm not going to say nothing bad about Big Ben.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up. I saved the best for last.
Okay. If Fields plays like he did the second half on Sunday in the next game, then I think things are going to change. But I mean, he's not. We've only scored 20 points. I mean, okay, we could say 27 last game. Okay, that's one time. That's once. The other two games, he didn't really do anything special to just say, he's the starter. If Justin plays like he did on Sunday, I think that's going to change Mike Tomlin's view of him and also mine, because I still believe Russell Wilson's better.
Okay, thank you, Adrian.
Where he and I differ is this. I still think Tomlin has that nagging suspicion Wilson's better and hasn't fully been won over, but I am a convert here. Like, I don't want to see Wilson get the job, so I would want to delineate clearly. I might be saying I think Tomlin is still lurching back or still being pulled. There's a gravitational pull with Wilson for him, but I don't agree with that. Also, here's another thought, Pony. Fields is the future. Ideally, like, he's good enough, he's young enough, that would be the better scenario. We all agreed on that from moment one.
So that's why if it's close, he should keep playing.
Well, here's the problem. Say Fields goes 4-0, and then Russ really is ready. And he just says, Justin, you're the backup. I know you said, well, that's what he could say. That would piss Fields off something ferocious, I would imagine. He's probably too smart to say anything about it like that. That would poison the well a little bit, I would think, with player and agent.
And I'd rather poison the well. Sure, I'd rather poison the well with Russell Wilson than Justin Fields at this point.
That's my point. So there's a danger in going back to Wilson, even if you're 4-0, because you just think he's better.
Well, and you
might be screwing yourself for next year.
How about the players on the sideline? Somebody was screaming QB1 after that touchdown.
I think it was
run.
Aaron Curry.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
QB1.
That's yeah. You tried to tweet out that was Mike. You tried to tweet out that was Mike Tomlin.
No, I said, was it Mike Tomlin? I
you
didn't know. I was asking.
You
people,
went engagement farming. You took out your hoe and your plow, and you went engagement farming. I asked people to try to
put their.
And who do you think?
Turn up the volume.
Yeah.
I can't tell. I don't know.
Oh. Do you think it was Mike Tomlin?
No.
I think it was Aaron Curry.
Aaron Curry is the outside linebackers coach?
Yes.
So someone on
Aaron
that coach,
Curry from
Wake Forest?
Good.
So someone on that coaching staff thinks that Fields is their number one quarterback.
There was a little moment in that video that everybody saw where Tomlin kind of like pointed at him, and you couldn't. He said like "Let's go" was the captioning. He pointed at him and shared a little moment with him, though.
What was it as good as Kenny effing Pickett?
No, and man, you could just keep that exact same phrase. By the end of the year, it was, oh, Kenny effing Pickett.
Halsey over here.
That's one of those. That's the Norm Macdonald line. The best jokes are the one where the punchline and the setup are the exact same words.
Noah's next. Hello, Noah.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Hello, Noah.
Doing good. Well, I think Tomlin's probably at a 50-50 right now, just because I think going into the season, I think it was Russ's job, but, I mean, Fields is playing great. So I think really it is 50-50 right now, but I think an important question to think is, I wonder who Russ thinks the starter should be when he is healthy. I think that is one of the most interesting things to me.
The guy who is coming in and playing right now well for the Steelers could be Tom Brady, and Russ would feel like Russ should be the starter when healthy. It could be the ghost of Johnny Unitas wrapped
if you're
up with Dan
expecting
Marino.
Russell Wilson to go into Mike Tomlin's office, make this decision easy, and say, hey, you got to stick with Justin Fields. I'm sorry, you got another thing coming, brother.
Yes.
He ain't doing that.
Yes.
So we can answer that question and put that thing to bed right now.
You got another thing coming.
Let's get to the PM team Tomlinism of the week next. More of your calls on Mike Tomlin saying there's no need to name a starting quarterback. Is that because he still believes Russell Wilson is better than Justin Fields when healthy? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Our first two callers are split on that. First guy up said, yes, he still thinks Wilson is better. How about you? 412-928-9370. Here's a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buffalo 47, Jacksonville 10. Washington beats Cincinnati 38-33. The Bengals are now 0-3 to start the season. Thursday night football to kick off week 4 of the season. Giants and Cowboys Thursday at 8:15. The NFL on Westwood One coverage begins on the Fan at 7:30. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Wetco Car Wash. There's so many around Pittsburgh. I was thinking in my head, which one am I going to brag and talk about right now? Well, there's one up on 19 in Wexford that I go to frequently when I travel up there to get some errands done. There's one in Peters Township where I go when I drop Amanda off at my mother-in-law's for her daycare. And there is one that is in Bridgeville that's right off 79 that I stop at when I'm on my way home from work most days. And I go that often because you sign up and you're unlimited. You can get your car washed over and over again as often as you want. It makes a great gift. So many people, you think, oh, my God, what am I going to get this person for either an anniversary, birthday, a holiday, you name it. Well, how about something they're actually going to use? And that is that little decal that they put on your windshield that lets you go through all of those Wetco car washes. And right now, plans start as low as $9.99 per month for 3 months, and you get to go as much as you want. So sign up now. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show started at Hathorn Tillotson and continued at Baird is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game, you're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor, Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credits stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, They want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
He's a talented young guy. He's done a nice job in team development. You know, he's had a lot of success in college, man. He doesn't, no stage is too big for him. He's not a blinker. He runs to the action.
It's time for the PM team's Tomlinism of the week. Last week, we got a doozy with the hot dog quote that went everywhere. Then had the national media talking about how this is why Mike Tomlin is such a great coach, because he has such a way with words. I prefer to cite the job done by his defense through the first 3 weeks and the way he's handled Justin Fields so far, but that's okay.
Yeah, we have to clap a little bit for the fact that we always say it's his defense when things go wrong. When things go right, it also has to be his defense.
8.7 points per game allowed, tops in the NFL. Best through 3 weeks since his first year with the team in 2007 when it was Dick LeBeau's defense, not his. Mason McCormick, not a blinker, a candidate here for Tomlinism of the week.
I kind of like that one. That one feels like tooth chipper, like in the same family of phrases as tooth chipper.
Donnie, can you go 45 seconds without blinking? You think you can? 45 seconds.
Boys, he didn't say 45 seconds without talking. So one of us has to talk during this.
You don't have a take on it?
He's trying to do it right now.
Trying to focus.
Oh,
he just did. He just blinked.
I was going to start a timer on you.
All right,
here.
I'm going to stare right at the camera. I think it's harder when we're talking to not blink.
Let's do Mulsey. 45 seconds.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Man, look how big his eyes look right now, Donnie.
See, you're subtly trying to make me blink, though, by saying things.
Well, what else am I supposed to say? It's radio, Mulsey.
I already blinked.
Like you mentioned, it's like the old deal where
it's the old deal where you tell somebody something, because I always had to push my hat up, which exposed me to more light. The problem is, it's like when you say, hey, you have to go to the bathroom. No, I'm good. And then you start playing running water.
All right, now I'll try.
Okay, ready?
3, 2, 1.
You just blinked.
Damn
you
it.
blinked to me. You literally did not.
You got like a second in.
I couldn't keep myself from doing it.
You got to cut your eyelids off.
Which is I'll tell you what, those things work in tandem. Not a blinker. Man, it's disconcerting if you talk to somebody who genuinely just doesn't blink a lot. They just stare right at you.
Who's got the biggest eyes in sports history?
Brooks Orpik.
He did have some friggin' silver dollars.
And he would do this. He looked like a guy that had just seen his entire family murdered by the Punisher's enemies. He looked constantly in a state of wide-eyed shock.
And then he would just bury people into the boards.
And then he'd bury teammates occasionally in post-game comments and conveniently leave off the guy skating wearing the number 44 sweater who didn't really have much left. Anyway.
By the way, breaking Pirates news, Rowdy Tellez has been DFA'd.
So wait, hold on. We going with not a blinker?
Left.
Not a blinker?
Hold on.
We got more.
There's more. I just wanted to get that breaking news out there. We'll have Greg Brown joining us at 4 o'clock. We can ask him why now for the Husky Pirates first baseman.
Our immediate thought, too, was watch, he'll join a team and become a playoff hero. But it seems like I'm pretty sure the rule still is you have to be on a team's 40-man. So this is just go home, Rowdy.
Here is Tomlin with a unique way of describing Colts wide receiver Michael Pittman Jr.
Michael Pittman is a high-volume catch guy, a front-side route runner, good versus zone, good versus man, good in weighty moments and chain-moving circumstances.
Chain-moving circumstances.
What's a front-side route runner?
Donnie, do you know
is he like the primary strong side guy? Like, what is that?
Front side route runner. You're an X's and O's guy. You follow the John Ledyards and Derek Bells and Chris Carters on Twitter. So
nice pops for all those
Do
fellas.
they talk about front side route runners?
They probably do, but there would be better guys to ask.
When you were in Waynesburg in film study, would they break down and point and say, look at this front side route
check
runner?
this guy. Got to stop the front side route runner.
Chain-moving circumstances. You just can't say when they're trying to get a first down.
It's not, possession downs, weighty downs, chain-moving circumstances.
Not his best work today. He talked for 30 minutes. There was not like a...
No, there wasn't
Let me put it this way. There's no candidate for Tomlinism of the year coming out of this press
conference.
No,
I think we got two very strong ones in the first 2 weeks, respectively. Well...
The last 2 weeks.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks. I guess you guys are counting it. I have week 1 run-up here, second lap around the track. By the way, just since you mentioned, X's and O's ball knowers, if I had to guess, he doesn't hate these questions because they are like attempts at very serious football questions, and this is not a diss at any of the guys who are credentialed covering the team asking these.
But it'll come across that way.
I'm trying to preface it. Clearly, their readership wants this stuff. Like, they are catering to a high-end... like intellectual football fan. He hated it when David Todd. What?
Keep going.
He hated it when David Todd, Tomlin would, when he would ask about timeout usage and game management. When people are asking him like these extraordinarily in-depth football X's and O's questions, I can just feel a little piece of Mike die every time. He just looks like he wants to be anywhere but there, answering any question but that. Yes?
Sorry, people might be able to see this on our YouTube channel. I think someone took that hand soap and tried to clean this mic cover.
Ew, there's a little spot on it.
Donnie, come over and smell
this. On the
this.
reverse side.
Come over and tell me if this smells to you like someone just rubbed the mic cover in hand soap, which is not the way you clean these things.
You probably did it.
Give that a snifferoo here.
Give that
a sniff.
Tony, get away from the mic.
I know. I'm trying to. Go ahead.
What are we doing here, Don? We got something?
Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you take soap that's designed?
Ew. Crowley. Like, all it could have taken was Crowley, like... Joe. Well, that's what I mean. All it could have taken was Crowley, like, gently coughing right before he left the studio, and he would go, ew.
So did somebody take the soap and then take this into the bathroom and, like...
I don't know.
It's bizarre. Sorry.
There's, like, nearer the part that I can see that's not really in your field of vision on, like, the, far side of the mic cover from you. It looks like there's still a stain on it.
Yeah, there might be.
Very weird. Do you agree that the X's and O's questions drive him insane? Like, I think Chris Carter asked one today, and it wasn't, like, an unfair or misguided question, but it was very technical. And I felt like Mike's answer, his honest answer to that is always, just ask me stuff about, like, the soap opera type storylines.
I don't think he likes. I don't think it's that. I don't think he likes show-offs. I don't think he likes when a football writer tries to, like, get on his level.
Right, that's kind of what I mean. Like, that's what he would.
You're
rather
a writer.
just
I'm
ask,
a football guy.
Yeah, he would rather just ask He would rather people just ask like the storyline questions and not the backside dig questions.
Here's Steve on the fan. Hello, Steve. Steve, you there?
Steve, tough one.
Why do people call in and then?
I think they get caught by surprise. What are we going with for this week?
I'm going with the not a blinker.
Okay.
But again, I think when it's all said and done, that's not going to rank very high on his list of Tomlinisms for the year. Here is Brian next. Hello, Brian.
Andrew.
Hey.
Up at the,
what's up, Brian?
At the fire thing. I live in 84 PA. We were talking.
Oh,
I'm a DK Metcalf fan.
That's right. How are you, Brian?
Good, brother. Well, here's what I think. I think he's enamored with Fields' athleticism. But I pulled this layer back, Chris, a little deeper than you. I think that he's not going to say anything because there's a potential that he might want to trade him to somebody else, and he doesn't want to say too much. And I just think Russell Wilson could potentially be some trade bait, and he doesn't want to muddy the waters right now.
How would that muddy the waters, though, I guess, is my question. Like, what would that do to the chances of trading Russell Wilson?
The best I can come up with is that teams would look at it like you've demoted this guy, so he's less valuable to you now.
Okay.
So we're going to give you less in a trade.
I just didn't know if you were going to say something else because that's the only thing that popped into my head. But, like, again, Russell Wilson sort of is who he is. Is designating him the backup going to do anything to damage his prospects greater than him being paid, $85 million to leave the Denver Broncos?
So that's another vote for no, I think. Mike Tomlin does not think Russell Wilson is actually better than Justin Fields. Your theory is he does, that he still thinks Wilson is better than Fields.
The most compelling thing I've heard, just very simply to suggest that I am wrong here, because I'm mainly basing it off of he's looking at career resume, is Fields has used his legs somewhat, not a ton, but he's used them enough. And Mike loves possession downs. How many first downs has Fields run for? A handful, I feel like. 2 or 3 at least.
Did a great job in Atlanta against that.
Yeah, so I do think we know Mike is enamored with mobility, and there are very few guys at the position more mobile than Fields.
So Tomlin would refuse to tell Jeff that Justin Fields was the starter moving forward. Do you think Tomlin still believes Russell Wilson is better? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Coming up, too, in addition to your calls, Big Ben trashing the Steelers for something on his football and podcast. Is he right about it? Give you a chance to hear that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Some storms and a low of 66 degrees right now. Andrew Filipponi for the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. That is creeping up on us, folks. Just a few weeks away. I've got some football trips planned. I'm going to Indianapolis this weekend for the game. And then in a couple of weeks, I will be out in Las Vegas for what is the game of the year. Good luck finding tickets, although I do have a little secret to tell on that. Go to any of the ticket websites and just look at how expensive this game is. So many people want to come from around the world to go watch the Black and Gold against Vegas in October. And how about this? We have tickets to the game. If you show up at our pregame tailgate party at the Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas that Friday, we'll have those tickets give away to a lucky pair of listeners. You should stay at the Circa and experience it all. Their top-flight sports book, and then, of course, their stadium swim, 6 swimming pools, huge 150-foot screen TV. If you've never stayed in Old Vegas, now is the time. CircaLasVegas.com is the Circa Resort and Casino.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
Back again with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, I've heard that 80% of your customers are returning customers. 80%, can that be true?
Absolutely true, Bob. Back in the day, the local family touch is what separated the dealer before the big national chains and the multi-location family conglomerates changed car buying into a game. But not at Jeep of Pittsburgh.
No secret, for over 30 years, nothing's changed at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, where it's still one-on-one car shopping.
We've always been a single-location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store, where our focus remains on our customers. No pressure, no games, no sitting waiting around for hours or to speak with a manager, and that's what keeps our people coming back and why we remain Pittsburgh's undisputed lease leader.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car or truck? Get to Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky during Jeep Adventure Days, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com.
Bob, we are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Huddle up.
Coach, what are my mortgage options?
Excuse me?
It's me, Debbie Diaz, class of 03.
Diaz, get out of my huddle.
No problem.
You have mortgage questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different. Equal housing lender. You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends, and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, during our anniversary sale, save up to 40%. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 2024 Silverado Crew Cabs up to $12,000 off. Hot new 2024 Malibus up to $3,500 off. And new 2024 Equinox all-wheel drives up to $4,000 off. Plus, receive a free Level 2 charger with any new EV lease. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking Pirates news, the team has DFA'd Rowdy Tellez and Michael A. Taylor with 6 games left in the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I worry about receiver like another guy, another playmaker. And I know that people want to see, is it Roman Wilson? Calvin Austin. Made a great play today. Great play today. He can run, but he's not your 2. And I'm not sure, because I haven't seen it, I don't know, it is Roman. Yeah. I'm not sure Roman Wilson's your needle mover. I don't think. I don't know. Is he a number 2? Is he a 2 in the NFL?
Hey, y'all know, listen, I'm on Football in 7 right now. I ain't going to let Ben sit up here and lie to y'all, man. Listen, we need a number 2 receiver.
15-minute mark on the fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. So Marquise Pouncey, who had to cancel on us Friday because his plane was in the air, did make it to Ben's palatial estate in Sewickley and did the Football and podcast that got released last night. He was drinking his spirits. I think he's got a tequila and a whiskey out. And so he's chopping it up with Ben, talking about the game. Pouncey was there on Sunday. And Ben just not really going to overreact whatsoever to little Calvin Austin's breakout game. And statistically best game by a Steelers wide receiver so far this year. He's not a number 2 wide receiver. I'd say pretty blunt and pretty brutally honest.
I mean, how many
guys
his
has the added benefit of being true.
How many guys his size are number 2 receivers in the league?
None.
When was the last time there was, what is Calvin Austin in actuality?
You look up Calvin Austin, I'll look up Tyreek Hill.
Hold on.
Let's see how close
Calvin
they are.
Austin is definitely smaller than Hill, who's like 5'10". Calvin Austin is, so listed height weight, 5'9", 162.
Tyreek Hill, 5'10", 191.
Do we,
162?
The 30 pounds makes a big difference in just durability. But we always laugh on this show about program height. Tino Sinceri, I vividly remember being listed at, I believe, 6'2", 205, 210. I was in a scrum around Tino Sinceri after Pitt got done playing a game. I am 6 feet, like, right on the nose, as much on the nose as you can be. He was shorter than me. So if Calvin Austin is listed at 5'9", is Calvin Austin 5'7"?
Donnie and I were up next to him. He is really, really short.
He was at, the softball game 2 years ago.
What would you, Donnie, you're 5'10", 5'11"?
You had size on him.
5'11".
You had inches on him.
Would you say he's 3 inches shorter than you?
I'd probably go 5'7" or 5'8" tops.
There's not a single guy in the league who is a bona fide number 2 receiver who's that short.
I mean, dudes also, they're probably wearing the spikes when they get measured up.
Steve Smith was a little guy, but he didn't weigh no 160 pounds. I'll tell you that much.
Call Steve Smith a little guy and see if you have any of your teeth left.
What do you think Wes Welker was listed at?
Probably 5'9", 200.
Let's see here. 5'9", 185.
He looked sturdier than that, though. Julian Edelman. I mean, we're just naming short white guys who played for the Patriots.
There can't be many guys who have been good NFL players who are not specialists who weigh less than 165 pounds.
Do you know Julian Edelman, who was 5'10", 198, was one of his nicknames was apparently Minitron? And the other one was just Squirrel?
No. Is this Pro Football Reference again? They make up these names.
I know, but it's not like Wikipedia where a user could just go in and be like, oh, yeah, old Squirrel Nuts, Julian Edelman. You can't do that. That's why Tom Brady has, like, the name Pharaoh on there.
So the internet's telling me that Emmanuel Forbes, who the Commanders used their first-round pick on from Mississippi State.
Oh, yeah, he's only like 165.
Is the small? Yeah, but now Wikipedia says 180. So he's packing them on.
He's also, like, lanky.
One of the smallest guys I can ever remember who actually made it to the league. And I watched the guy because he was there when I was still there as a student. Jordan Norwood from State College High, who went to Penn State, was like maybe 5'10", 150, they said, when he got there. Now, he ended up playing in the league, and he lasted 5 seasons, parts of 5 seasons. They listed him at 5'11", 171, still heavier than Austin.
Then way taller.
Which would make him lankier. Like, I guess you'd say Austin's packed densely. The point is, we just spent a couple minutes kind of proving the point here Ben is making. You cannot have a guy that size be your number 2.
And durability. I mean, I still think if that guy gets squared up and takes a legit hit, he's going to need help getting off the field. And he's fast and he's shifty and all those things.
He never gives you the whole body, but it takes one guy. Remember who Geno Stone, the hit he put on, who was it cutting up the field? Was it Chase Brown? Cutting across, trying to make something out of that play.
I was flipping back and forth between
there
the
was
two
a
games
massive
last
hit
night,
Geno Stone laid.
Yeah, it wasn't McLaurin, but it would have been.
Oh yeah, not Chase Brown. Sorry, it was Geno Stone hitting a Washington player. No, Brian Robinson. Maybe somebody was cutting across the field trying to make something out of a play. Just got knocked senseless.
Here,
Austin would have been in another dimension if he got hit like that.
To pacify Ben and the masses out there in this eternal search for another wide receiver to go with George Pickens, I am going to throw out 2 names that could be entering the chat here.
Uh-oh.
And it's just a matter of, do you guys think that these 2 teams would actually trade their wide receiver to the Steelers? T. Higgins.
Knew that was going to be one of them.
Amari Cooper. Both done with their teams at the end of the year.
Do I think
Cooper's
either team
contract got changed, so it's just voidable years. He's a free agent. It's a dummy contract. There's no money left on the deal. He's done after this season. And Higgins is playing on the franchise tag. This gets back to the tax that you have to pay in a division potentially to get a guy. But if you're the Bengals and the season starts to go even more haywire and off course, at what point do you just try to cut your losses and get something for Higgins? I'm guessing it would have to be good, though, because, number one, he's still an elite wide receiver, and you'll get some kind of maybe compensatory pick at the end of the year for him signing with another team if the math works out. It's not a guarantee, but they probably will. So they're not just going to trade him for like a 6th or 7th round pick or anything like that. But I see no reason why, if the Bengals' season continues to go sideways, that they would just hang on to T. Higgins. And the same thing for the Browns. Amari Cooper already put out a social media post about that. And if you're him, you're getting older, you want to play on winning teams. That seems like an untenable situation with the quarterback there. Wide receivers, to Tomlin's stupid thing about moving trains, wide receivers jump on moving trains all the time, midstream. Veteran guys get traded and play well. Not Chase Claypool, but
the price would be higher. I'd want Higgins more because if Higgins was really good.
And you love Cooper. I'm shocked to hear you say that. You've been like the president of the Amari Cooper fan club for years on this show. The amount of times you've pounded the table for Amari Cooper.
I just think he's a terrific route. I guess if we're factoring in price, though, here, maybe I have to go back on that. Higgins is the better player, but, man, Cooper is so good. He's such a good route runner.
Are you sure Higgins is the better player?
I think he is, because I think he would be a number one on most teams that don't have a Jamar Chase already there.
But we've mostly seen him with another guy who's great. I'm not accusing him of being another Juju Smith-Schuster a la with Antonio Brown.
No, I think he's better than Cooper, not by much. And that's maybe where I get back to the crux of this.
Cooper's
been successful a terrific route runner.
Every kind of quarterback and every kind of team. And he's no stranger to moving around because he's already been traded twice in his career. So I would feel more comfortable just like having him parachute in to this team. The Steelers and Browns have made deals before.
The reason I go to the Higgins thing first, even then, they're 0-3, but I still think there is a much better chance they get it right and finish with a better record than the Browns. I still think the Bengals are the better team there and will bear out to be the better team. I guess what you would hope for is trade deadline's November 5th, I believe, at 4 p.m. You hope the Browns go in the toilet here.
Oh, they're on there. That turd is circling the drain.
I mean, you just hope they go way in the toilet so there's not even like a question here, and they're 1-6, and maybe you're 5-1 or somehow even 6-0, and then you feel like, yeah, you might be willing to pay that tax.
They're an afterthought to me. They're not a team that I look at when we're talking about the discussions.
No, I understand. I'm saying like
as a legitimate threat.
I know. I'm trying to think of how many games they would have to keep losing before they would start, sniffing around. Yeah, we'll even trade them to our hated rival.
And Roethlisberger's question is Roman Wilson a 2. Listen to Mike Tomlin on Roman Wilson, and you guys tell me if you think he's close to being the Steelers' number 2 wide receiver.
He just got to keep working. It is very difficult to get on a moving train. All you got to do is look at Dean Lowry, for example. There's a veteran guy that missed a substantial amount of training camp, and it was a third game before he got a hat, although he's been healthy. And so that gets multiplied when you're talking about a guy that has no NFL experience like Roman. And so my advice to Roman is to keep working and take that opportunity when that door is left ajar and to be ready when it is.
I don't think he's close. I think Tomlin's going to keep him in rookie jail. Calvin Austin plays the same position. He just caught a touchdown pass. Wilson has no experience on special teams, so it's not like he can do ancillary things or extra things to get himself in the lineup. Scotty Miller just had a big game off the bench with Van Jefferson out. I think the guy's going to continue to sit there unless there's an injury or their offense really, really, really falters, and he's looking for a spark. So, Ben, you didn't say Roman Wilson is a 2. You asked it more as like a question, saying, I don't know. The coach is telling you he's not close to being their number 2 wide receiver.
In a perfect world, I still think he's your 3rd wide receiver anyway. Pickens is your 1. There's a guy who just fits the physical profile on the outside more as your number 2, and then Wilson in a 3-man passing attack is like a devastating 3rd receiver.
Donnie, are you more T. Higgins or Amari Cooper?
T. Higgins picking between the 2. I don't think there's a prayer either guy would get traded here, though.
Why, though?
I don't think either one of those teams would trade the Steelers.
Who would be more likely to do it, though, of those 2?
But what?
I would actually say Cincinnati.
But just out of curiosity, though, like, what is the logic for them not – if the Steelers make a competitive offer, what's the reason for not trading him here?
Well, I think that's where people just say, like, I would disagree with Donnie. I think people would fall back on, they just hate the Steelers. A smartly run organization would just try to collect assets.
Now, we can argue
but are they smartly run?
Yeah, that would be the
Well, I actually think in that sense the Browns have it now other than Jim – because do you both agree with me that Jimmy Haslam made them do the Deshaun Watson deal? That the owner just, like, at an overarching level said, we're trading for this guy and we're giving him this deal?
Yes.
And did it probably against
Mike
the
Brown
wishes
is
of
also a notably
no,
bad
No. What I'm saying here is the point I was going to get to is I know Duke Tobin now runs their personnel most of the time, but Brown still makes the big stupid decisions. I think the people working under Jimmy Haslam are better in balance than the people working under Mike Brown. And so I think if you're talking about non-owner category, better football ops, I actually think it's the Browns people.
But up until recently, the Bengals were getting like universal praise for the way that they've built their team, not just Burrow, but the players that they've brought in. Now, it doesn't look that way now that they're 0-3.
I mean, I think if the Browns had like a competent quarterback who wasn't also on like just a deal that Watson originally got signed for, I think they would have been a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they were a good enough roster that Joe Flacco rode to the rescue, and granted, he played very well of his own volition, but there was a lot of pieces there to like. I think they were put together.
That doesn't help Amari Cooper's situation right now because Joe Flacco's in Indianapolis, and I don't see them benching Deshaun Watson anytime soon.
I'm just trying to think of other teams who are wide receiver needy who would be more attractive, A, in terms of the assets they'd be willing to part with, and not that the player has any control over this, but there are teams that I'm sure are in the NFC that both of these squads would rather deal with. What if the Niners just have more guys go down to injury and they want to crack at one of them?
But I've never understood that. If the Ravens offer,
no, I'm saying the Niners are more desperate because they are trying to win now and will mortgage maybe more of their future to pay a premium to get an Amari Cooper or a T.
Okay,
Higgins.
that's different.
That's my point. Then it's best of both worlds. You might get the best offer, and also you're trading the guy out of the best offer part matters the most. But then you can sleep at night knowing your fan base isn't going to have to go, can you believe they traded him to so-and-so?
The reason why, for example, the Steelers picked the Bears over the Packers to trade Claypool is because they thought the Bears were a worse team and they'd get a better pick. If the Chiefs and Steelers both called about Amari Cooper and they both offered third-round picks, is Donnie saying that the Browns would take the Chiefs' offer because they don't want to trade Amari Cooper in the division?
If they were smart.
Come on now.
If they were smart,
that can't be true.
If they were smart.
So you really think they would be like, you know what, like let's get him out of the division even though the pick's probably not going to be as good?
And there's a reason why they've pretty much sucked my whole life.
I mean, I would...
Touché.
That would be... how... As an owner, I'd fire my... I mean, unless it came from the owner, that just would make no sense.
Man, the more I think about it, the more I would want Cooper of these two.
And you said T. Higgins almost immediately.
I know. That was just, I think that was like, what am I doing? That was just like,
you're arguing against yourself.
A first round. Well, they're both former first-round picks. Do you know what Cooper's nickname is? The Route Runner.
Wait, I thought Higgins was a second-round pick.
You're right. He was 30. That's why, because he was the first pick of the second round.
Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. How bad do the Steelers need a number 2 wide receiver? Ben basically trashing their wide receivers behind George Pickens. Do you still look at it as a big problem? 412-928-9370. Back with some calls and some more thoughts next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Colts on Sunday, 1 p.m. in Indy. We will have pregame coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan starting at 10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVeigh and the great plumbing work that they do for everyone in Western Pennsylvania. For example, with McVeigh, they give you the price up front. So they'll do an estimate. They'll look around to see what the plumbing issue is. And then, okay, this is what you're going to pay if we do the job. Conversely, other companies do the work, and then they stick you with a fat bill, and you're stuck. You've got to pay up. Also, second opinions are free. So if you're thinking, oh, my God, I'm getting raked over the coals here by this plumbing company, call McVeigh. The website's easy to remember. Call McVeigh.com. It's McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Another inexcusable loss for Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor and another terrible defensive performance for my dude, Lou Anarumo. I just can't hang any of this on Joe Burrow because Joey Burr finally looked like prime Joey Burr. And that's the bad news for the Bengals because at least when Joe was not right, Zach Taylor had some sort of excuse. Not anymore. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part? We give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
There is some construction on the inbound side of 28 in Aspinwall. Right lane is closed. That'll cause a slight backup until you get past the Highland Park Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie's Tomlin tidbit is 15 minutes away. Donnie Football listened to all of Mike Tomlin and took something out of that long, arduous, laborious press conference that he thinks is worth talking about. We're talking about Big Ben and what he said about the Steelers still not having a number 2 wide receiver and Calvin Austin not being able to get to that place.
I have a quick request of both of you. Just can I ask, remember what would Pony and Muller do is usually an off-season thing? Can I just ask it, what would Pony and Donnie do real fast? This will take 30 seconds out of your valuable time.
Go ahead.
I run a Survivor League, pick a team, one and done, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, we talked about this yesterday.
Well,
the dilemma about
the dilemma came to pass.
Yeah.
general amnesty. Donnie, do you vote general amnesty for me, or do you go?
The whole thing
do
all
I go
over again?
Amnesty only for the 5 teams left in week 3?
No one won. Just start it over again. Everyone's Survivor team lost.
I'm kind of leaning on the teams that made it, or people that made it to week 3, and just running it more round there.
I think it's like in cornhole when you go over. You start back fresh again. You go back.
What if it happens again? If it happens one more time like this, though,
then I think everyone gets their money back, and you just cancel the.
Stop doing Survivor pools.
Cancel the season. Cancel it forever.
All right. That's all.
Here is Rich in Beaver County on Steelers wide receivers. Hello, Rich.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, so no one has brought this wide receiver up as a trade possibility, who is a stud, who I think would be a stud number 2, at only $13 million on and he's being underutilized on a terrible team.
Yeah, I already know what you're going to say.
D-Hop.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to say Deontay Johnson and be clever about it. I guess he's making more than $13 million.
No.
We brought him up yesterday. We brought up D-Hop yesterday.
Well, I couldn't get on the air last Friday, so it is what it is. So, I mean,
Rich,
D-Hop, baby.
Yeah,
$13 million, and his contract ends after this year. So.
Yeah, I think that's a guy Tomlin would want to get his hands on, because he'd point to the resume and the professionalism and the fact that he's been on 3 different teams, so he can get on the moving train. I don't know if Tomlin had a train set as a kid, but he seems to really harp on the train thing a lot. He brings it up once a week.
When he says that, do you visualize a guy running next to it like an open box car?
A hobo, and he has
he's got the little stick with the bag.
Stick with the bandana tied at the end of it, and he's trying to jump on, then go to the next town.
Do you think you could have been like a guy who was just doing that?
I wouldn't have liked that time, because I just feel like sports were not that prevalent. I just feel
if sports were prevalent in the 1790s, but in a very rudimentary sense, but there were games happening, right?
Yeah.
No newspaper. There was newspapers, town criers, but no TV, no radio, no electricity. Right. But you were still watching like what passes for football and all that stuff. You'd have been good as long as it was happening.
Do we know I guess Greece had the Olympics, but you're saying in these places back
in the
day?
Like in the 1700s, they weren't playing baseball. It hadn't been invented
I guess
yet.
The Native Americans had lacrosse.
The one sport,
they were playing lacrosse.
The one sport here would have been, okay, Native Americans playing lacrosse. In Scotland, they were playing golf.
But they didn't feel like spectator sports as much as people just played in them. I don't know if people showed up and watched and then like they didn't have talk shows, but was there a lot of debate and discussion afterwards?
2 guys sitting with a candle in between them.
Like when Jesus had the apostles together at the Last Supper, was anybody bringing up something sports related there?
He sees like Judas over there in the corner.
I don't know.
Very upset.
Did they have sports in the BC?
That's what I mean.
Like around BC?
I think they probably played tag. I think
tag.
Well, okay.
How?
Well, now I'm curious.
I didn't go seek.
Well, don't you think that's like, or no, you know what the first probably sports were? Just your basic, we're going to race from here to there and whoever's faster wins.
Yeah.
I think track and field was probably and I'm going to try to throw this rock as far as I can. You stand over there, tell me where it lands.
Okay, so I think they were doing those things for a very long time, but I don't think the art of talking about them and discussing them was big and watching them.
Just imagining two apostles really diving into a conversation about who was faster.
Yeah. I guess back then Rome would have had the Colosseum going pretty strong, right?
Well, it was a lot of wrestling had to be a sport back then, right?
But they were even doing messed up things like, let's throw like 10 dudes into this circle, and now we're going to unleash a lion, and let's see what happens.
Were loving it.
And
the crowd was going crazy.
Well, you want to talk about sports? Christians versus Lions was like the Generals versus the Globetrotters, man.
See, I think I could have been like the Jim Nantz version of that. Hello, friends. We're at the Coliseum.
Dan, our pal Hypothermic Yeti, immediately. Pony would be front row at the Coliseum betting on some poor joker versus a lion.
Yeah.
If there was sports talk in ancient Rome, he'd have been there sitting on his like high pulpit. Folks, this is the time. Put it in stone. Carve this thing right now. This particular man, whatever of wherever, he's beating that lion. I've seen the lion in training.
It's funny. You guys keep mocking my picks, but they look pretty good so far this season. I showed you my ranking.
Yeah, we had one of the best weeks in PM Team Picks history. We all got 5 points.
I'm in the 99th percentile of picking games against the spread.
But what is it like? Are you in there for money?
Yeah.
Now, what gets paid out? The top what percent?
I think the top prize is $1 million.
If you're number one at the end.
And there's prizes that trickle down from there.
But to be fair, you are in the top 99 percentile, yes, but you were still in like 2,260th place.
Yeah, but when you're being compared to hundreds of thousands of people, that's pretty good, Malsey.
I mean, you're still not winning.
Well, when you go out and you golf in the 80s, do you want some jackass to come up to you and say, you know what, Malsey, there's a professional that probably would have shot 63 here today? No, you feel good about your score.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Right.
I'll let you pat yourself on the back here. Now I really can't shake the thought of you wearing the ancient Roman robes, putting a couple pieces of Caesar's currency on some guy who was destined to get his throat ripped out.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. We want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Let's get to Donnie's Tomlin tidbit next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Brewers begin a series tonight, the final homestand of the Pirates season. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. I'll be there in a couple hours. Getting ready for the game tonight and loving every second of it. Mike's is the place to watch sports and drink beer. Nothing better than that, people. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer from around the world. Craft beer from right here in Pittsburgh. The pumpkin beers, the seasonal beers from all the great microbreweries and stuff are all there in one location. Tons of brand new TVs there. My favorite part about Mike's, too, is that you don't have to beg to get a game on. They have the right games on. Mike is a stickler about that stuff. And it's right next to PNC Park, so meet me there today. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A late night under? I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. UCLA is dreadful this season, and now one of the top teams in the Big Ten, Oregon, comes to town this weekend. The BetQL model is focused on the total. BetQL has under 55.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them.
I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am a radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
It is the show that changed the landscape of professional wrestling forever. And on Wednesday, October 2nd, from the Steel City, the world will celebrate the 5-year anniversary of Dynamite.
Lead black and gold.
Be there live as AEW makes history once more. Who's out? AEW Dynamite 5-year anniversary live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, October 2nd. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
We have devices that track all kinds of things in our lives. Devices that tell us how many steps we take and monitor our health. Apps where we can track our nutrition, exercise, and sleep. And websites that rate restaurants, venues, shows, and movies. But did you know that you can also track and see your voting record? Your voting record is public. So when you skip an election and don't vote, your voter score goes down. And when you do vote, it goes up. Simple as that. Who you vote for is always private, but if you voted, it's public. So go to votehq.org to find out how to make sure that voter score doesn't drop this election. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. That's votehq.org for more info on how to cast your ballot this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Looks like fall is here, and the leaves aren't the only thing that's starting to drop.
That's right. Outside temperatures are dropping too. Are your windows able to keep that cold air out and the warm air in?
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
Autumn is the perfect time for replacing your home's old, worn-out windows. Don't wait until the cold winter winds are howling.
Take advantage of this change of the seasons and upgrade your home with new energy-efficient windows like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
So don't wait. Stop by one of our showrooms.
Or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
He's hardworking and humble, and I really think that tees up performance for him. But he also has ridiculous belief in self, and that's attractive to coaches. That's attractive to older players. He is not a guy that's ever scared.
That is Donnie Football's Tomlin tidbit for Week 4, Steelers-Colts, and it is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Fan Beer of the Month, Altered Genius Brewing's Rescue Kolsch, benefiting Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh. That was Mike Tomlin on Nick Herbig there.
Who we will see a lot more of maybe in the next couple of weeks. It sounds like Alex Highsmith will miss some time, but the way Herbig played Sunday, I don't think many people are too worried about that. You can think Alex Highsmith is a good player. I think all three of us agree on that, but it doesn't seem like a whole lot of a drop-off behind him, if any.
Because there isn't one. He's the better player.
Well, it feels like one of those situations, I think, maybe I'm being unfair to Highsmith here, but the way fans are talking about it, it's almost like you drafted your quarterback of the future, and you're sort of waiting either for like a small injury or like a really bad performance stretch to get the incumbent starter out of there. And people are just super hyped for what's happening next. Like, it wasn't even that way with Ben. People were excited to see the rookie, and then no one could foresee what he did. This is one of those ones where I think like almost everyone feels the same way Pony just expressed. Like, this guy's better. I do worry about the run, though, and you know they worry about the run. He's a smaller guy. Highsmith's a big dude. He could play 4-3 end in a different scheme with very little bulking up. And so as great as he is against the pass, you know teams are going to try to run at Nick Herbig.
So I will address my own failings here as a prognosticator. I did say around this time last year that Kenny Pickett was better than Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
That tweet exists. Mulsey is randomly, after a Jordan Love big game, will just retweet it to get people to mock me. He takes great delight in finding things like when I said Mason Rudolph would be better than Lamar Jackson. He has a special search engine on Twitter. He finds these things all the time. Okay? But yes, there he goes again. See? Yep.
Oh, I like retweeting them blindly, and people who aren't listening to the show go, why is he putting that out there?
And the Melon Juggler guy on YouTube, who I'm friends with now, probably sees this and laughs on our YouTube page. Okay, so I have to admit that I have made some horrible predictions.
Wait, the what guy on our
Melon Juggler.
Melon Juggler, yes.
Pittsburgh Melon Juggler, or whatever the heck his name is.
Yes.
So I will pat myself on the back yet again for something. I do feel like I'm a pioneer on a few things that people said I was crazy for and are coming around on. One was in the offseason when I said Herbig was better than Alex Highsmith. That's taken off. That, I think, is like a rocket ship. I think that another one will end up being what I said about the two college quarterbacks, Holstein over Drew Aller.
I still felt like you got probably crushed for that by Penn State fans. Very defensive.
They're wrong.
Aller. No, I mean, Holstein looks really good, dude. Really good. He's made...
Drew Aller had the most forgettable 25-touchdown, 2-interception season in the history of sports last year.
Well, my everlasting image of him actually is one that I think Penn State fans would agree with. It's they go to Ohio State, and it's a battle of he and Kyle McCord for who can look more out of place in the moment, and he beat him.
And then the other one is, I tweeted out last week, Bears fans already have regrets about trading Justin Fields and taking Caleb Williams. And what do some of the big national film critics say after Sunday's game? The same exact thing. So maybe finally the worm is turning for me, Malsey, on these things.
I mean, you got so many bad takes, though.
To make up for?
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of atoning to do.
Donnie, do you agree with me that Herbig's better than Highsmith? Or are you going to make that face? You go, it's too soon.
I think he's a more electrifying pass rusher because he's a win with speed guy.
I can't do it yet.
I think he's getting underneath tackles, Donnie, but I think he's worse against the run, which they would care about more than most.
I think Highsmith all around the better player still. They're in a division specifically that, like, when you just look at the AFC North, that likes to run the football, at least 2 out of the 3 teams that they play all the time. And we know that gets carried with more weight.
Fair enough, but if the guy was so bad at setting the edge,
they wouldn't have picked him.
Run discipline, though, best running team in the NFL, J.K. Dobbins on Sunday, why weren't they just able to exploit that over and over and over and over again if he's not good at it? That would have been easy pickings there. Stealing candy.
Did he play the majority of his snaps, though? Once I know he strip-sacked Herbert briefly, obviously. Did he play the majority of his snaps before or after Herbert left the game? Because I think everything they wanted to do offensively got harder when he left. Because then it was pin your ears back and go.
Yeah, but the game still.
I know it was a close. I know it was a close game, but I don't think the Steelers respected Easton's stick at all, and therefore they just pinned their ears back and were flowing to everything, run, pass, all of it.
I know, but if the guy's stature and his size makes it hard for him to play the run, and
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh is obsessed with that, and so is Greg Roman, you still just
I think the other problem was that their offensive line was suffering mass casualties and couldn't get onto blocks. Yeah. You know who I'm interested in seeing now, hopefully get a little bit more of a shot, is Leal. I want to see Leal out there, a big body. Not like a ton, not at the expense too much of Herbig, but just an expanded role for DeMarvin Leal at outside backer.
Who do you think ends up being the best player from that draft? Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig, Corey Trice, Spencer Anderson.
I have to say the guy that I think has the potential to be the best left tackle in franchise history. Realistically, based on their career starts right now, I would still say Benton.
Benton?
Who I still think.
I thought you were going to say Porter there, the way that you phrased that.
I mean, I think Benton was a bad MFer last year.
It looks like they have 3 studs, though, on defense with those 3 guys.
Could end up being
nice.
It has the potential to be a terrific draft.
I think I'd actually go Peasy. Because if you end up getting a corner there that takes away part of the field,
yeah,
that's just huge. I mean, I know we've seen a little bit of a shift early on about the pass game in the NFL, but if you have a guy like that, that's huge for a defense.
Nate tweets in, Lion this, Lion that. I've got the nobleman taking a big win today. Peter with a punch to a lion's throat is the new Montana to Rice. Bet the house on Jimmy and Joe today. I feel bad for the Lions just thinking about what Kenny Pickett could do with his bare hands. Fade the Lions. I think Caleb, who I would hope is listening, we might need Caleb to get like a Roman prognosticator so we can have BC times here represented.
I would say Herbig from that list, but I think that is a hell of a draft class in Khan's first year.
So you do seem to think, though, that it's not that big of a deal what I'm bringing up about his relatively smaller stature for that position.
James Harrison was smaller. Now, he was built like a human
Not
muscle.
the way I'm talking about the fact that Herbig is listed at 240. He's listed at, you could almost squint it.
Well, let's go back
6'2",
to what Adani said. This guy's the greatest inside linebacker since friggin' Dick Butkus. What did London Fletcher look like? That guy was built like Adam Crowley, and he was everywhere. He had 199 tackles, and when he was 38 years old.
And what was Devin Bush built like?
I would not say he was built like Adam Crowley, but...
What was Devin Bush built like?
Austin Bechtold.
Man, giving Austin some credit there. Woo!
LeVon Kirkland was built like Harry Callis and played that position.
Man, Kirkland,
at an all-pro level.
What would Kirkland have played if he had come along at that size in today's NFL? He ain't playing inside backer.
No, he's
probably nose.
Yeah.
Just a guy who's playing nose tackle today was an inside linebacker, and a very good one, 25 years ago.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Storms in a low of 66 degrees. Coming up next, breaking Pirates news on Rowdy Tellez. And fans are in an uproar over something in Tellez's contract. What just happened there? We will give you the latest. And Greg Brown in 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. And I'm here to tell you about Regenesis, guys. You don't like the way you look and feel? Get in touch with Regenesis today. Men out there, why settle for your current situation? Yes, I'm working out a lot more. I'm trying to eat better. I'm seeing results. But if you're not seeing results from doing those things, maybe it's something internal. There's something about your body, about the way you're wired that needs corrected. And that's where Regenesis comes in. Free physician consult and free blood work today. 724-510-0024, freebloodwork.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Scattered showers and a few stronger storms possible, especially to the south through evening. Lows tonight in the mid-60s. For Wednesday, scattered showers, a few storms, highs in the upper 70s, and then early morning showers Thursday, clearing in the afternoon. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valenti and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days when you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Vanguard.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Make this fall's Jeep Adventure Days count with a new Jeep Grand Cherokee from Ron Lewis Automotive. Right now, lease an all-gas 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for just $399 a month. 27-month lease with 10,000 miles a year, $29.99 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited-time coupons through 9/30/24. Tax and fees not included. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the outbound side of the Parkway West, just past the exit for Grant Street. Expect some delays going through that area. I'm Kyle Fronizer.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered Ford by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the news on Steelers outside linebacker Alex Highsmith is that it's a 2 to 3 week groin injury, so they won't place him on the IR. Sad news, the Steelers did place Corey Trice on injured reserve today, so it's not looked at as a season ender, but he will have to miss at least a month. 2 weeks ago, he had that big interception in Denver. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pitch. Fly ball center field, hit pretty deep. Buxton is back to the track, approaching the wall. And let's get rowdy! Rowdy Tellez hits his first home run at PNC Park. Gives the Bucks a 1-0 lead. Now they're cheering for Rowdy.
And now he's gone. DFA'd by the Pirates. 15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. So you might be asking yourself, why on a day where Mike Tomlin was talking about the Steelers' quarterback situation with a 3-0 football team, are we making a detour pit stop to talk about Rowdy Tellez? Well, it's because of what Pirates fans are doing on social media and what many of them are saying on our text line right now, which they are asking questions about what happened here. Now, Rowdy Tellez being DFA'd at some point this season by the Pirates should come as no surprise. Many of you wanted it to happen like I did in May, and then to Rowdy's testament to Rowdy, and a credit to him, yes. He rebounded for a while, and while the Pirates were relevant, he was hitting. Now, as the Pirates have waned here, so is he. I mean, his numbers in August and September, like most Pirates, are just ridiculously bad. With 6 games left, their final home series starts tonight against the Brewers. Tellez was designated for assignment, so was Michael A. Taylor. All right, so the story might end there with just this is weird timing. Why do it with so few games left? Here's where it gets interesting. James Santelli is he still with Channel 2? Is he still over there?
No, he's not working in the media, but I mean, James is a very sharp guy who's very plugged in, yes.
Longtime local TV producer.
Yes.
Did some digging on this and went to one of the many baseball contract sites.
Well, there's a gentleman named Ethan Houlihan who is...
Houlihan sounds like a made-up person.
Ethan Houlihan, who...
Sounds like a guy that played baseball in the 19th century.
I have to give the guy credit, though, because...
He sounds like he played for the Cleveland Spiders in 1899. Ethan Houlihan.
All he does is get into the minutia, not the cute minutia, the minutia of Pirates' payroll and transactions.
That's this guy's cottage industry.
He digs.
Okay.
He goes after this. And
he finds a shovel, an economy-sized one from a local home improvement store, and he always just goes to town.
He digs for these numbers. And so James is reporting what Ethan was digging on, which is that Rowdy Tellez has – well, I'll let you handle it, actually.
He is Is it plate appearances
or
at bats?
It's plate appearances.
Okay, so he's 4 plate appearances, basically 1 game away.
He's got 4 separate plate appearance triggers in his deal,
but the first one triggers 4 at-bats from now, and he would get a $200,000 bonus.
Correct.
So
that's
days
the only
away
one of them that he would hit
from that, they
can
tell him you're no longer needed here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reaction among our fans is this is another example of the kind of skinflint, thrifty ways of the Pirates. And it's not going to sit well with baseball players and Tellez especially, but maybe teammates of Tellez and agents and the players' union, those kinds of things. That's what our listeners are doing right now and saying. Bob Smizik sent out a tweet about it, etc. Here's what I want to know. And they called up Pagero, and who else did they call up, Donnie? Did they call up somebody?
I think Mike Burrows is supposed to come up. Oh, no, yeah, right, Palacios. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mackey, I don't want to make Mackey mad, but I think he thought Burrows was coming up, but that might happen later.
Here's what I don't get about this move. If they just kept Tellez on the team and didn't play him over the final 6 games, so he failed to get the $200,000 bonus and was just on the bench, I wouldn't think twice about it. I would look at it and think, well, Tellez is on a 1-year deal. They're playing out the string. They want to look at young players who might have a future with the team at first base. I just don't understand why, if they wanted to save $200,000 and save themselves bad publicity, bad PR, bad optics, why not just keep Tellez on the roster and not play him? If that happened in the last week of the season, okay, this is clearly a baseball decision because he has no future with this team.
Well, you could have also done it at the very beginning of the month when they were equally out of it.
Right.
And he was so he actually had a really good August too. He had 3 really good months in a row.
So I lied about the August part. He was
had
good
an
in August.
813 OPS in August.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, he had
And what's September?
464. He stunk.
Oh, so I did misrepresent it. He was good in
terrific
August,
in June, July, and August.
He went back to like April, Rowdy Tellez in September.
Correct.
Okay.
He's had 3 very good months and 3 very bad months.
So
he's had 51 plate appearances though this month, Pony.
There's no reason to play him. I just don't understand how. You're telling me that there's a guy now that specializes in this.
Just finds these things.
But
knows
even
what these
if you're
details are.
not this very nerdy inside baseball man, so much of this information is out there where I don't think the Pirates, if it really is about saving the $200,000, they had to know somebody would find this information. And to be honest with you, if Tellez is hacked off about it, he or his agent would just leak it to somebody.
I mean, what's to say that this Ethan isn't getting it from his people?
Yeah, that's a good. Well, if you're saying that this is what he does for a living,
has tracked down these things.
Contracts.
Yes, he's tracked down these things before and been very much correct. So I'm on Spot Track right now, and the one thing I don't see on Spot Track is so they say that the contract notes, $800,000 are there in incentives,
but it doesn't break it down.
But it doesn't
piece
tell
by
you.
piece.
But Ethan's what he cited. Just to go deeper into this, I actually do see more than 800,000 represented on his tweets.
I think one of them was World Series MVP.
So he's got $800,000 in plate appearance triggers, according to what this guy Ethan is reporting. He's got more like about $1.3 million in incentives. First place for the MVP is a cool $250,000 for Rowdy. I like this one for some reason. Just a gold.
Lead the league in steals, $10 million.
Gold Glove is just a cool $25,000. Here's my take on this. Assuming that this is correct intel, and a lot of people now have started running with it. I saw Bob Smizik frustrated. Travis Sawchik retweeted James, and that's where I think it took hold with a lot of people.
With the inside baseball folks with Sawchik, he's really big with the analytics.
I think Travis, let me put it this way about Travis. I don't think he would retweet it unless he had
reason to think it was
more or less verified it. Yes. I'll just quickly say this, Pony. We always talk about how the Pirates might have to pay more for free agents because there's just not a winning history here. It can be a tough place to play for some people. Assuming this is true, I don't think it helps that very specific part of the equation for them.
Our last visit of the season with the voice of the Pirates, Greg Brown, brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Greg, your reaction when you found out that the Pirates had DFA'd Rowdy Tellez?
I was surprised. I thought with a week left, both Michael A. Taylor and Rowdy Tellez. Yeah, I was surprised to learn that earlier this afternoon.
What's the baseball argument for it, if you had to make one, Greg?
Baseball argument would be you're moving on from him anyway, and that's why, quite frankly, I was surprised he was getting as much playing time this past month. If it were up to me, I'd have done this
right at the beginning of September, right? I mean, that's what I just said. It would make more sense. It's September.
I did not hear that. I'm sorry.
No, I said it's September 24th. It would make sense to do it September 1st and just let somebody try to fill in there who's young.
Yeah, I mean, like your Billy Cook, see if you can play some first base. You want to try somebody else out, whatever. So the timing of it surprised me. The fact that it was done, not necessarily, because he was just awful anyway at the last. He had that good run. He got that OPS up and stuff, but the last, I don't know what the numbers are, the last month or so, he was just awful.
Very good in June, July, and August. We just looked him up, Brownie. I mean, he was an objectively good player, and then September the bottom fell out again.
Greg, you're watching every game at this point. It's your job, closer than I am. Tell me if you think this is unfair, though. It just seemed to me in watching Tellez over the last 3 weeks like the effort wasn't there.
Well, I think he gives you that impression all the time, though. So when he's hitting, it's like anything. A guy hits, he can trot the first base. It's not like he ever ran hard. He's not a guy that's going to present himself for being a hard worker.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, that's another reason why, as the team was going into that funk in August, it's just a bad look all the way around, and even for the other players to see. So not a great example, and I don't think that changed, Andrew. I don't think he's ever going to be considered a hardworking guy. But when he hit, people accepted it.
You know him better than I do, having been around the team all year. If this report that he was 4 plate appearances shy of getting a $200,000 bonus is true, is Rowdy Tellez the type of athlete who you think will let people know how ticked off he is that he didn't get that bonus?
Oh, I don't know this, but probably. I don't know him well.
Yeah.
He's kind of a guy that likes to be kind of outspoken and out there. He didn't seem to be a big have great interest in Pittsburgh and the Pirates, and I think he felt put off when he made the terrible mistake of defending David Bednar. 2 weeks into this, or no, maybe it was longer than that. He was not performing well. He was in Pittsburgh for a couple, 3 weeks, and he's telling
fans how to behave.
Pittsburghers to how to behave was ridiculous. And so, that's just the kind of guy he is. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. I don't know anything about what you guys are talking about. I haven't researched this, but he's an outspoken guy, and so whatever he does or says will not surprise me.
How closely do players, in your experience, if it ever comes up, pay attention to these? I'll call them little incentives. $200,000 not a little amount of money for the people listening to this show or for us doing this show, but these little performance-based bonuses. Do guys, in your experience, is that something that guys keep very close tabs on in clubhouses, Greg? Players in general?
I don't know that other players. The player himself who has it in his contract, yes, and oftentimes managers do, to my knowledge over the years, if they're made aware of it, and depending on the closeness and the relationship that these guys have with the managers. But I don't know that it's shared at all. To my knowledge, maybe close friends would do that, but it's not common. It would not be common knowledge around the clubhouse if there were a clause that's about to be triggered.
Gotcha.
No.
Greg, Derek Shelton was on these airwaves earlier and was pressed by Joe Starkey on his future again. And Chris is laughing because I feel like he does that every week with him. And Shelton said, look, I'll circle back to what Ben said. He's confident I'll be back. I think I'll be back. Do you share that sentiment? If the GM was willing to, at a press conference, say, my intention is to bring Derek Shelton back, do you think that means Shelton is back in 2025?
I don't know. I don't know if that – I don't know at all. I don't. I was for Shelton, I was encouraged to hear that. I think when we chatted with Ben and he came out publicly and said that, I felt encouraged for Derek. But I don't know that it's factual that he comes back. I don't know the workings. I don't know how much conversation Bob and Travis and Ben and Derek have had. So I don't have an answer to that. I just don't.
How much difference can a manager in general make for a team like the Pirates right where they are right now, where it looks like the win total is going to be around the exact same, maybe if they finish hot a game or two ahead of, or not so hot a couple of games behind what they were last year? Just, I'm not saying like a new manager. I'm saying in general, what kind of difference can a manager make for a team like that?
I think in general, I over the years, heck, I've gone back and looked at old newspaper clippings because I've had this debate and discussion with people in the business, out of the business, fans, and so on. What difference can a manager make in terms of wins and losses? Danny Murtaugh used to say it would be about 8 or 9 a year, and so I don't know if that's conservative or not. But I would guess a manager can make a difference for a handful of games. Now, did Shelton make a positive difference? Did they win 5 more because he was on board? At times, and I know, Chris, I don't know if you were on, but I know Andrew and I had this discussion weeks ago. I don't know if it was the both of you, but we did talk about Shelton and what I felt was a guy who, especially early on, did a pretty good job of knowing when to bring a reliever in, a certain reliever, how long to keep a starter in a ball game. And the one thing I am not aware of, I don't know how much analytics plays a part in his decision-making. I do know that they have game planners, and this is not just with the Pirates, this is throughout the industry from a lot of teams, where they game plan before the game itself to determine when when a reliever should come in. They've talked about it publicly that they like certain matchups. They want a reliever to come in to face a certain hitter. And so that's the issue I have. I just don't know how much leeway Shelton has when it comes to that. You know, does he have free reign to decide? I assume he would, I guess, overrule what the game plan was before a ball game. But I still think overall, if you look at the whole, and now it's 5 years with him, overall, I feel like he's got a pretty good feel when it comes to that aspect of the game. That's a big part of managing, is when to bring a reliever in, keep a starter in, take him out, that kind of thing. But we'll know. I'm sure we'll know for certain I would think, in a week or so as to what direction they're going to go for 2025 and beyond, I would think.
All right, Greg, I'll wait from you from section 117 tonight.
All right. We'll look for you, Andrew.
See you, Greg.
Thanks. See you guys.
Yep, Greg Brown.
Yes.
I do think Tellez will raise a stink about this. I do. And he did not. You know what happened, Mulsey? You were a pioneer on something. You ripped Tellez for the David Bednar thing, and the chickens came home to roost. Because I think at first it was, he's sticking up for a teammate. That's a sign of leadership if Pittsburgh's needed that. Now listen to what Greg Brown's saying. The ridiculous comment that he made there.
I am amazed, separately from that, I am amazed at some of the Pirates Twitter, the people who see themselves on Twitter as big Pirates opinion makers saying, I don't feel bad about Rowdy Tellez. Could anyone miss the point on this more? If you want the Pirates to be in the market for free agents, to whatever extent you think they can be in the market, you shouldn't want them to cut a corner like this for $200,000. Quickly, Pony, very quickly. Look at what happened with when they brought Skeens up. They didn't bring him up early enough to get the potential pick bonus. And now it's going to cost them a year because he's going to finish top 2 and all that other stuff. And now this piled on top of that.
Coming up next in our Tomlin Take segment, you will hear Mike Tomlin on Broderick Jones, what he made of Jones rebounding. You will hear him hold his defense to an insanely high standard and something he's still looking for out of the Steelers offense. All that coming up. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buffalo 47, Jacksonville 10. Washington beats Cincinnati 38-33. Thursday night football to kick off week 4 of the NFL season. Giants and Cowboys Thursday at 8:15. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL on Westwood 1. Coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. That's right. Week 4 is almost here, and it starts with an NFC East matchup between the Cowboys and Giants Thursday night. It won't be long until we see these fraud Cowboys and their front-runner fans who come to town for a football game in prime time. In the meantime, we can watch the Cowboys on the road against the Giants Thursday night. Dallas, with their pitiful defense and slow-starting offense, a 4.5-point favorite in this game against a Giants team that just went to Cleveland and won outright. So I'll be putting my money on Big Blue in this matchup. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on this game. Go to FanDuel.com/Andrew and start playing today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi wants you to know that the temperatures are falling, the leaves are falling, and so are the prices during the fall kickoff at Shorkey Mitsubishi and ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. You can get great deals on great vehicles. Let's go right into it, shall we? How about 0% financing on the 2024 Outlander? 7-passenger capable, a great vehicle. How do I know? I drive one. I love it. People always say that thing is a sharp-looking ride. I say, yeah, it is. And it's also got all the bells and whistles I want, plus that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, just like every Mitsubishi, so I've got peace of mind as well. That financing offer on those 2024 Outlanders, it's back, but it's not going to last long. New 2024 Eclipse Crosses. You can take $5,000 off on select models, or you can finance at 2.99% for 72 months. New 2024 Outlander Sports. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours. You get a lot, like I just said, with Mitsubishi, style and safety and all-wheel drive and that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And Shorkey throws in 2 years of prepaid maintenance as well. Go see them North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills, and always online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Cloudy with showers tonight. The low 65.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
We're seeing some pretty sizable delays on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be moving slowly from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels up the hill to Greentree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Broderick has bounced back into a suitable fashion?
He did, but I'm not surprised by that. Broderick has a great deal of confidence in himself, particularly for a young guy. The performance was what it was in Denver. He didn't make excuses or seek comfort. He simply acknowledged it and went back to work. And I just think when you take that approach, you really tee yourself up for the appropriate bounce back, and he did.
Time for Tomlin Takes, brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation to Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5HELMET is who you get in touch with today. We all were thrilled to see Broderick Jones have that big bounce back. Sounds like the coach is doing something that I'm a tiny bit surprised by. There's no, tough love there. You know, I think that we've seen Tomlin sometimes with young players especially maybe poo-poo a good game. Especially a guy who we might question the effort or the motivation and try to still maybe keep them angry, thinking they can channel that and make them a good player. Tomlin in his interpersonal dynamic where he gets lauded for the way he relates to players and gets votes all the time for being such a great players coach is thinking right now with Broderick Jones, maybe a pat on the back or a nice slap on the fanny is warranted. Let's give him some props. Let me say, I always believed in this guy. I always knew he was good. And he went out and he showed it against Bosa. And yes, it was only for a meager number of snaps, but it was because Broderick Jones injured Joey Bosa with his raw power and brawn.
Well, I think also they never used the elbow as an excuse and he didn't have the brace on, but could it also be Mike Tomlin tacitly he's not going to acknowledge this publicly, but by saying nice things about him, tacitly acknowledging they've kind of messed with the guy. They've cross-trained him at 2 positions. They've only played him at his off-tackle position.
And he is a left tackle. Just like Dan Moore can't play right tackle, maybe Broderick Jones is much worse at right tackle, but he's such a team guy, he's not going to say
that's
he
real,
sucks at one.
He just said, get me out there. What did they say? They call it, I haul it.
Yeah, I'll play any position.
See, I know everyone made a pretty big stink about the way he reacted after the Denver game. I still thought he was being pretty genial about everything, pretty conciliatory. They call it, I haul it. I do what I'm told. He also, I thought, was more saying Troy Fautanu deserved to just be the starter without a rotation. Weird feeling. I think Tomlin, other than the fact that he loves it when his guys just don't say anything to the media, I think he ultimately probably likes the guy's attitude. I think a lot of that was maybe on the outside looking in, but not something that actually existed on the inside.
Here is Tomlin on, believe it or not, what his defense didn't do well last week against the Chargers.
Great defenses communicate. Great defenses specialize in terms of a variety of personnel groups and schematics within those variety of personnel groups. And we just got to continue to work in those spaces. We've had some success, but we've also had some real JV moments, if you will. The longest run of the day was 13 yards. That happened when we had 10 guys on the field because of our inability to exchange people appropriately and handle some of those things that really tee up good defenses, as I mentioned.
So he's getting on them for one mishap where there were 10 guys out there. It's so hard when you have the number one defense. It's like Nick Saban or Kirby Smart at Georgia or Alabama would have to like invent chips on their shoulder and say things like no one believed in us when actually, in fact, everyone did. He is like trying to create reasons to get on his defense because that's what coaches do to get these guys to strive for a special amount of greatness. Oh, you think you're special? Well, how about that one play where you only had 10 guys on the field? I was surprised that he didn't mention in his critique of the defense, and I was surprised when there were 20 minutes of questions about it. No one asked, well, what happened on that touchdown play by Herbert? Was that you guys screwing up? Was that one of these communication mistakes that you're talking about?
I thought Romo telestrated something pretty reasonable. It's Porter's job to go back a couple of steps to give the safety time to go over there when the route is going that way, and then it's Porter's job after he gets a little depth to come up. It looked like Joey Porter just got caught peeking and never going
greedy.
Backwards. Yeah, he got caught looking. Jar. We just watched that old Colts Steelers game where they've got Tomlin, Donnie, exhorting Ike Taylor on an overthrow by Kerry Collins or whatever. Don't go in there and look into the backfield and cheat. You've been in the league 9 years. I think that's what happened on that play.
Did you guys have a cookie jar?
Like an actual jar in our house that said cookies on it?
That kept cookies?
Yeah, I mean, every time my mom would make cookies, like any good baker, she knew that you put them in a container, but you got to put bread in there to keep them soft.
What? I mean, I'm not going to doubt that because you guys are the master baker.
Yes, thank you.
Not Bader. More into baking than Harrison Bader, but it's just
Bader. I get it.
Yeah. I did not. You're teaching me something. I did not know about the bread trick.
If you're not going to eat like the cookies in a very short period of time, i.e., like within a day or two, if they're going to sit on the countertop for 4 or 5 days, you stick a piece of bread in, preferably wheat bread, because it can absorb more moisture. It keeps, I swear to God, it keeps the cookies softer, and the bread will get like very stale. The cookies will stay soft. Anybody that's baked a lot knows what I'm talking about.
Donnie, did you have a cookie jar? A nice place to keep everything?
We did have one.
My parents did not have one. I do remember one of my aunts having one.
You guys sparked a memory. Pony asking that. It took a second. We had the most ass-ugly yellow Tupperware. It was like a tall Tupperware container with like a I don't know, ridged lid. Yellow Tupperware container in the bottom of the pantry where all the cookies were.
What happened to that? Women in their 30s, like our age now, and 40s, back when we were kids, they'd get together, they'd throw a Tupperware party. They'd start smoking cigs and drinking wine coolers, and they're trading Tupperware with each other. That was their idea of fun.
The Tupperware company just went bankrupt.
Get out of here.
Yeah, gone.
I don't know. Donnie, I'm sure your mom probably experienced a Tupperware party or two back in her heyday.
Oh, yeah.
So does anybody make money off of those? Because, like the Mary Kay or the Avon ladies, they're all just selling it to each other. It's just like money kind of exchanging hands in a circle, I feel
Big Tupperware finally going down.
I mean, I think that the storage solutions have really put the kibosh on Tupperware.
Donnie's debrief is next. His football segment of the day coming up later on. Tomlin on his quarterback situation. What did he say today about Justin Fields and Russell Wilson? We'll play it for you and react to it. Right now, you can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Also a reminder, your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Today, here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Brewers begin the final homestand at PNC Park tonight at 6:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football Sports. Cold beer, great food, a trio that is hard to beat. And the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington is the best place for it. There's still a week left in September, which means the Steel Tower is still one of the best deals in town. 100 ounces of Iron City or Yingling for just $18. Happy hour runs until 6:30. The kitchen closes just before midnight. Get the boys together, go up, watch the Buccos tonight, watch some games, get some beers, and great food. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers preview show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Pompiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Tit Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura. Go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bills Mafia, you know I didn't forget about you. This team could not be any more locked in than it is right now. They've scored the most points in the league. They have the best point differential in the league, and it's not even close. They look amazing. They look about as good as anybody could have ever expected. That championship window maybe hasn't slammed shut. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek is your ultimate fall companion. And right now, you can get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect cross truck. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, September 27th and Saturday, September 28th. Come see Adult Sensation Alexis Monroe only at Cheerleaders.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, very serious segment about football that never, ever, ever turns into tomfoolery and hijinks. And it is brought to you by the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington.
The Debrief, September 24, 2024. I actually do want to talk about something serious today, oddly enough. Not that I am a particularly huge fan of this guy as a person, but we found out today that Brett Favre diagnosed with Parkinson's. Where I want to go with this, though, do we think a player like Tua sees something like this happen to a guy who's still young? Brett Favre going to be 55 in like 2 weeks and have some I mean, we know Favre had several concussions. He said he only got, I think, officially diagnosed with like 3 or 4. Also played in a more hard-hitting, different era of football. Do we think a player like Tua Tagovailoa looks at this and thinks about his future a little bit more?
I think players usually fall into one of two baskets if you don't make it so that they all have sort of nuanced, complex feelings on it. Like if you're going to ask me to say, just have to divide them up, I think there are either guys who just don't care. They're like, I am invincible right now. I'll worry about it later if it ever crops up, but I'm not even that worried about it because I can't afford to be. Remember, guys, there was a tight end on the Colts, I think. I forget his name, who's wearing the Guardian cap. Very explicitly said, I want to remember my kids' names in 30 years. I want to be, like, give myself the best chance to be healthy while doing this job. I think guys fall into one of those two baskets usually. Probably somewhere in the middle of both. But I think that's kind of how it is. Tua, how could you not think that you're going to suffer, like, long-term potential ill effects from all this?
I also think that there's a mentality, like a warrior mentality in a lot of these guys where they think like they'll make that sacrifice for their families for millions of dollars.
Didn't Ryan Clark allude to something like that once? He said, I have no idea what life's going to be like for me after 50 years old or so, but like basically that's a risk I'm willing to have taken here. I don't want to put words in Ryan's mouth, but I seem to remember him saying something to that effect.
I also think Chris is right, Donnie, that especially a guy older like Favre, who's not a peer of Tua's, that he would just be like, well, that's not going to be me. That happened to him. I think it would have to, someone closer to him would have to have some kind of traumatic effect from playing football, I believe, for him to have to rethink what's next for him.
I have some bad news for Tua if he's looking at Brett Favre and saying that's not going to be me.
Well, here's the one other thing that I sometimes think about with this. Do guys playing nowadays feel like the game is such that it will protect them, that's not going to happen to them because they've changed the way football
the
gets
rules
played?
are?
Yeah.
I think they might a little bit. The thing the thing about the whole Tua conversation that I can't help myself to think about is so many people, I'm painting with a broad brush, I get that, but a lot of people say he should retire. Are those the same people that think Sidney Crosby should have stopped playing hockey 12 years ago? Because what's the difference? Where is the difference? It's 3 diagnosed concussions in a short amount of time. The same exact thing happened to Sid. It's a damn good thing he didn't take everybody's advice, because we wouldn't have 2 more Stanley Cups here, and we wouldn't have been treated to one of the great hockey careers of all time. He would have turned into one of the biggest what-if stories in the history of sports.
I hate it when people use this term, and I don't think that's what it is, but it felt like when people said he should just retire, they were trying to be overly virtuous, maybe. I'm not going to say virtue signaling.
How is this any different?
But I'm saying the people who say he should retire are trying to say, like, I care deeply about the person here.
Who are saying that about Tua?
Yeah, and who said it about Sid. Like, they want to be seen as, look,
so
I care deeply about the person.
They're analogous. I think the situations are very close and comparable.
Yes. And I'm just saying, I think that people have their heads in the right place. They don't want to see somebody who's ultimately participating in an entertainment product, like, permanently maimed because they're doing it, or like end up like Mongo McMichael. He's got ALS and all this other stuff. But you have to like let the doctors actually do the job, and then the person has to have some agency.
I don't even hold my breath when Sid gets hit anymore.
Well, I think hockey is a little different than football in terms of it's still a high-contact sport, but I think Sid has pretty much avoided anything I would call a major headshot since then. Tua's taken... I mean, he'll get rammed into the boards, but it's just, to me,
How
it's
about
not
the
quite
Capitals
the same.
series when, like, Niskanen took his head off?
That was one where I held my breath briefly.
He came back, like, 2 games later and was fine, and we just got over it. He had a concussion. It was a mild concussion, or however they phrased it. Then he came back and played, and they won.
I think the other part of it that's nerve-wracking is with concussions, you just don't know how it's going to affect a guy, day to day even. They don't know. It's mystery area.
Favre is one of the most entertaining quarterbacks and fun quarterbacks of all time. I will say, in the games he played against the Steelers, I never remember him. They didn't play a lot because he was in the NFC. But I just never remember Favre having a game against them where I was like, oh my God. They just lost because Favre did his gunslinger backyard football against them kind of deal.
Well, I mean, they went there in 2005, the year they won Super Bowl 40. They had Charlie Batch at quarterback and just kicked their ass.
Yep. And Favre did diddly-poo in
Wasn't
that
there
game.
a long fumble return by Polamalu in that game?
And I think a great block by McFadden. I'll say great. He got ran over, but he got in the guy's way.
The game he played with Minnesota the year after they won the Super Bowl here is remembered
Multiple
for
big turnovers.
Well, that Adrian Peterson.
Oh, just destroying Willie Gay.
Yeah, like
Poor Willie Gay.
That's what people.
Oh, he got trucked.
That's what people remember, him just taking the souls of Steelers defensive backs.
5 games for Favre against the Steelers. He had 4 touchdowns, 3 picks, 86 passer rating. He was pedestrian against them. My main memory is I want to say it was in a preseason game back in the Greg Lloyd era, or maybe it could have been regular season. I want to say the outcome was like 17-3 Packers. And Lloyd just came in and demolished him on like an unimpeded pass rush. I think he like pushed him, Pony. He didn't try to tackle him. He just basically pushed him as hard as he could and knocked Favre like what looked like 10 yards back. I think he got unnecessary roughness. That's the first time I can remember understanding that a player was mad because he hit a guy too hard. And I want to say it was a preseason game because back in the day, those guys actually played in the preseason against each other.
I know they played in 95 against the Packers.
I'm looking
and
it
I
up
think
right
they lost. the year that they went to the Super Bowl.
17-3. That's the game. 92 is the one I'm thinking of. Greg Lloyd got hit with like an unnecessary roughness for just destroying Favre on a blitz. Favre stayed in the game.
Did they play on Monday Night Football late in 95, or was that a regular?
All of his games, let's see. 95, you're saying?
Yes.
They played Christmas Eve. That was 1 o'clock. That was a 1 o'clock start. In fact, that was the game. Was that the game Thigpen dropped like a pass on the very last play of the game that would have won it? And he was wide open.
Yep.
And the ball was right on his hands, and he just dropped it straight away. God, Neil O'Donnell going back there throwing it 55 times in that game. What the hell were they doing?
Same game plan for the AFC Championship game against San Diego in 94.
I know. Oh, you know what? I remember the other one. One of the games at the Steelers. Courtney Hawkins had a huge game in 98, and the Steelers beat them 27-20.
Yeah.
He had some pedestrian outings, though, against them.
Do you think he threw the ball harder than any quarterback ever?
I think Josh Allen might throw it harder than him. I don't know. I don't think
I'll tell you what, the guy they're going to play on Sunday's got an absolute missile attached to his right shoulder. He don't know where it's going a lot of the time. But that thing, you know, like the video, like the old black and white of the guy with the goggles on who's getting hit in the chest with the cannonball?
Yes, a classic.
That is the velocity in which Anthony Richardson throws a football. It is not thrown, it is launched by him.
I mean, the throw in week 1 for the touchdown when he had slipped and barely reset himself on his back foot and he dropped the dime in the bucket 60 yards down the field was stupid.
Here's the comparison I'll make. Justin Fields is Jared Jones. Nice arm, can get it up there. Richardson schemes. He can hit 103. Now, he doesn't have the control of Skeens, but he's got the...
He makes me nervous,
He's got the wow effect.
He makes me nervous enough. I don't think he's inaccurate right now, but I don't think it's because of, like, he'll never be accurate. I think it's a lack of reps. He makes me nervous, man, already on Tuesday because he's just capable of anything. What does Tomlin like to say about T.J. Watt? He's visiting from another planet. Talent-wise, physical gifts-wise, Anthony Richardson's visiting from another galaxy.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Storms in a low of 66. Mike Tomlin saying something today about Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. We're trying to discern, is it real? Is it fact? Is it fiction? Is it true? The quarterback debate that won't go away because one guy keeps winning and the other guy wants to play but is hurt. All that coming up between now and the end of the show, and this Pirates story where they DFA'd Rowdy Tellez today out of nowhere. First, though, I'm going to tell you guys about the Circa Resort and Casino. Circa right now is taking your reservations for the trip of a sport's lifetime, and that is out there in Vegas in October for the football game between Pittsburgh and Vegas. Black and gold going out there again. Maybe they'll be undefeated when that game comes along. That'll be ratcheted up even more in terms of fan excitement and optimism for that game. If that's the case, could very easily happen. Vegas not a very good football team. It looks like it's going to be another black and gold takeover out there. I was there last year, and that's what Watt was saying after the game, that the fans helped spur the team to victory. So be a part of it all. Stay at the Circa, downtown Vegas, Old Vegas. Nothing old about the Circa, though. It is so cool. Friday night, we're going to have a huge party there where we're going to give away tickets to the game. Saturday, for all the college football action, some monster games, the Stadium Swim. Google that, Circa Stadium Swim, and you'll see what all the buzz is over that. It is a bucket list thing that every sports fan has to go do at least once. So meet me in Vegas, circalasvegas.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking, though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5600 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940. Or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. Right now, get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, football fans. Looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Yes, Brian, I am having an affair with your brother, but we're in love. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how I can get an auto loan.
Wait, what?
You know, auto loan. How can I get one?
Mm-hmm. I feel your confusion. Let's use it in the scene.
Yeah, cool. But the loan?
I don't know. I'm your acting coach. I drive a 2001 Miata. You should talk to Clearview.
You have auto loan questions. We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Get ready for the all-new Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour. Join Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts for a night of action-packed gymnastics. October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Fun for the whole family. You and your kids will love this high-energy spectacle. Music, lights, breathtaking flips, and Gold Squad dancers. Let's GOAT! October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Tickets on sale now at goldoveramericaTour.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Same time on Tuesday, November 5th. I can't make it. That's Election Day, and I'm taking my mom to vote. You make plans to vote with your mom? Oh, yeah. We make a whole day of it. We hang out, we get lunch, we go vote. It's our little tradition. That's pretty cute. I usually just go vote if I have time after work. Girl, I think I missed the last election because I had to work late. You make a plan to get your hair done. Why wouldn't you make a plan to vote? You know, I suppose I can try that this year. I need to double check where I have to go to vote or what I can do if work gets busy again. Check out votehq.org. That's where we start every year. Say that one more time. Visit votehq.org. Fabulous. I'll make a plan to vote on Tuesday, November 5th. That's a great plan. Or you can vote by mail by requesting a mail-in ballot by October 29th. Just make sure it's postmarked by Tuesday, November 5th. Oh, that's a good tip. Maybe I'll do that. If I do that, can I come with y'all to lunch? Of course. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Things are pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're seeing delays all the way back to the Birmingham Bridge on the downtown side, and then again coming up Green Tree Hill. I'm Kyle Fronizer.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Story we'll talk about next hour. Rowdy Tellez DFA'd by the Pirates with only 6 games left. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Tomlin Tuesday edition of Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Still very much in the same place with Russ this week as we were last week, at least at the beginning of the week. I just met with him and our head athletic trainer and talked about what tomorrow looks like. Tomorrow is a limited participation day from a scheduling perspective. He had a good workout today. We'll see how he feels in the morning, but I'm not expecting him to be a full participant tomorrow. And so as we walk in the building tomorrow, I want Justin singularly focused on starting for us and doing what's required to be ready to do that. Although I'm sure you got questions, I probably got similar answers that I had a week ago. And we'll see where the week leads us. If his availability or the quality of his practice participation picks up, maybe we'll consider that later in the week. If it doesn't, then it won't be a consideration, and we'll just continue with where we are right now.
Mike Tomlin saying, I could just give you a transcript of what I said last week on our quarterbacks. Fields is singularly focused on starting. He's still the starter. We worked out Russ today. I'm still not even sure how much he's going to practice tomorrow. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Mulsey has said the entire time here that Russell Wilson is more injured than maybe some people think, that this is not a minor thing, that it's now gone on stretched out for 4 weeks if he doesn't play on Sunday. If he doesn't practice a lot, that's 4 weeks of minimal activity. But here's something that just popped into my head. I honestly did not prep this. I didn't think we were going to talk